That's not all though, because the Hadza people also possess a special ability to communicate with birds. Whenever it's time to hunt for honey, the Hadza people shout and whistle a special tune directly to the birds, and they guide them to the beehives, chattering and fanning out their feathers. The tribesmen then smoke out the bees by building a large fire so they could collect their honey. As for the wax and the remnants, they leave those for the birds to feed on.
Hotep, Great SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of MAAT. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me, Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix, Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netterts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
In a world that is filled with a lot of unappreciativeness and a lack of gratitude, Dua to you, SABA Tehuti, Amen Hotep Ra, for the altitude that you give and provide me to just be not only of greater acceptance of the greatness and the beauty that I have, but also just give the gate and the way and the path to continue to expand and not feel like I'm an alien or not feel like I'm crazy for just knowing in my heart this standard, and this standard that I've always known my whole life. You gave me a breath of life by just making it plain to me that that standard was Ma'at, and that Ma'at never leaves us. It is just something we are to remember again. So just do it for the countless lessons, directly and indirectly, from the world and beyond this world, to just give us, like I said, a breath of life and a second chance at immortality. And for that is the ultimate gratitude. And as well, thank you for being the teacher that you are, and the kind of teacher that when I receive a lesson from you, I don't just want to learn the lesson from myself, but there's just this seed planted that the beauty and the wisdom and the power and all the things that I receive from your lessons deserve to be shared and extended beyond myself. And that is a beautiful responsibility as well as a beautiful honor that I am happy to receive and continue to grow within my Eve. So thank you for the Ankh, the seed, and allowing the Netert and the Netter and the Netiru and Ma'at to again be. Peace.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle in my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there is there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're gonna block and you're gonna stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So
yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from the Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
Brought out the holy tablets.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of Medu Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
stand on
that's
its command.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of AFFIRMATION has? Everybody, can you see that, sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that AFFIRMATION had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
Wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. Go ahead. We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and AFFIRMATION.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority. And there's a lot of people that I read the comments. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette parade. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with brother Tehuti and brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official deal with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka almost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari.
Senator,
they demand this year be allowing
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes.
Was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes you got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
To be very clear, I have never had an official debate with anyone.
Maybe I think so. You do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that, because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
I discovered Tehuti on Senator TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and Tehuti won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
Tehuti Arakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your math teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonnet, he blows everybody away. So here, just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. You know, they claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
Hey, Mary Segment, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes. A few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches and let me ask you this one other thing. How did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you're listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married man. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the pod class, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing. And I never thought it would be like this,
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from What was it? Was it 90? What year was that?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. And what were you doing in 89?
I was doing that to Kurt.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Swimming in my daddy's big. Okay, maybe primordial. I know he was the primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in 89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in 89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Right, so he's not.
You know that it has dips and all that.
Right. So he's not laying on his back then.
Reached 1,000, yo.
He's actually on his butt. Isn't he on his butt? Let's get that picture back up, because maybe I'm not seeing the right picture. I see a picture of a man. He's sitting on his butt.
I don't want to obsess over the new Geb. There's ancient Hebrew.
Where'd the picture go?
We got.
Okay, is that man?
Representations as well.
Is this the man that's being described as laying on his back? This image? 'Cause it looks like a man sitting on his butt with one leg, and he's on his elbow. Is this the man that's laying on his back?
Okay.
Y'all both missing the point.
I'm just asking a question. I want to establish if this is the right picture. He's on his elbow. Is this the man that's laying on his back?
Okay.
Y'all both missing the point.
I'm just asking a question. I want to establish if this is the right picture.
The point is, those are just
I don't know what we're
human representation.
I just want to know if
he's laying on his back. What are you trying to?
I want to just establish that we're looking at the same picture, because you said there's a man laying on his back. So I don't know if 80 has the right picture.
Okay, well, it looks like you're laying on his back to it.
It's all right. Just make your point. It's good.
Okay. So the point is that I'm looking at a man on his butt with one leg down, and his name is Geb, and Geb represents the earth. And then underneath Geb is something else. But that something else in Kemet, all throughout Kemet, is called MAAT, which is a standing stone. It's this thing you stand on, and it represents standards. So I never seen that image there, the line that the pharaohs are standing on. I never seen that called the earth before. So I was just looking for references.
Okay,
I like to walk through things slowly.
Let's get rid of that and stop. Okay.
Okay, so this is we're gonna. I've just gotten rid of this. So
the earth is lying on the how's that?
Yo,
what's the point?
Hey, let me get back to like a simple question.
Okay, so we just got rid.
Let's not cut everybody off though.
Okay.
That picture.
We gotta do it all.
Did we get rid of that evidence? We just threw that.
You come in. I know everybody.
Did we just get rid of that? Is that finished now? That is not the earth laying on his back. We're getting rid of it, right?
Talking about with it. All right.
Okay, good. We got move on to Exhibit B then, because that one we just got rid of.
All right. What's your question of?
It's back. We're getting rid of it, right?
Talking about with it. All right.
Okay, good. We got move on to Exhibit B then, because that one we just got rid of.
All right. What's your question of, Vine?
Hold on. What was the point that was supposed to be made?
We got rid of it. There's no more point. Lord Jamar got rid of it. So we're on to the next.
I don't have no control over it.
Hey, D's a flat earther.
We got rid of it, so we're on to the next.
All right, move on. Let's move on.
Okay. I just want to get rid of point by point.
So you said this.
When I stepped in, the original topic was that Copernicus was the first.
He brought in
to introduce the globe, and then an ancient image was shown to show that our people believe the Earth was flat. That image, Lord Jamar said he wants to throw that away. So I'm looking for.
Throw it away.
Or you'd like to get back to it?
Stop obsessing over it.
You literally said you wanted to throw it away.
That's one of some Egyptian science. So you want to, that's probably your field of expertise. So you want to get into that. That's why you want to go there. There's also the ancient Hebrew. There's also an ancient Hebrew depiction of flat Earth. There's a lot of different images.
Right. So
that you want to get into Newton because that's your expertise. We're not getting into that right now.
Yeah, actually, from what I remember,
there's a lot
I thought you were the one that brought that up. Not me. I didn't bring that up because of my expertise.
Not just that one.
Who brought that up? I'm late to the.
I brought them all up, not just that one. That was from a super chat. I brought a multiple ones, but you want to dwell on that one.
I want to go one by.
Yes, there we go.
One by
there
one.
we go. Show us that one.
So the one. Why can't we? So one by two cultures were mentioned. Egypt and ancient Sumeria. When I stepped in, I don't know if there's more mentioned.
I said Hebrew. I said no. I said a few of them, bro.
Okay.
Like you're not listening. And now here goes another one.
I heard
Here's
Egypt and Sumeria. So I like to deal with
Hebrew. Well, here's the Hebrew one right
There is
now.
no ancient Hebrew culture.
Right. He said Sumerian.
Okay. So we'll pass. We'll leave the Kemet alone because that's thrown out. Can we deal with Sumer? Did Sumer have any ancient depictions of the earth and the sun? Or did they depict it as flat too? Let's go to actual proven cultures, because Hebrew is not an ancient proven culture.
To these.
No doubt.
Hopefully the people understand it was understood, but not gonna indulge in this anymore. I love you, God.
Hey, wait.
Hey, brother.
Nah. Jamal.
Jamal, don't go. Did I force him out? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Lord Jamal, yeah.
Did I force him out the show?
Exit the building.
Yeah, he exited the building. Reality you still there, Reality?
He left with my question.
Okay.
Okay, next. Who's left?
Reality still here. Oh, there, he bounced out.
Okay, good. All right. That's how you clear out the nonsense.
All right.
Let's do a mic check. Ready, watch it? Mic check, see if everybody is in here with us. Is that okay? Greetings and peace, everybody. We're going to do a mic check. Press the 9 if you can see me and hear me well. Press the 9 if you can see me and hear me well. Let's check the switch arms and watch it. I need this arm. this is the mouse arm. Okay, let's do this. Let's check the 9s in the room and see. You can see me and hear me. Then we're going to start off frequency. Let's see, it takes a while to load, it seems. Okay, let's see the comments. That's interesting. Comments. Okay, there are the comments. There they are. Okay, peace and love, everyone. I see some of the 9s. Let me switch her out. We're going to switch you out just for a moment over here. Okay, got my free arms. We got a Basa Tut Maka Ox effect. Basa Tut Maka Ox effect. Pressing the 9. Okay, great. Who else is here? Who else can hear me? Press the 9 if you can hear me. Let's put the the chat option to go on the screen is gone now. Interesting. Oh, there it is. Okay. Boom. There they are. We got the 9s in the room. They are here. They are here. Okay, we got Yvette. Happy podcast day. Bijan Farrow with the 9. Christian Gomez with the 9. Nuku with the 9. Actually, Nuku Akaru Amun Ray with the 9. Jamestown with the 9. Christian Gomez with the 9. Robert Williams with the 9. Okay, we have all the 9s. Wonderful. Now we can begin off with the proper frequency. We're going to start off with what is called the affirmation. And the affirmation are a set of tones that are said in my life prior to very important aspects commencing. I always begin things off with the affirmation because that is the foundation of which I'm to make all decisions from. We'll be covering that in this interesting class tonight. So I brought the affirmation to the world a few years ago, and it's had a very good impact, a very good influence. You'll notice that several people, since the days of after Dr. Kemet started getting more popularized, there was a host of people in the late 90s or in the 90s with Hotep greetings. You'll just find the be so then you heard people okay. You all still see me? That was strange. Anki Ma'at, and that is he says two for the Nephra affirmation, with her hands on the Ka symbol, and Anki Ma'at became quite popular, which is beautiful, because the reason why I brought that as an affirmation to the world, the reason why I brought that back, the reason why I rebirthed and resurrected to the world, which is several people. I'm choppy. Who else says I'm choppy? To some I'm choppy, to some I'm not. I'm not sure what to do about that. But I brought the affirmation because, thanks for telling me, Bijan Farrow. If anybody else says I'm choppy, I'm glitching. I'm not sure what to do about that at all. Oops, what are you doing? Okay, wonderful. Let me see if I can go on and come back in. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the solution is to being glitchy. Chopping and glitchy. Let me go on and come back in. 1 minute, everyone. Hold on. Still glitchy. You just have to X. Where are you going over there? What's over there for you? What's over there for you? I guess I gotta completely X out. Let me X out and come back. Hold on. Where are you going? Okay, I am back. How is that now? Is it still glitchy? Can you all hear me okay? Or is it still glitchy? Enter the group tap. Can you all hear me? Or am I still glitchy? Shut the computer down and come back. I'm not sure what the correction is. Okay, Yvette says better. Okay, wonderful. All right, so I brought the affirmation back to the world because my stance was always, what did the ancient people say for themselves? And what did the ancient people do before the Matrix? So when you say Hotep in your mind, okay, good. I got the Nefer, better. Nefer, Saba, Angela Gates, Ecker, Nefer, better. Okay, good. When you say Hotep in a greeting, it's a beautiful thing. Most people have no idea what it is, a Hotep. But in your mind, you think you're saying peace, which is fine. But after that statement is done, Hotep, you actually have no obligation or no accountability after that statement. Once you greet the person in peace, you've satisfied the definition of Hotep, peace. I wanted to change that. So I brought Anki and Ma'at. Anki and Ma'at is, I live in Ma'at. I wanted to bring something that I never seen here associated with the Kemetic people, conscious people that were dealing with Kemet. Because the Hotep was fine, but when you say Anki and Ma'at, I live in Ma'at, after you greet the person, you're still in a continuous echo of the statement that you made, because you say your life is Ma'at. That means you can greet the person, leave the person, go to bed, go to your room, walk down the street, catch a train, drive a car, go to the park, and it's describing a life that you're living. You're still obligated and still have accountability, and somebody could catch you and say, according to this axiom, you're not living in Ma'at. But if you just say Hotep, it's just peace. And then when you leave the person, peace. And you can go on to be whatever you want. But when you say Anki and Ma'at, you can't go on to be a Nation of Islam person. When you greet with Anki and Ma'at, you can't go on to be a Christian. You can't go on to be a Hebrew Israelite. You can't mix and match. Once you make the statement, I live in Ma'at, then every breathing minute that you're living has to account for that statement. And that's why we brought that to the world. Frequency of just Hotep, which has no obligation to it, to Anki and Ma'at. And I see that it is echoed and it's being stated by a lot of people on platforms, and different people when they greet each other are starting to bring that back. So we're going to see the affirmation, which starts off with the statement, Anki and Ma'at, and then continues, because of course Anki and Ma'at is not the end of the entire lifestyle. The affirmation describes how you're living it. So I'm going to put that on the screen for the crowd to see, and you all can say it with me, or you can just see what it is, say it or not. We are going to say it. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Ma'at an es nin tet aset and Ma'at min habapet and Ma'at her and hu kiwi her ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at every day. I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth in conscious light. We'll let that marinate for 7 seconds. Welcome. We are back. The affirmation is one of the reasons. And peace to all the new people. If there's any new people in the room that are watching for the first time, just press 7. Then I will just give you a salutation and a greeting and welcome you in. There's no pressure. This is the movement, the group that has absolutely nothing to do with people, nothing to do with adverse energy, drama, cussing at people. all that type of foolishness that we see associated with other people that wear ankhs and wear different symbolisms is actually the opposite of that. This is the lifestyle. The ankh, and for those people that are listening, I also wanted to say that one of the reasons why you may not see certain individuals around anymore is because of that statement. I had everybody say Anki and Ma'at. So once you say Anki and Ma'at, you either live that or you don't live that. If you disappear from this, you can't greet the people that you're around now with Anki and Ma'at anymore. Because they're going to say, where's that from? And you have to say, from the House of ATTON, the Tehuti class, from the Master Teacher SABA. And once they say, wonderful, how is it going with that? Oh, I'm not with that anymore. So then how are you living the Ma'at? Because Ma'at is not just lived by an individual. There was no individual person in Kemet living Ma'at. But every individual person in Kemet lived in Ma'at. But it was a unified movement, a group of conscious thinking, likened minds that were all obligated to one thing. So you can't branch off away. There was nobody in Kemet that branched off away and went to hang out with the Christians, hang out with the Muslims. Are no longer around anybody in Kemet anymore. Nobody that around anybody in Ma'at anymore. And they're around the Greeks now saying, Anki and Ma'at. Anki and Ma'at. The Greeks going to be like, where's your lifestyle? Where's your tribe? Where's your group? Where's your, what is it? You're just an individual, Anki and Ma'at. And so that's one of the reasons why the people that disappear from the House of ATTON, or disappear from me, cannot come to me directly and state why that is. I create a frequency where this frequency of the House of ATTON is about obligation and accountability. And once a person realizes they cannot match that type of frequency, they don't remove themselves from everybody. They only remove themselves from those who taught them that frequency. So when you see the person again, they're still around people. The people that disappear are still around people. They're just not around SABA. But they're around people that they're comfortable with, which are always people in the matrix. And they continue their life and live around people in the matrix, because around the matrix, there is no accountability to your life. I'm here to set up accountability. That's why people drop off like flies. We'll be talking about that today in this beautiful class, the discipline class. We'll be talking about where does discipline reside? Does it reside in a place? We're going to be discussing all of that. Is that place accessible? Is it constantly accessible? What is that? We're going to be discussing science, the actual science of the anatomy of the body today. We're discussing a lot of things that I will be teaching on today. But it's definitely discipline. And because I teach discipline, that's why my audience never really rises above 70 viewers watching. If I was teaching drama and fights and talking about another channel and challenging somebody, you such and such, we don't like you because of such and such, we caught you, we're going to expose you. If I was doing that, there'd be 400 live viewers. Similar to the news, because conscious people learn how to do what they do from the news. So when you scroll through your YouTube channel, you can actually parallel the topics and the frequency of what you see on the other channels with how the news does it. Man found with child behind a bush. Exposed now on channel. Such and such found with this. Such and such. Verse this. It's all fighting energy. That's from the news. We did not have that in Kemet. You didn't see the scribes getting together with the pharaohs and the Sumerians are doing this. We saw the Greeks do this. Let's expose them. You didn't see any of that in the writings. They were all there. You never saw the scribes writing about, we've seen the Akkadians do such and such. Da, 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 da. No. The teachings were about their obligated lifestyle. That's the frequency that I bring, and that's why the views never go above 70, because once people start to realize, oh, this is actually a way of life. I thought this was just fighting whites on the Egyptians are black, or fighting Christians on the Bible is wrong. I want the fight. I want the fight. I want the fight. I want Hebrews versus Kemet every day, all day. I want to fight. I want to fight. I want to fight. Once you realize that the fight is within, something snaps and you say, oh my goodness, the enemy that I'm against is inside of myself. I'm fighting my own subconscious in the matrix within. Let me get away from this, because being around this, Tehuti is always going to show me the matrix within. I can't take this anymore. And that's why you'll see the views. The views will never be high at this, in this frequency. But the House of a 10 can jump into the frequency of the debates. I did. I tried it out. I experienced it. I went by the rules and guidelines that I did not invent. And I tried it out. And never lost. Because they're debating what I live. Debate Tiger Woods on golf and see how that goes for you. I'll just set up a debate with you versus Bruce Lee on Kung Fu and Jeet Kune Do, and see how that turns out for you. You're studying it for the debate. He's waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning, breathing it. see how that debate goes for you. Go debate Ip Man on Wing Chun. And how's it going over there? The debate's going pretty good. But people study for debates and they find the person that is I am what it is that I'm teaching, and I'm trying to duplicate that. And I brought that frequency here to have others duplicate, and thus that is the only way you can create Kemetic people, because there are no individual Kemetic people. If you've seen an individual saying he's Kemetic, ask him where's the rest of Kemet. Whereas Kemet is a country. How can you be Kemetic? So there must be a group of you formulating a tribe or formulating something to start off. There must be a ranking system. You're not Kemetic if you have no ranking system. You're not Kemetic if you have no obligation, because countries have obligations. Kemet is not the name of a way of life. Kemet is the name of a country. So if you're Kemetic and you actually weren't born on the land that was called Kemet, and you're saying Kemetic, you must be saying you're Kemetic for a different reason. It must be because you're trying to rebuild Kemet. Because Kemet is not a way of life. It's a country that was built by consciousness. The consciousness existed first before the country. And Pharaoh Khufu never heard the name Kemet in his life. When somebody says, I'm Kemetic, I'm like, where are your people? I don't follow no man. Oh, are you like Pharaoh Khufu? Is Pharaoh Khufu? Yeah, Pharaoh Khufu. Yeah, like Ptah. I follow Ptah Hotep. Could you show me in the writings of Ptah Hotep where Ptah Hotep said anything about Kemet? You could just go ahead and open the page so we can read together, please. So Ptah Hotep wasn't Kemetic. Khufu wasn't Kemetic. They Anki and Ma'at. That's what Ptah Hotep and Kem Wesley were talking about in their writing. Anki and Ma'at. The word Kemet isn't anywhere in Ptah Hotep's writing, is it? Can I find it? No. Because he wasn't proud about being Kemetic. He was proud of following Ma'at. And the people of Ma'at built several land masses and called them different things. They're the namers and the creators of the algebra, of the mathematics, of the writing. They are not called mathematic people. They're the creators of math. They're not named after their creation. The creation comes after them. And this is what I'm bringing back to the world. Anki and Ma'at. That you, as the obliged, obligated, accountable being, start to build with others. And you build and rebuild and then take pride in what you build, take pride in what you do, but understand the Anki and Ma'at exists in the people first. Kemet was a dry land in one area and a river in another area. Nothing happening there until the consciousness of the people created everything. Anki and Ma'at. My name is Tehuti Kemet. I'm glad you all, I hope you all appreciate what's about to happen today and what's been happening for the past 3.5 years on the internet. 35 years outside of the internet. 3 years on the internet. Everybody, let me check and see if there's any new people watching. Press the 7 if you're new. Any new people watching? There's not one new person watching. Wonderful. Okay, so it's all of us, all House of Attend members. Excellent. So I can go ahead and move on and cut out some of the things that I was going to say for the new people. This is a system that was set up that changes lives. Not just a question and answer system, but a life-changing system. So when I set up the Tehuti Pod class in the House of the 10, the agenda behind it was to see if the guidance from the Nitiru frequency, oh, wiggling in the glasses, can actually change people's lives. And that's what's important. We have people watching right now who have testimonies that their lives have changed. This is not a platform where people just talk and discuss. This is this type of platform. Testimony to Tehuti's teachings, quadrupling students' income. Quadrupling students' income. This is life-changing. I'm changing frequencies in your mind with these answers so that you can make decisions and unify, and then eventually unify with those of the like-minded frequency. Start off when I analyze these. This is Uwajit. She's my symbol of patience, which is what today's class is going to be on, patience and discipline. The class will be on that. And that is because of the way the anaconda sits in the green, camouflaged in the swamp, and will wait there for hours and hours and hours for its food to walk by. And then when it catches its food, it doesn't have any venom or poison. It squeezes on a breathing pattern, and it squeezes, and it sits there patiently while its opponent is throwing all types of kicks, punches, bites. If you ever watch an anaconda attack something, it's screaming, it's throwing punches in the air because the thing is actually wrapped around its body, throwing punches in the air, trying to bite at the air, scratching at the air, kicking, expending all of its energy, while the anaconda slowly expends very little energy, squeezing bit by bit, letting it expend its energy until either a heart attack sets in, its ribs crack, or it loses breath, or it just gives up on life. And then the anaconda releases. That is where I learned my wisdom from, and that is why I started teaching, because I started learning from animals, and I was not satisfied with what I saw happening in the Matrix. As a young man, I was teaching to have people break out of the Matrix. I used those words. The movie wasn't out yet. I was using the words come out of the Matrix several years before the movie was released. I was the type of young man that would break into schools after I was expelled and hide in the libraries to study, and come out of the libraries during recess to teach the students, and then hide in the library when recess was over. This is how adamant I was about breaking people out of the Matrix. I was the type of young man that didn't have anywhere to teach a class, so I would find realtors' homes for sale, and I would buy electrical cords and run electrical cords from wherever I could plug them into houses that were for sale when the realtor left, and I would hand out flyers on the property for sale. When the people were about to come to the class, I would move the for sale sign from the front yard. I would open the door by sneaking in through the window, running the wires there so we can have lights, and open the front door. People would come in, they'd see the realtor's, it's like a lock with buttons, they'd see that, but nobody paid much mind to that. and I had a place to teach. I was breaking laws to teach. I was trespassing to teach. I was handing out flyers to properties that I didn't own or rent to teach. I could have been arrested to teach. I was breaking into schools to teach, to answer questions. This was my life, answering questions and teaching people ever since I was a young child. It was set into my biological imperative. And I've been doing so ever since. And I continue to do so. But there was no reciprocity involved. Everybody now that's watching, since there's no new people watching, everybody knows about how beautiful it was on Killer Priest. There was no reciprocity. And that was way, way later. No reciprocity involved until AD took his wallet and dumped it in my hand and said, take whatever comes out. Reciprocity. Oh, go view the class on reciprocity. I did a class on that topic. The reciprocity is the appreciation of the two-way frequency. Reciprocity, reason why you're alive. Two ways, meaning that to take in is to inhale. You're taking in all the beautiful air. You're like, ooh, what a good breath. You're like, I need a fresh breath. And you're breathing in all the beautiful air. You smell something. That's breathing in. The body is designed for reciprocity. Why? Because you have to breathe out. When you breathe out, you're giving back now to the trees that gave you the oxygen in the first place. And you're giving out the carbon back to the trees. It's a symbiotic reciprocity system that keeps you alive. You were designed before you could speak, before you knew what any culture was, before you had buildings, before you had math, before you had a pen and pencil, before you had any ability to do anything in so-called civilization. Life itself was based on you eat, you take in the food, you're enjoying it. Then it has to come out. When it comes out, what does it do? When the cow manures and the horse manures, the fecal matter is now fertility for the grass that it was eating. So the same grass that the cow and the horse were eating is the same grass, the new one's coming up, that's using the fecal matter from that which it ate in order for it to thrive. That is reciprocity. This existed for millions and millions of years until someone told you not to. Someone put in your mind that you should not give back. And that someone was the conquistador, was the rapist, the attacker of the other cultures that went in to the Native Americans, killed the men, sexually attacked the women, stole the information, added it to their lodges, and paid the Native Americans nothing. The young Native American children seeing this thought that that was the way to do things. The young African people, when the conquistador went in, kidnapped the women, utilized them for sexual purposes, bred them, killed the men, used them also for working purposes, and raised up the children with the new consciousness. And the new children raising up that experienced the slavery and the attacks saw someone could come in and take the wisdom for free. They took it, they put it in the museums, they took the papyrus, they took the old scroll, they took from the Zulu, they took from every tribe they went to, stole, put it in museums, and never paid the tribal people anything. Stole and kill. And here comes the young babies raising up, seeing it happen, thinking that that is a normal thing to do. And that was the beginning that was put into melanated people's minds, that no reciprocity should be given for that which you receive. Yet every animal knows it, every life form knows it. The conquistador came in and changed that, switched it for you, created a microwave society where everything's just scroll through. Then you think that you're not paying, you think that you're not giving, but you're actually paying with your life. You're actually giving your life. You're not giving them nothing, and you pay taxes. And the house that you bought for $200,000, when you finish paying it off, it will be $950,000. And it won't be yours until you break the agreement that it was $200,000 because you put something called inflated interest on it from a person receiving reciprocity from your rental payment or house property that you think is you think you bought a house. You think you bought a house. The price tag on the for sale said $250,000. When you look at your papers, you're like, hey, I made 500,000 payments on this. We're on the 11th year. We're at 500,000 payments. I've doubled the payment of the property. Why is it not mine? Because you're still paying reciprocity to the person that sold it to you or the bank that gave you the loan. You're still giving. And so I set up a system where I just wanted to see personally will people appreciate that which changes their life? Will I be able to do what is the impossible? The hardest thing to do. And that is not answer questions. Actually, I'm going to say that when the panel comes up. But I decided to be a question answer, meaning that I put myself aside, and it doesn't matter what mood I'm in. As the SABA doing this ever since I was in school, I set myself to answer the questions to the public. So when you send in questions in support of the Tehuti podcast, a phenomenon takes place that has never happened before anywhere in Earth's history. So, for example, you send in support and a question. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, iRocky SV. Is it showing? So Eric, Hush Nation sends in $33. Dua, Sakem 720. Saba, why do we see outside the light spectrum? For example, sometimes we could see spirits and sometimes we can't. What happens to that question of the Tehuti pod class that doesn't happen anywhere else? This, a personal class is developed for you. This class usually takes anywhere from 45 minutes, sometimes to 2 hours plus, to give you every single detail that can be received without opinion, without slander, without mockery, without name calling, without drama, just straight facts and guidance for hours on end on your inquiry, not Tehuti's inquiry, your inquiry, to show the audience the gift that's happening before you. I tell people you can send in multiple questions. Multiple people can send in questions in one pod class, and they don't have to have anything to do with each other. Why do we see spirits and now a female sending a question on postpartum depression psyops? These two things don't have anything to do with each other, yet boom, here comes a Tehuti pod class of 2 hours or more based on so many things that dealt with postpartum. I can just go watch the class and you will see. What you're seeing on the screen are not Google images. They're not Alame. They're not stock images. What you're seeing on the screen are real life images. The ones with the white balls are real life images of the result of what I taught my students. So my students have asked me about spirit entities and how to manifest them. How can we see them? How can we not? And I taught the students what to do. And then they went out and manifested these balls that have faces in them by the thousands. This was just a picture of one of them. But they went and they did something. They went out of the country and they manifested thousands and took pictures of them, zoomed them in, and saw faces that matched their family, the anatomical family members, not their exact family members, but people that look like their family inside of these balls that were flying around by the thousands. This is what happens. New age people call it spookism. You can call it babadu labaru, babalu yabadugo. Call it whatever you want. Cha 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 cha. Call it whatever you want. The manifestation is you get a lesson, and the lesson manifests as spirits manifesting, following you and communicating with you in the household or wherever you are. The question is sent in about the Montauk Project. This is to Cash App TT Moon. Can you please do a class on the Montauk Project? Boom, what happens? Montauk Project, time travel, time tunnels, conspirative study, the Great Pyramid of Giza for time travel, mind control, Kemetic bird inspires Montauk. None of the questions that Tehuti has, I'm putting myself aside. I've studied and I've done things to my body and done things to my mind for decades upon end. This is to show the people that something out there wants you to have this, because I, along with everybody else, I could do what everybody else did and just give lectures. I said, what if I do classes on what the people want, that they're getting laughed at by the other people, by the other platforms? Breastfeeding. Where can you ask about the Montauk Project, seeing spirits outside the visual light spectrum, and boom, ask about breastfeeding, baby formula, does the child have consciousness in the womb? And in the same class, ask about, why is my cat's eyes changing color? Where does this happen on the planet Earth, ever in Earth's history since man could talk? Has it happened before? If so, put the link in the room, the timestamp, let us know. Let us know if this phenomenon has ever happened in Earth's history. I'm not even talking the internet. I'm talking from the time man could speak. From the time man grabbed the stone and could speak, has there ever been a scenario where you could go somewhere, ask about pregnancy, breastfeeding, the Montauk Project, astral, out-of-body experience, where is it? Dream succubuses, the Pope of the Vatican being worshipped as a netter. These are all questions that are sent in. Has this ever happened in Earth history? If so, with the link in the room, let us know the movement and the organization. When we invite them here, where can you ask about the Pope and the Pope being worshipped as a netter, and then blink your eyes, ask about spirit negs and succubi, and then blink your eyes and ask a question about ADHD, and get a 2-hour class on the origins and the psyops on ADHD. Blink your eyes again and ask a question about gingivitis. Does this or has this ever existed in Earth's history? For every factual reference, I will send all the donations to the podcast of that day. If not, understand that this is a phenomenon before you. Where can you go and ask about gingivitis and creating fluoride, and then send in a question about orgone energy? Send in a question about orgone energy, and then boom, there's your whole podcast about orgone energy. The never-ending story, Gnosticism, your eyesight, feeling hyperhidrosis. There's somebody in the room right now who had hyperhidrosis since he was about 9 years old, went to the doctors, went to the hospitals, went all over, paid money, did all type of things, got the pills, got the whatever, the prescriptions, nothing. Came to one Tehuti pod class, and it was healed. For $50, less than a pair of Nike shoes. If you know anywhere that that's happened, where somebody's had hyperhidrosis, and then go to somebody in the conscious community and boom, one class while the other person asking about ADHD, while the other person asking about feng shui, while the other person asking about never-ending story, the other person asking about the about orgone energy. This has never happened. And the brother Maharu, for the last testimony, he sends in $50. He starts asking questions about spirit energies, UFOs, AUPs. He started asking about out of bodies, and then while I was teaching him, or during the time of him being my student, his mother passes away. He said that's the most beautiful woman of his life. He doesn't want to let her go. He still wants to communicate with her. Well, every single culture, from the Aztecs to the Nehi, that's the Navajo, to the Yoruba, to the people in Sumar, to the Acadians, to the people in Kemet, all over, taught that your ancestors can still be communicated with after they pass. Is there a conscious Kemetic community practicing that anywhere? If so, please again, put the link in the room. You can name such and such society, such and such shrine of this, da 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 blah, liba la bo. You can name anyone, and please let me know if there's somebody whose parents pass away and cousins pass away, and then they go to the teacher and they get lessons on how to contact them, and they continue their relationship with their parents on the other side while their parents visit them also on this side, and their family members after they've passed. Is this happening somewhere? If so, let us know so I can please invite those people here. Let us know if this is happening, because the Kemet community and conscious community don't even believe in spirits. They don't believe the Netter was ever real. They don't even acknowledge if they think that it's pseudo and spooky. So they're definitely not teaching. Go into the next show that opens up and says, sir, can you give me a lesson on how to contact my deceased grandmother who passed away, and to have proof that she came back by her revealing information that can only be verified when you go research something about her history that I don't have. It's verified. Can we get that, please? No, it doesn't exist anywhere. It has never existed other than prior to the Matrix. Heart stroke. Sends in a question on the Orion star constellation, and boom, changes his mind to heart stroke. I give him this knowledge, break it down, help him and his mother. Heart stroke, and boom, he's gone. But that's fine as long as there's a witness that he was on the panel, that answer helped him, and he has a testimony. Nobody gives a testimony when they're leaving. Where's your farewell testimony? So as long as I have the testimony that this is happening and changing the world, whatever you decide to do after which is up to you. I choose to build. So that is how it works at this beautiful Tehuti pod class. And today, well, since there's no new people watching, all the people watching know that already, but just in case people watch this on the replay, where can you go and ask a question? PSYOPs, school PSYOPs, graduation alumni ritual. Has there ever been a class, again, has there ever been a class completely dedicated to the school PSYOPs, the graduation alumni ritual, the tassel on the side, the journeyman, Duncan's ritual, with the skull and bones, one class, and the Kemetic sword of immortality and the Ursa Minor star constellation while teaching about the Knights of Templar? Has that ever been done in Earth's history? If so, again, put the link in the room, the book, the page number, the video. It's never been done. Appreciate what has never been done, but you do appreciate what has never been done because there was a man named Michael Jordan, still around. He did what never been done, had never been done before. What's that? He flew through the air and slam dunked a ball. And now he's a billionaire. Reciprocity was given for those abilities, for what's never been seen. We saw a man named Mike Tyson, billionaire. What did he do? Something that's never been done. Knocking out people in 33 minutes, doing things in the boxing room that's never been done. And the Matrix makes sure for you, when you see something that's never been done, you support it and you retire that person. It was a man named Michael Jackson. Is a man named Michael Jackson. He wore a glove and a shiny jacket and changed himself to look like a Japanese person. We never seen that before. Boom, he's a billionaire. We turn things that we never see before. We never seen a Tiger Woods. Boom, millionaire. Serena Williams, black tennis, boom, millionaire. We turn things that we never seen before into reciprocity and retire those people when it comes to everything within the Matrix. When it comes to our own biological imperative in receiving this, I wanted to see if people at least appreciate. Don't make me into a millionaire. I don't need any of that. I just want to know if life is still appreciated as much as tennis. Because I can guarantee that most people watching this right now know more about Serena Williams than they do about Kigimni. They know more about Serena Williams than they know about Ptah Hotep. Oh, that's in the past. But so is Jason and Freddy Krueger. You know their first and last name, you know the lake there they live on, you know the people they killed, how many chapters, where the house is, what he's dressed like, you know everything about Jason. It's in the past. Jason isn't around right now. He's a fictitious character from the past. He's not even around right now. You know all the things from the past. You know Batman, that's from the past. You know Jesus, that's from the past. You know Santa Claus. Oh, Tehuti, that's in the past. You know exactly how many reindeer Santa Claus has. You know what the mistletoe is? Tell me you do not know what the mistletoe is. Tell me you do not. Tell me you have no idea. What's a mistletoe? I never heard of mistletoe. You know the mistletoe, where it goes. You know who goes under it, who kisses under it. You know how many reindeer there are. You know exactly what type of species of tree to put in the house. You know not to put roses in your house on that day. Don't put an oak tree. You know exactly the tree. You know Bruce Wayne, you know where he lives, you know everything about Batman, you know the Transformers, Superman, you know Kryptonite, you know it all. Because we retired all those people. They've made billions off of that. So in the Tehuti Pod class in the House of Atten, I wanted to see if people appreciate life, even 1/100th of that. And thus I set up a system where you can ask questions and get guidance and get answers I've never seen before, and testimonies of your life changing. Every person watching right now, press a 7 in the room. All the people watching right now, the people that, not the new names that are going to come in, Sam Walton. No, I don't know who you are. The people that are watching, that have been around, that have interacted with me, press a 7 if you have at least one life-changing testimony that has come from the Tehuti Pod class. Press a 7. If your life has advanced in any way, form or fashion, advanced by coming into contact with Tehuti in the Pod class, because all those 7s have testimonies, and that's all that I'm concerned about. Testimonies don't have your opinion in it. It is a recollection of only what you know happened to you. No one can debate your testimony. You can debate religion. Let me see if there's 7s in the room. You can debate religion. You can debate Jesus. You can debate Muhammad. You can debate all of that. You can debate the Christmas tree. You can debate Seventh-day Adventist, Jehovah's Witness. You cannot debate somebody's testimony. All of those, I want the new people to see this, all of those who have an extreme life-changing event or events take place since they've been learning from Tehuti, from Killer Priest of the Tehuti Pod class, because of those teachings, just press a 7. There's Mary Sekhmet. Glad to have you back. I was talking about you today. Very glad to have you back. Bijan Pharaoh is 7. Mary Sekhmet is 7. Nukpur Nuk is 7. Minty Otep is 7. Suzy Mania is 7. Amun Ka is 7. Amun Kat is 7. Angela Gates 7. VRI is 7. Okay? And there's much more. I don't even know if Primordial is here yet. Gabriel, so much more. But those harassed there we go. Harassed is 7. Vitar Hotep is 7. This is life-changing experience. Michael Jordan, Santa Claus did not change your life, and you still supported Santa Claus. Your favorite basketball player, your favorite movie, The Avengers, did not change your life in any form or fashion, and you still supported the Avengers. You still supported Venom and Spider-Man. You still supported cotton candy, and it never changed your life whatsoever. You supported donuts. You gave reciprocity to donuts. Tell me you didn't. Press a 1 if you've never bought, you or your family, you've never bought a donut before. Never eaten a donut. You've eaten the cookies. You've eaten the potato chips. You've eaten all of those things, and you supported it. You supported it. There's Nefernetter J with a 7. You supported it, gave reciprocity to it, and it was killing you. You gave reciprocity to that which kills you. Can we reverse that? Or is these lessons that are given in this life-changing experience not worth the donuts? That donut was the greatest experience. No, the Tehuti podcast is not compared to that cream-filled donut. The KFC, that juice, the grease when it ran down my face. Ugh, that grease, that juicy grease. The Popeyes, those popcorn extra butter at the Avengers movie. This podcast doesn't compare to that. Yeah. You never bought popcorn in your life? Supported the popcorn, you supported the death. That kills us. Chewed on the bubble gum. The E120 chemical. We chewed on that. We were talking about that today too. We smoked the weed. Prove to me anything that weed has done for you. Prove it. Factually. I want it chemically. I want it proven factually. Prove that smoking weed has done anything for you. Anything outstanding that a normal person can't do. Like a Christian can't prove that Jesus has done anything outstanding that a normal person can't do. So does the person on weed. Weed make me think like it made me think better. I got the weed that ever think better. Good. Nobel Peace Prize, please. Huh? All the guys getting Nobel Peace Prize aren't smoking weed though. Huh? Elon Musk and all the inventors that Einstein and Nikola Tesla who they are because of weed, so they surpassed it. So I'd rather not smoke the weed and be Nikola Tesla than you say, "They give me a new idea." Give me to the guys that are studying the Higgs boson, because they don't seem to be doing that, but they're doing just fine, enhancing the world with all type of science that all of us are using. Anybody make any great discoveries in the hospital with surgery because they smoke weed? Is that where we're getting all the medical energy from, the attention, all the discoveries that are saving people's lives, amputation, blood transfusion, all of that is because I want to know how to do a blood transfusion. No, you got nothing but whatever happened in your own head from all of it, and we supported all of it. So everybody, peace and love to all those who support the truth. I'm going to put the link in the room right now. And when that says, so never to see all of these sevens to Ahenu SABA Tehuti. I'm going to put the link right now in the room because I want to get right to this question. And I wonder if the brother who asked the question is actually here, because I have a possible special section for him for if we come to the panel. If somebody asks me that I'm reluctant inside of those questions, I'm not going to answer. I'm going to see how the support is, but certain practices and rituals that he asked about, I'm going to let him know that he actually already has them. And I don't reveal that to the sneak learners and all the 40 people watching, but only 13 to 12, 15 people supporting and 40 are watching. I'm not going to give out certain things because get it from the weed. You got a Tehuti Pakla, just smoke weed and get there. Oh, to see what happened in the Mandela, the reason why Gagut and the Higgs boson. No, can't get it there. You get it here. So for those who are supporting, I will definitely give certain answers to. And today's answer is going to reflect that because I'm going to ask the question when everybody comes to the panel. So jump on the board, everybody. I'm going to ask everybody a question. I'm going to step off for just a moment, and then I'm going to come back and get right into this question, everybody. So go ahead and jump on the panel. There's Angela Gates in there. Is Amon Nefer Netter J. Mary Sekhmet, jump in the panel. And I want everybody to know as well that when it comes to Christianity, I will say this. In Islam, they're at the church. When you were a Hebrew Israelite, when you were a Christian, when you're a Muslim, you were at the building. You got dressed up, you put on your cologne, you grabbed your Bible, you fixed up your children, your shoes, you put on the shoes, you put on the God in the car, put the gas in the car to get to the church. You got to the church, you sat down in the pews, and you were there ready for the church. You had to take actual physical movements to go to the church, sit down there. You physically went into your wallet and gave the donations. You physically got up to the baptism. You physically were singing in the choir. And there's no church that I know of right now that doesn't have at least 40 people in it. 40 to 1,000 people in the churches. Why? Because the Christians are dedicated to what they believe in. So when I put the link in the room, you don't have to spend any gas money. You don't have to shine your shoes. you don't have to find parking because the church parking lot. How many times my mother was driving around the church parking lot because it was full? She's driving around, waiting for Betty Ann, Sister Annie to come out, and then has to go on the streets just to park. Go to a TD Jakes, go to a Creflo TD Jakes event and tell me how parking goes for you. These Christians are driving around for 20 minutes looking for parking. They're going to the meter down the block so they can walk 2 blocks to get to hear Bishop Eddie Long and TD Jakes drop those jewels. So when I drop a link in the room and all you have to do is this, boop, and then you can't. You're going to wonder why they're going to say class Tehuti live from Nicaragua. live from Tehuti with 5 Polynesian men. We're live from Polynesia. Tehuti podcast once every 2 months. So all I ask people to do, those who love and want the surroundings and want the energy, feel comfortable, click the link in the room, come to the panel. You can be seen. It's okay. You went to church. They saw you already. You're a school teacher at your school. They've seen you. Huh? You work at a job. They've seen you. So yes, you can be seen by the people that actually teach what you're here for and be in that family. Just like you were at the party and everywhere else that you were all throughout your life. You've been to the piñata busting place. You've been to the strip club. You went to the concert. You ever went to a Tool concert?
Yeah.
Yeah. How many people were there? 6? 6 people for Tool? How many were there for Tool? 'Cause I'm about to join Tool. How many were there?
1,000.
Thousands? Oh man, I'm about to. How do they sing? I'm about to sing right now. Ah, that's what it takes. So Tool gets thousands, and I get 6 people on the panel. So, but that's how it'll always be, because I understand that football, basketball, Beyonce. Imagine a Beyonce concert with 40 people in it. Oh my goodness. So Hulk Hogan could come on. Is Hulk Hogan still alive? I watched him when I was like 7. Does he still live, Hulk Hogan? Or is that beyond your time? Anybody know who Hulk Hogan is? That's oh man, damn. What year is this?
Yes, he's still alive, Saba.
Were you saying, Pata?
I was saying I'm not sure if he's alive or not, but I'm familiar with Hulk Hogan. I'm sure everyone is familiar with Hulk Hogan.
Right. If they have a I know it is WWF, but if they have a WCW convention, Hulk Hogan, Randy Savage, who's the tall guy that the Undertaker, The Rock comes. Yeah, if they have a WCW, I don't know if they have them, but if they do have them, is there like over 100 people there? Or has that not been invented? Do they have that where a wrestlers events still happen? Where the old wrestlers pop up?
Yeah, thousands of people in this video.
Thousands. Okay, good. So, man, I got a little bit of muscle. Maybe I can go join wrestling. So, two of all the people that appreciate me more than Hulk Hogan, and Macho Man Randy Savage, coming to the panel. Yes, show yourself, and much love to all the great people. So, I'm going to greet everybody one by one, starting with Annie Pata. Pata, how are you, great student? How you doing today?
Hotep Great Saba. I'm Akur Nefer. Doing wealthy. Great Saba. Tua for asking. How are you?
I'm wonderful in many regards, and I'm wonderful in many regards. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad for every breath that I take. I appreciate it, value it. I worship the air, and I'm so glad to be able to breathe. I've had some complications happen to me some weeks ago. Affected something inside of me. I still have to go back and get that checked out. When I went, the doctor couldn't do the blood work, and I couldn't get to the place for them to look inside of me on time. So I have to schedule that for the next time. But I'm very pleased that I'm here and alive. My body goes through a lot of strenuous different things, and sometimes it's more than my body can handle, and it goes through those repercussions because of what I put my body through sometimes. But other than that, I'm doing great. I'm glad to be breathing. Thanks for asking, good brother. Peace. Thank you.
Yes, peace, Hotep. To our Great Saba for that update, and much ucha to you, Great Saba. So yes, Tua very much.
Say it again, Scrap. How do you say it? Say it again.
Ucha.
All right. You made sure there's 2 syllables there. Ucha. All right. Wonderful. Thank you. How you doing, Nook Panook? Doing good, my brother?
Hotep Saba, Hotep Medu, Mary MAAT. I'm doing excellent, Nefer, wonderful. Thanks for asking, Saba. It's an honor to be here in the panel. I'm on the road right now, but I had to get on the panel for all that you do, Saba. So, even if I get into an accident, it's all good. I know I won't get into an accident with you. So, but yeah, I'm doing Nefer. I got second place today in my race. I just had
Give him a
another
round of
race
applause
today.
for that, Patak. Give him a round of applause for that, please. That's nice.
New York, Saba. I was supposed to go to Cali and do a marathon, but this is what I did for the day.
Okay, if you see a tall guy running beside you, that's me.
I know. You always do it with me. Uncle Johnson, Saba.
I love popping up. I love popping up with among certain people, and I have different looks, different ways I can look, and then they realize that it's me. Is that you from? And I'm like, yeah, that's me. It's fun doing that. I used to do that a lot, especially when I did magic. But anyways, I'm glad you're good, brother, and congratulations to your races and everything that you do.
New York, Saba.
Okay. All right. Peace, VRI. Doing good, young brother? Peace to you, Hotep.
Hotep, Uncle Justin.
Real choppy. Anybody else can hear him good? I can't.
It's choppy.
Let's see what I can do.
Okay, go out and come back in. Okay, we're gonna go to you, Hush Nation. How you doing, Hush Nation? Peace. How you doing, good brother? It's gonna be a good one today.
Dua Saba, Dua. Oh, I think I'm hearing you right now. I think I'm hearing you.
Uncle Justin.
Uncle Justin.
Wanted to congratulate Nukpu and thank SABA for doing this podcast, and I'm very excited and eager to hear this answer.
Wonderful. I'm glad you appreciate it, and Nini Uk for everything you thank me for, and also Nukpu. When I leave, this is my first time seeing you. This is my first time seeing you before this took place. So I don't know if I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you got to receive all that. A lot of extra jewels for you, a lot of stuff. I had things. I had that. I was waiting for that answer. I was waiting for somebody to ask me that question since 1994. So 1994, I've been waiting. But when I say I have things on deck, only 5% of what I taught you is what I had stored. The 5% of what I taught could have been an entire the class, and I was waiting with that 5 to 10% to teach a class on it. And when you asked it, I said, "Oh, no, Nukpu's not gonna. No, I'm gonna bring out. I'm gonna system. I'm gonna wipe the school system away. I'm gonna wipe the school system away. I failed the first time. I tried. I went there with the torch to burn down my high school, and they caught me. So I got expelled for that. I guess that was a bad thing to do. I went to burn that system down. I went as a young man with a torch to burn down the not the whole school, but just the president, who I found out was linked into the a racist movement that started the school off of racism. And I went as a young child with a little bull torch, and they caught me doing it. So good. I'm going to do it with knowledge now. I don't have to burn down the school systems. I can burn them down with my teaching. So Tua for asking me that, and I'm very glad, because I'm extremely rebellious. I despise. I always ask the people, what school did the Pilgrim? What Native American school did the Pilgrims go to when they came here? Because when the Pilgrims came here, the Native Americans had their school system set up, right? The Pilgrims put the middle finger up and said, "Oh, you have the Choctaw, the Blackfoot, you have a school system? Okay, forget your school system. Our children are going to yours." When they set up bases in Africa for slavery, when did they sell their children to the Nigerian school system when they went there for slaves? No, they set up their own. So, but anyways, let me not get carried away. So I covered Hush Nation.
That was
I covered you, Hush Nation, right?
I just wanted to say how you brought up on Elmo on that. Like I said before, like you would teach a class even about Elmo and still do some amazing work. So to us,
Nini Uk, I dare somebody send me a question about Elmo. Well, I have that ready. Let's do Elmo. Okay, so I'm glad you appreciate that. Hush Nation, I think I already asked you how you're doing, right?
Dua Saba. Henu Hotep Marie MAAT. Tua for being here and help. Tua for pushing to take care of yourself. Uncle Jason Neb, more health, more strength, big Ma'at. Protect Marie Ma'at too. Everybody on the panel, everybody on the chat. Yeah, big love. Appreciate you.
Big love, big love. I can see your smile, even though it's dark. You see the smile in the dark. You're happy. Big love to you. All right, on to Amun and Amunet. Hotep. On to Amun and Amunet. I'll ask you both at the same time, since I'm starting to think of the same person. I don't know. I gotta check on you. I don't know. I'm starting to think you guys are the same person split into two. We're gonna find that out at the next JHUTY pod class. Is Amun and Amunet really one being? Okay, Amunet, how you do too? How you 2-1 doing? You're your own 2-1.
We're doing excellent and wealthy. We're happy to be here. Happy to see you continuing to heal, and we're looking forward to the podcast.
Yes, peace and love.
Okay, good. Okay, I see Angela Gates. Good. I'm glad you're doing good, and you're gonna love this as you love them all. Okay, I'm gonna go to Angela Gates because I see that she's having some problems, and I don't know if she'll get put out and then not be able to come back in. So before that even attempts to happen, we're gonna go to Angela Gates. Good to see you on the panel.
Oh,
segment in the back. Got yourself in the background.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hotep Saba. Glad to be here. Finally.
Perfect.
Okay, good. Sorry, it's a new computer. Trying to work it out as best I can. But Hotep, everyone is on the panel. Glad to be here, and congratulations on your second place.
Wonderful. Okay, wonderful. Glad to have you here. I'm glad your new computer works fine and well. And wonderful. To you for all of your support. I'm going to say something special to you, Angela Gates. I want everybody to hear this. Can you hear me, Angela Gates? Let me know if you can hear me well.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, good. I have been waking up people and teaching since about 1991, maybe before, maybe 1991 or so, 1992 for sure. And there is definitely a pattern of people bringing people to the truth. Usually it happens like this with husbands and wives, or what they call boyfriend and girlfriend, or mates. And the female usually is the follower of what the male does. Now, you weren't brought in by your husband or anything, but you were brought in by a brother who was gung-ho, way more serious than you were back then because you were brand new, you didn't know. And sometimes people follow people out. And I want to give you credit, because even though that person left, you stayed. And sometimes family follows, because I don't see that person or their son anymore. So I don't know how simultaneously two people could have the exact same problem at the exact same mathematical time and leave at the exact same. I think some people are followers, but you stayed. And there's a lot of people that were in this pod class that were brought in by someone else. And when that person left, they left too. One is Tehuti Mos. He came with a brother named Sean. When Tehuti left, Sean left. There's a list of people. And even though you were brought in and somebody that brought you in didn't stick around, you're in gung-ho 100%, and nobody's taking you off the path. So I wanted to give you special props for that, respect for that.
Thank you, Saba. Thank you. but he hasn't left. He's still around. He's coming back. He's working on something, but he's coming back.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, to you for that strength that you have, and to everybody who's strong this class is going to be about that today. So wonderful. And I'm going to move on to Minty Hotep. Minty Hotep is in another interesting category as a female. And I personally do not like separating men and women in conversations, but I have to due to the mental psychological damage that was specifically done to females and the mental psychological damage that was specifically done to males. I have to speak about them separately at times, but in Kemet, we didn't do that. There was no female movement, we didn't do that in Kemet, but in this struggle that we're in right now, I have to give credence because of the mental damage that females have been through and their inability to maintain a certain type of strength, like we see in Elijah Muhammad and Dumbo Draw. But I did a class on it already. Minty Hotep is a being, female, who was not brought in by a male who was her husband or anybody else. And this is a unique thing to me. This is a very unique thing. There's many females that are associated with the Tehuti Pod class, and just in teachings in general that I've done, and they're usually brought in because their man is involved in it. They're usually brought in, they come in as a couple, but I never see the couple where the female was in first. I never see, my woman was into it and she converted me. It's always the man was in and the female's attached, so she listens in and then she eventually converts to the truth. But you, Minty Hotep, was not brought in by a relationship. You're not brought in by any man that you loved. Still not brought in. There's no man influencing you. You better stick with that Tehuti fella. You don't have that. It's you as a single woman, your son, and you came in strong as an individual. And that takes absolutely a lot, because I have women that I've taught here in California, and none of them learn from me anymore, other than TT and Nania Setmer, because they need the man to bring them meat. They need that, but you didn't, and Saket didn't. So I wanted to give, and if she was here, I'd say the same thing. So let me give you extra credence and Henu to you, because as a female, there's so many things. How many women are part of the Tehuti Pod class on their own? Anybody? Raise your hand. Where you at? So you came in because you heard the truth, and there's nothing wrong. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong if you're a female and you're loyal to your man, and your man brings you the truth. Truth is truth. So if he brought it to you, if a cat brought it to you, Henu to the cat. But how many women can be on their own individual and they themselves spark ding, 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 and come to the truth on their own? That is a unique phenomenon, especially with the Tehuti Pod class, and that's why it's you, Saket, and I think maybe Harass did. So shout out to you for that. I want to give you that since you're on the panel.
Tua SABA, Tua for that recognition. It does take a lot of determination to even get here. So Tua for that recognition.
Wonderful, wonderful. And how you doing today? Doing good?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. I'm here, so that means I'm doing great.
Good. Well, Robert Williams is giving you hand claps.
Peace, Robert Williams.
He's dropping bombs on you. He's dropping bombs on you. Okay, wonderful. With that understood, everybody, I'm going to step off. When I come back, we're going to get back to this answer. And I want everybody to know right now who is watching the Tehuti Pod class, support if you want this to stay around. The brother Dome Daly. If you remember him, he was a brother that said he knew me since 89. Yes, I did disappear. I had to go on to other things and advance outside of that particular country area that I was in, and I didn't tell anybody. I had to go, and I became the great being I was outside of that environment. It wasn't constructive to me there, and I had to disappear. The Tehuti Pod class, the support and the enthusiasm of the students is that which is keeping me here. So to you all, and I want to let everybody know I want everybody listening, please focus on this before I go. I just told my interpret this. I set myself up in the hardest position known possible for any type of religious leader, spiritual leader, movement leader. I did something that was extremely hard to do, and I love doing it, but it is very, very difficult. I will tell you, it is very, very difficult doing this. And what I did was this. Every other organization leader has 2,300 years to 100 years of a frequency that exists before them, before they start what they're starting. So if right now, if Angela Gates and Minty and Amon and Amonette was to go start a church, if Amon and Amonette was to go start a church in Wisconsin, and they called it the Southern Baptist Wisconsin Presbyterian, whatever they called it, there are already thousands of Southern Baptists waiting for a church to be open near them, because Christianity's frequency has been pushed to over 4 billion people on the planet for over 2,000 years. So as soon as you set up a Christian church, you automatically have a following that you yourself did not have to go and get. If you're in the Nation of Islam and you set up a branch in somewhere in the east side of Chicago, there are already thousands of people on the internet and in Chicago waiting for a branch of the Nation of Islam number 236 to open at an area near them. Everybody can hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, Saba.
Yes.
Yeah, just stick a little bit.
Okay, good. Okay, good. So there's already existing. It doesn't matter what you are. If you're to open a Hindu movement in the middle of downtown New York, it doesn't have to be in India, it can be in downtown New York. There are already thousands upon thousands of Hindus waiting for namaste, chakra, third eye chakra, to open up in an area near them, because Hinduism has existed for thousands of years and had the frequency. If you're a Jehovah's Witness, no matter what you are, you start your movement. If you're an occultist, if you're a tarot card, you're into tarot cards. If you're into crystals and occult, if you're in astrology, if you're Santos Bonacci, and you open up Astrology Center number 5, there are already millions of people into astrology waiting for an astrology thing to open up near them. I came and did I did the exact opposite. There is literally nobody that exists on the planet Earth that teaches what I teach. There is nobody, nobody. Find Pekka Mku. Find this. Prior to this, all my teachings of Kemet go against. There are no followers of Kemet that are like, yes, that's right. The Natiru are beings, and yes, the Pekka Mku, the Nini Uk, all the things that and the ostrich, all the things that I've been teaching throughout the year. Yeah, the bioenergetic projectable double, the Ka echoes, the Ba out. There is not a person on the planet that's teaching that. So when I came against the existing teachings of Kemet. My teachings are not to continuously teach Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black. I don't even teach it. I don't teach it. I just show it and leave it alone. So it doesn't attract them. It doesn't attract. My teachings of the Ankh are in opposition to everyone else in the world. There is no one teaching that what the Ankh is, that I'm teaching what the Ankh is. There is no one teaching that the set animal, everything that you all have learned is, I don't have thousands of years. All I have is the nectar behind me that were there thousands of years prior. But everybody doesn't care who they are. So the existing energy is that nobody cares about the nectar anyways to even be interested. Is there a movement out there teaching a lifestyle based on the coffin text and the Purim Haru? is there, going page for page, per Maru, line 1, line 2, line 3, line, nobody, not a single person, not a single movement, because there's too much obligation, there's too much dedication to that. So when I came, I set myself up where I had there was nobody prior listening to what it is that I would have to say. I had to literally start from scratch and say, what are your questions? And here is the last thing I'm going to say about that. And the reason why I said that is when the other people set up their movements, their questions are easy, man. What? Nation of Islam sets up his movement in California. Guess what their questions are going to be? Who is Yaqub's grafted devil? Is the white man a grafted man? Is Islam first or Christianity? Every question that's asked to a Nation of Islam person is about the teachings that were existing from 1934. There's nobody asking in the Nation of Islam, can you break down the never-ending story for me? Never-ending story, remember that? No, the questions are going to be about Yaqub. If you're a Nuwabian, if you're whatever you are, if you're 5%er, the questions that are in the class are going to be about the 5% lessons that already have been established since Clarence 13X. If you're a Jehovah's Witness, the questions are going to be, is the letter J the real letter J? Why are we called witnesses? Seventh-day Adventists, why are we called Advents? That's completely different. Well, this thing's going on. That is completely easy. And if I came in already on the established movement of what Kemet was and Dr. Ben and Jabari was them, all of the questions would be simple, easy questions. There wouldn't be any questions about Montauk Project and why is my cat's eyes changing color? I purposely set myself up so that I could receive the hardest questions that I don't have a past studying for. So every other leader, Farrakhan, any question you can ask him, since 1932, the lessons existed. Christian, studied the Bible for 2,000 years, already existed. Me, I could study Kemet for 40 years, master it, and y'all are going to come in and say, did you see the movie called Baba and the Cat? Did you do a class on Baba and the Cat? And that starts me off from zero again, whereas every single other leader never starts off from zero. T.D. Jakes has asked questions about the Bible. You're not going to come in and ask T.D. Jakes, can you break down the spiritual psyops of gestational diabetes for me and how that existed in Kemet or not? What would my studies of Kemet have to do with having any experience on answering questions about gestational diabetes or postpartum depression? Nothing. There's nothing in the Permaru about that. So I purposely set myself up in a position to go through the hardest thing that any leader or teacher could go through, and that is answering questions of which I don't have a past spiritual foundation on, because I have no idea what you're going to ask me, where everybody else's questions are all based on whatever their religion is. So I wanted to say that. So I hope that people watching really appreciate this phenomenon going on, and that is why no other Kemetic teacher, conscious teacher, third eye, seventh chakra on the fourth plane tarot card person does this, because they would only last one show. You're not going to go and ask Farrakhan break down feng shui. So it set me up to do the toughest thing possible, to tour to those that appreciate that you are seeing a phenomenon that has never taken place on the planet Earth since human beings could speak. Support the Tehuti podcast, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. This that is happening before you has never happened before, and I'm so glad that it's happening now, because this means since the days of Dr. Ben and before and onwards, everybody had these questions and had nobody to ask them to, because all you could ask them about is, are the Egyptians black? Was Pasemtek really a black man? Did he mix in with the Greeks? What are the 42 laws of Ma'at? That's all everybody's been asking for the past 67 years, the same question. Imagine for 67 years, there's not one person that has a proper lesson on the Ankh. Put the link in the room, put the book, put anybody that has a class on the Ankh based on what the Purim Haru and the coffin text and the Kemetians say that it is. Not Erica Badu's third ovum coming out of her nose, not that. What did the Kemetians say? There's not a class in existence that has that, but yet people are wearing Ankhs for 70 years in America. So Hotep Hanu to everybody who supports. I'm glad you all appreciate it. I'll be back. I'm going to step off with the Wajet. When I come back, everybody, I'm going to come back with this this class, not school, no. I'm going to come back with this class right here. What is discipline? What exactly is discipline? Has any Kemetic teacher taught a Medu word for discipline? What is a free spirit? Has, excuse me, what is the concept of a free spirit? And where does discipline actually exist? And let me ask everybody before I go, I'm going to ask everybody from the highest study of the Medu to the newest person, which is JHUTY. Anybody have the Medu word for discipline? Isn't one of the first things when you come into a conscious movement to change your old ways and to become disciplined, to give up bad foods and bad music? Is there a Medu word discipline? Is there a sentence with the word discipline in it? Does anybody know the Medu word for the word discipline? Anybody? A Medu word for discipline. Anybody been taught that before? No, put a finger. Hold on, his finger bent. Wait a minute. Is that the snake? For the snake style, the Medu word for discipline. When one of the scribes said, "And you must have discipline," and that's in the English, but the Medu word is, "You must be a disciplined person." Is that a word, scribe? Do you have that word? I'm gonna look it up. Where one of the scribes said, "Be disciplined, young man."
Maybe not that specific sentence, but I know I put together in my very first scribal session class, I taught on SABA, that word, and discipline, going back to disciple and student and teacher. But SABA is the word I would use.
Okay, good. SABA. Anybody else have a Medu word for discipline? Type it in the chat. Medu word for discipline.
I would
all the
say,
70 years that Dr. Ben, all the Kemetic teachers. MAAT? Okay. I'm not going to say what's right or wrong. I'm just going to listen to the answers, and then you'll see as the class goes on. So I love that you have any kind of input. Medu word for discipline. We're going to find that out in a lot more. Oh, go ahead. Hutch Nation, got it?
I would say Neteru, like how the three axes have the dualism representation. I would say Neteru. Okay,
so we got SABA, we got MAAT, and we got Neteru. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, good. So we're gonna find out, everybody. Welcome to the JHUTY Pod class. I'm not even gonna say anymore because this class is gonna be very strange. This class is sent in by the brother JHUTY. JHUTY, how you doing, good brother? Are you there with us? Are you walking your dog, or are you here on the screen? Are you doing push-ups? Okay, he's on the screen, but he's not quite here. All right, I'm gonna step off, everybody, and let's. He says he needs to fix his mic. He needs to fix his mic. Okay, wonderful. All right, everybody, I'm gonna be back, everybody. You all build amongst each other. Support the JHUTY Pod class, and once again, if anybody's ever seen these sets of questions answered anywhere before, put the link in the room as to where they were answered. If not, understand the great phenomenon that you are going through right now, that you have never seen anywhere in your life. This is a beautiful thing, and I'm glad everybody's asking these questions. Feng Shui, ADHD, the origins of gingivitis, Oregon energy, hyperhidrosis cure, heart stroke cures, triangulation of MAAT, visiting, having your deceased mother visit you. If you've seen that happen anywhere else, put the link in the room, put the book, the page number. If not, please appreciate what's happening here and only here in Earth's history at the JHUTY Pod class. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockySV. I'll be back in a few minutes to answer the beautiful questions you all build, and I love you all. Hotep, peace and love. Peace.
Good break, Saba. Peace and love.
Hotep.
Thank you.
Hotep MAAT, Hotep Marie. Everyone, peace and love. Everyone, please hit the like button. if you're here with us live, and for those who are watching on the playback, hit the like button and make sure that you are subscribed, and the notification bell is set to all so that you're notified when SABA goes live or when we make a post or update in the community tab. To everyone, the support links are pinned to the top of the chat. They're also in the bio underneath the title of the video. So please utilize those links by showing your reciprocity, showing your support and your appreciation for what the great SABA is doing and what he is bringing forward, and all of what he just spoke on. So to everyone, houseofatton.org, you can support there as well with everything that we have, and follow us on all of our social media platforms to continue to get content consistently and build an algorithm that assists you. So Tua, and we'll go around the panel and allow everyone to present some tones and tell everyone what's on your eve and how everyone is. So Uncle Jasaneb, the Jet U Sir, peace and love, great Nukpu. We'll start with you, great brother, and then we'll just go in a snake formation.
Hotep, Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep, Orshen, Hotep to the Sanu, to Aut, to the Paut, to the Natiru on the panel, everybody on the channel, on the chat, watching live, tour to everybody, Uncle Jasaneb, to all the fallen soldiers. We're gonna swim for you, don't worry about it. But that class Saba had last week, man, that was Nefer, man. He broke it down so Nefer, so occur. I was so thankful for him to do that. I was able to watch it while he was on live, but I wasn't able to come on the panel. And then I passed out, and then I rewatched it like 2 times after that in the week, and I'm just like, man, he broke down so many things, and I can tell Saba enjoyed breaking that down. Like, I could tell he been wanting to answer that question because he was so excited, so into it. So that was Nefer, and as well for the Nefer son Robert to be able to add his question into that as well. It made it so second, so powerful, so impactful. So excited for today's class, the dedication. That's what we're all about. I'm excited to know what's the Medu Netzer word for dedication. You know, in my opinion, my world is Ma'at or not. You know, everything else getting chopped. So I'm excited to find out what it is, because to me, every word in Medu Netzer is discipline, to be honest. Sekem, Natiru, you know, Sekau, all of these things you need to have discipline. Even how Aniv mentioned, Saba, that these are things that are dedications for you to become, for you to understand, comprehend. So I'm excited, you know, even dealing with health, that's a form of dedication. So many things, you know, studying, even staying here within the House of ATTON, supporting Saba, it takes discipline. So I can only imagine what Saba's gonna do to us today, man. And I also want to thank Saba for all the knowledge that he done taught us, all the Ma'at, all the Sekem, all the discipline that he has taught us. It's been Nefer, all the rituals, like, I can't thank him enough. It has changed my life completely every day. You know, while I'm running, I'm using the rituals, you know, and when I'm working now, when I'm eating, when I'm in my upesh, my dreams, every day, every moment. So Saba, like, I feel Saba with me all the time, even when I'm running, like how he said. So it's Nefer. I was imagining myself going to Cali today and going to the marathon and seeing Saba in the crowd, or just running with me in the marathon. But you know, it's gonna happen eventually. I'm gonna go to it next time. But for now, I'm just training and I'm excited to see everybody on the panel, everybody that's here, always supporting. It's a never thing to do, man. When you support SABA and you support the House of Attention, you're supporting yourself, you're supporting the future. People out there, don't forget to give out reciprocity, donations, questions that you guys have. You see Saba's the great genie. He's a genius on that. He will answer your question as a documentary for you, where you can make a movie out of it later on. Because look, that answer that he gave out for the class, I could write a book about that. You know, I could make a movie about that. So it's definitely worth the investment for SABA, with SABA, like the way I see it. Other people may not, because, you know, it takes a genius to see a genius. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, you put yourself in your own category when you do that. So, Hotep Natiru, Uncle Josh and Nep to everybody here. And Sakem Mary Ma'at.
Hotep Ma'at to all on the panel. Peace and love. I'm extremely happy that we are all here, happy, healthy, and alive. I appreciate all of you for your consistency, and especially to the Nefer Senetiu who are on the panel. The word Senetiu is the Medu Netter word for sisters. I truly, truly appreciate you all for being here. I really appreciate the female energy. And I definitely want to give Henu, because that is beautiful to see and witness and be a part of, and have this beautiful panel to be a part of in general. I love the panel so much. It gives an opportunity for all of us to connect with each other, and then as well connect with each other in person in the pathway. So it's really, really important to be on the panel. So to all of you for being here and connecting and supporting the great SABA Tehuti, and also for all the people in the chat, to you for being here as well, for all the consistent supporters and students in the chat. I appreciate all of you as well. And Hotep Mary Henu to the great SABA Tehuti for all that he has done, for all the lives that he has changed in the chat, that all those sevens that were in the chat earlier. I really appreciate seeing that. It was really, really lovely, and really happy to be a part of something so beautiful. And Amun is the reason why I'm here. He is the reason why I'm able to be on the panel and the mind state that I'm in. I'm really thankful for all that Amun has done for me and for himself, and really, really happy to be here, as I said. So Tua Hotep Mary, I'm really excited to see this class and to witness and experience all the changes that will take place. So Tua Hotep Mary, and there and pass to Amun.
Hotep, Uncle Josh Neb. I echo all the great, fantastic words Amunet said. Hotep Uncle Josh Neb to the great Saba Tudium Hotep Ra, to Pata, Nukpu, VRI, Hush Nation, Amunet, Angela Gates, Minty Hotep, and JHUTY. To Nukpu for asking the question that you did the last pod class. That was a fantastic class. Congratulations on getting second in your marathon. To JHUTY for asking the question that you did today. I'm looking forward to seeing what Saba brings forth. Every question that JHUTY has asked has always birthed a beautiful pod class. So I'm definitely excited for what Saba's going to bring forth. I'm happy you're all here alive. It's great to see so many people on the panel. For myself, for the visual aid, for the visual representation, it feels good to see all these people here and know that we're all here because Saba Tuti raised us up and continues to raise us up, and that is extremely motivational. That's one of the reasons I love Pathways as well. I get to see so many different people that are all affected and continue to be affected by the Netter, Saba Tuti. That is fantastic. Like how he said before he went on his break, when someone becomes an imam or a priest, they have a 1,000, 2,000 years worth of information and people ready to follow them. Sabatudi had to create all of us. That is extremely hard, and he is doing, by him creating us, he is also setting an example on how to create people, so that way we can go out and echo what he does and do the same. So yes, it is hard, and Saba makes it in some ways easier for us because now we have someone to look up to. He had nobody to look up to in that regard on how to transform people into what he's teaching and what he has learned. So I'm extremely thankful that Sabatudi continues to create more and more and more people, because it helps solidify within my mind and hopefully within other people's minds that it's possible to go out there and create other people within MAAT, and that we can do it and that others can do it as well. So to us, Sabatudi, looking forward to this beautiful class. Do not know an exact word, exact Medu word for the word discipline in MAAT. The only word I can think of that would be similar is min, which would be to stay consistent, to do something over and over and over. And that's what I can think of. However, I have not seen that translated specifically into the English word discipline. I'm looking forward to seeing all that Saba brings forth, where this class goes. And I'm thankful for all the time that Saba put into it. Thankful for all that JHUTY has gone through in order to be able to come forth and ask it. So I will pass now to Hush Nation, Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep Mary.
Uncle Jasaneb, Hotep Mary, Duasekem, Purim ATTON. Yeah, this session going to be real deep, you know. Yeah, you have me thinking on the Picard just now. Yeah, I want to see the topic is kind of different, you know. This one kind of different. I find this one different, so are really interesting to see how this one going to go down, you know. I mean, Saba is the unique conscious light, you know, to echo us and bring us through the door to echo us conscious light too. So it's really never, you know. So yeah, I didn't know it was JHUTY were sending this question, so to for that, bro. Yeah, and we can see Saba break down this lesson. I'm just curious to what he can bring. I'm familiar with the faces, with the names, you know, Dr. Ben and the other guys who were studying and bringing information, but you know, I think it was atheists, you know, and Saba don't come from a atheist perspective at all, so and we gonna get some real IBIS MAAT Aku on this one here. So I definitely appreciate Saba taking this from out to the dot, bringing it up to the surface, putting the scope on it, putting the light on it. Yeah, shining it, echoing it. Yeah, and we can get more evidence to the material existing, you know. Yeah, and I was saying the acts, like it fall in line with the discipline, you know. Yeah, big axes. So to see Saba bring that from Medu to English, I know. So you know that how Saba does do it. He just take it from like the unknown and like make it known. Yeah, this one going to be deep. So I appreciate Saba coming through and doing this with all he going through, with all he have going on, with his injury and whatnot, you know. So I just want the best for Saba. I just want him to get through. He doctor business, he injury business, he check up so he could get his thing checked, so he could know what's going on, so he could execute. You know, yeah, I just want more help for Saba, not just for us, but for Saba. You know, so yeah, Uncle Justin Eb, Saba Tehuti, Tua for this NEFA session, and Tua for bringing up the Netero and keeping the Netero and representing the Netero and echoing the Netero and having my art on the forefront, stamping the Netero exists and breaking it down Saturday after Saturday on the foundations of my art. Appreciate you a whole lot, Saba Tehuti. All the best to you and all of yours. Hotep Marie Ma'at. V, alright, my brother from another. You don't know.
Uncle Joe. To Saba Tehuti for everything he's done. And I'm also going to say I do not know the Medu work. But reiterate.
You're breaking up there, bro. I hear you choppy coming in and out.
Hotep.
You're sticking. You're still sticking. Hotep, I hear you now.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, just how special this podcast is and how unique it is, and I'd just like to voice how there's every podcast, you know, we're told to put in a link if there has been anyone who's taught on SABA's level or about certain teachings or any teaching, and like I said, I don't know the Medu word for discipline, but I'm sure anyone's invited to put the link to anyone who's taught on the Medu word for discipline, because I'd like to see it. And again, there's also the bounty that Stranger has as well for $200 for anyone. And again, it's not saying that just to, you know, just to say that. I feel like it would be amazing to see if there is anyone who could match Saba Tehuti, and the fact that it's invited every podcast and no one puts the link in, I think it's just testament to what Saba does here. Tua.
Well, Uncle Justin, after everyone on the panel, it's a pleasure always to be here. I hope I can be heard. Okay.
Loud and clear, sis.
Okay, good. I apologize ahead of time for, you know, I'm a little tired, but I'm trying to recuperate. But basically, I'm excited, of course, for class for every Saturday. I missed last Saturday, but I did make sure that I sent reciprocity either way. But yes, I'm always excited for class. I'm thankful that everyone is here and on the panel. I'm glad to see everybody's faces. And, you know, I think the thing that keeps me here is the fact that I feel like I found everything I've been looking for when it comes to real spirituality. I found it here. So, you know, there's no sham, there's no lies told, there's no bickering. There's no complaining. Everybody's just here in a good spirit, good frequency, here to learn and absorb, and hopefully to apply the information that we're given. And that's the key. So, of course, I'm always excited to be here. And again, I'm sorry for my lack of words. I'm just a little tired, but again, I'm just happy to be here.
Peace. Is that Brother JHUTY next?
Yeah, but he has problems with his mic and camera right now, so you can go ahead.
Okay, I thought I heard something like that. So peace, Hotep, to everyone here. Henu Saba Tehuti. This class is really resonating with me already for the topic of discipline. Every day I move towards MAAT, so I'm moving towards a more disciplined lifestyle. And I'm gonna say that the word for discipline is gonna be MAAT. So I'm gonna go ahead and echo what Brother Nukpunuk said. It's just great to be here, and I wanted to be here as a living testimony when I put the number 7 to how SABA Tehuti's has changed my life and changed my being. He changed the structure I look at things, and I just wanted to be here to support that. So Uncle Jasaneb, Henu SABA Tehuti.
Hotep. All right, very nefer to everyone for you all's Medu and powerful tones. Appreciate everyone for coming onto the panel and speaking. It's a beautiful thing for people to see what's happening. So yes, again, the support links are pinned to the top. Everyone, please send in your support to the Great Saba. Ask your questions. There are no limits to the questions that you can ask, and if there's any particular reason as to why Saba may not want to answer that publicly, then he'll let you know. But definitely send in your questions, and if you listen to the podcast, if you take notes, if you're observing, taking in the teachings, then definitely show your support. It's a very powerful thing. So yes, I'm looking forward to seeing what the Great Saba goes into for discipline and the teachings that he's going to provide for that. And one of the great things that I love about the Medu Netter is it's not built like how the languages that we speak today. So and even defining the words that we're speaking today, because everyone tends to create their own definition in their mind, and so you're connecting things that's taking place within your own mind. So looking at the actual word and the etymology of it, and seeing where Saba is going to take it, I'm always looking for the writings of the scribes and the Sebai, right? And so when I first created the title Scribal Sessions, carving with the first class was Carving Reality, because that is digging into the Medu always presents more and more questions, and you do have to learn how to find those answers. So it's a beautiful thing, and And because the Medu is such a abstract, creative, poetic language, there's so many ways to dive into the linguistic creativeness of the Medu Neter and the great scribes and how they taught what they did. It's one of the great things that I love to do. It's very fun. And there's always multiple words. That's one of the reasons why I love the Medu, right? I came in, everyone knows me as the scribe, right? And being able to take a word and create and build with it. It's just a completely different level when we're looking at words that are in shapes of things that we can relate to on a subconscious level. It's so far greater than anyone can begin to comprehend, just speaking the English language without any study of ancient languages and how the people thought. And that's why SABA Tehuti is the greatest at what he does, and why there's no one that can do what he does. And that's because of the actual the do MAAT part. And so because of that, there's just an infinite amount of ways to dive into the Medu Neter, and that's the beautiful thing about it. SABA Tehuti has been one of the greatest examples of discipline that I have ever been in contact with. So for this particular class and what he's going to be bringing forward is a gift. Anytime anyone showcases what it is that they are teaching at the levels that SABA does, it's important to pay attention very closely to what's being said and what's being not said and what's being shown. And of course, the universal transaction that has to take place for the teachings to become beneficial in your life. Of course, there has to be a reciprocity for that. So dua to everyone who supports and also takes the classes and pushes them out and shares them and reposts them. All of that definitely helps as discipline. It's a beautiful thing. So I'll pass and let anyone can pick up the mic and continue to build. But yeah, to everyone for your attention and your continued support, and everyone who's showcasing discipline in the House of ATTON and in the Tehuti pod class. And just from whatever Saba's about to bring forward, we all know that whatever we think of discipline is going to have to raise. So that's another part of coming to the pod class is if you're going to take in the guidance and the teaching and the direction, then if you're doing MAAT and Kepara, then of course now it has to be applied in some way, or we have to ignore it, right? And create an ignorance within ourselves to be comfortable and to move around. Yeah, it's a very beautiful thing. Hotep MAAT. Peace and love to everyone who just continues to show up, continue to walk in MAAT and dig and challenge yourselves. Go internal. Find those spots that you may not like to visit. Dig and heal and continue to come forward so we can purify and get all of that ISFET out so we can actually build something without it being broken down in the process of beginning to build something. Yeah, dua to everyone who takes the teachings and after all this is done is in the books, reading and meditation, applying it, doing hotep to you, Nukpu, for taking us along your journey of running. And of course, the great brother, the Jed, showcasing his journey and his trainings. And it's just a beautiful thing, getting the body active so the brain can be active. It's a very much of a missing component. So we know what the great Saba Tehuti has taught on when it comes to health and training and the teachers that he learned from and the people that he was in the presence of to begin to sculpt himself into what he's become. So again, what we're watching Saba Tehuti do and what he's talked about, he's done to create who he was, take some of that and apply it to self. So yes, Hotep Ma'at, peace and love, continue to support. And yes, I'll conclude there. Hotep. To everyone, peace.
Okay, we're back. Am I back? Check, can I be heard?
Yes. Hotep.
Oh, wonderful. Excellent. Okay, excellent. I just caught what you had said, Scribe. Two of those beautiful words, beautiful analyzation, and letting everybody know what this phenomenon is that's taking place. To it, everybody, for what everybody said, because I'm sure everybody said something great. I just happened to catch what you said, Scribe, and I heard a little bit of a Hush Nation saying this one sounds different. Some of it sounds different. I don't know if did JHUTY ever come on yet?
No, Saba.
No, he said
no, some technical issues.
No. Okay, no problem. Okay, everybody, there are 39 people here. We are about to get started. Wajid is here with us. This is my serpent that represents patience and discipline. For those who remember, the original intro to the original Tusi pod class had the anaconda in it. That was a classic one. I got to put that back. The one with the anaconda in it, and me talking to the individual and saying, "Do you feel stronger now?" I think I put that one as that was a classic intro. But my original Tusi pod class had the anaconda in it, and I came in discussing how my anaconda is to have, especially literally, because some of these are coming from a background that is not too friendly, and I have to be the one to take them and transform them. And it's very risky taking an unhappy, unfriendly anaconda and transforming it, because they can they have the ability to kill me very easily. I have an anaconda in here that could, with one twitch, can kill me. No venom at all. It's the strength of a robot is the only thing I can compare it to. And if I have it around me and it does one twitch, in a millisecond it can break my neck. And if it gets angry and does that twitch, it can crush parts of me. So I had to literally use a lot of patience to tame or calm down some of the anacondas that I have. Their nature is not too friendly at first, and they have a very sneaky bite. They don't strike like a regular snake. They bite sideways. So they'll be on you, and then they'll just go like this. And they do it slowly. You don't notice it. They just go. And next thing you know, you feel the teeth, and as soon as you pull away, their strength is nothing like a human strength. So this is a symbol to me of patience and discipline. That's why I have her in the class today, and you'll be seeing anaconda in the presentation on the screen. So everybody, we're about to get started. Press a 9 in the chat if you can hear me and if you can see this. Hey, StreamYard changed. They're adding new things. It's not okay. Okay, I look forward to playing with these new capabilities StreamYard giving. Okay, if you can see this it's like a mirror effect.
No, there's no mirror effect. Oh, there it is. There
Okay,
it is.
if you can. Okay, good. If you all can see a mirror effect in the class, press the 9. If you can hear me, press the 9. We're about to get into this wonderful questions sent in. There's some of them, except for possibly one. There may be one question that I don't answer because of the sneak learner. But I will at least be answering 5 questions in this too. So let me go ahead and check the chat. Make sure everybody's pressing 9 if you can see me. If you can hear this, hear me talking and see the screen. We got Cheshire in the building. Jamestown. Sa means wisdom, knowledge, and like I said, anybody that answers the question, this is not a question where you're scolded, or this is not a question where you're going to be told you're wrong. I'm asking it to actually be. I'm actually curious as to where people are getting the understanding from to match the English word discipline with a meta word. I'm more curious to how your minds are working. So I love the answers. Everybody's answer actually has a part of the answer in it. And we got Sa'at means wisdom, knowledge, learning. Thank you, Jamestown. Everybody's input is good. Rob Lowe says, "Are you sure that he is the only one?" That may be to you, Scribe. I don't know if I didn't ask a question about that, but okay. Are you sure that he's the only one? That must be to somebody else. Who else is in here? Bassa Tip press the 9.
You could bet your bottom dollar he's the only one.
Is that a question to something? Is that an answer to something?
Yeah,
I wasn't here. So.
He's asking, are you the only one that gives out these kinds of answers? I know what he's referring to, but yo, it ain't the same, man. This is the only one.
Yeah,
What to that brother though?
Sneak dissing, man. He been sneak dissing the whole class. That's why
He ain't sneak dissing. He has his right mind. You know, he has his right to say that. But Saba's a whole nother level, man. You gotta admit that. You know, he got good intentions. So I understand where he's coming from.
Okay. Yeah, no problem at all. I love and peace and respect to everyone. I wasn't here in that conversation. I was just clicking through to see what people are saying as far as the discipline thing, and I saw he is the. Are you sure he is the only one? And it didn't match. So thank you for elaborating on that, Nukpu. And I am so open to not be the only one. Please relieve me. Can I get 2 weeks in Jamaica to hang out with the crabs and crack some coconuts and swim the sea turtle? I just want 2 weeks. So if I'm not, I will put the person who is in the position, and they will run the pod class for those 2 weeks, and I promise my students will send the support to them. So if there is somebody else, absolutely, I actually want them to be a part of this of the movement. Come on, where's the other netters? The netter is Asar had Aset, and Tehuti was there, and Ben Jeb with it. The netter. So yes, if there's others that are doing this, I never ask for the person's name or whether you think there are others. I ask a specific question. Put the link in the room, the page number to the question that was asked. That's these questions that are asked here. That's these questions that are asked. That's these questions that are asked. I got to be like a DJ. That's these questions that were asked here. And put the link where we can see the answer. And then I'll send all my students there. So if there's a question that was asked about hyperhidrosis, ADHD, never-ending story, Pekka Mku and the Perm Haru, put the person and come into the, we welcome you. Come to the barbecue, come to the House of ATTON. Come on, come, where's the Tef? Come join us. Come join us. I'll join you. Come on, other Netzer, come forth. Other Netzer, come on forth and just put the, and that's why nobody has put the link in the room, the book and page number to the questions that are asked here. Postpartum depression, why my cat's eyes change color. If these questions are being answered somewhere else, what is the MAAT feather from the papyrus? So shout out to anybody, if there's anybody else doing this, much respect, and just bring them forth. I was a part of another organization called the Nuwabians. I am proud of it because of what I did in it, my achievement in it. I don't know the teachings I've disposed. I was the proofreader. I know the mistakes. I was the one that was given the books, find the errors, and I'm like, error there, syntax error there. I'm finding them. I'm finding the problems. I'm the one that finds the problems. So I'm the worst. I'm like the guy on the inside where the leader is like, any errors? Could you find it for me? Yeah, I can do that. But shh. Find the errors and just get it up. Just keep. That won't fix it between us. You know what I'm saying? So I'm fighting the. I'm the worst to go up again. I'm the worst. So in that particular organization, the good brother, his name was Malachi. He had it so easy when it came to the Netzer. I just told my Netzer this. He had it so easy. Nook Panook, if you know about the teachings, you know why? Because that particular brother, he would just say the Netzer are real and put a picture of Sekhmet, Tehuti, Waset, Nebtet, Ptah, the father of Hagar. He just say it. There was not one papyrus reference. Can I get a papyrus? Jabari would eat. What does Candace say? Eat MCs. Jabari and then would slaughter a Nuwabian on the conversation of are the Netzer real, using the scribed words, not the holy tablets, but the good brother of Malachi. He would just put out pictures. Segment. That's just her. There was no evidence. There was no coffin text quoted that showed that Sekhmet was real. There was no Perm Haru. There was nothing quoted from the Medu writings to actually topple a Kemetic scholar to prove the Netzer were real. There is only one time in the Earth's known history where that debate or conversation ever took place. I defended the Netzer and won the debate. The good brother Malachi, he would just say they're real. They're real. You just say it. How easy is that? This is easy stuff. I wish I could come to the podcast. They're real, yeah. Yeah, Sekhmet. No proof, no verification, nothing. What an easy thing to do. So, again, if there's others that are verifying, answering these particular questions, peace and love to them. Come join the House of ATTON, the original Axemen, and come join us, and we will bond with you, bind with you, give Tehuti a break. Let me go to the Nicaragua for a week and catch dry Morcon snakes and jump in the pond like the good brother Chris catching alligators and go boink, boink, boink to the... Let me do that. Can I do that like those white boys? Boink, 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 a crocodile, boink. I want to do that too, like when I was 7. So put me on a break and send me out there and send the other one doing it. If not, then it's just if not. Just put the link. So shout out to whoever the brother, if that was pertaining to that. And if there are, just bring them to the class. Show the evidence, and we'll add them to the House of ATTON. Speaking of which, here is another class that is going to come up right now that I'm about to teach on. And this is, again, May 31st, 2025, for the first time in Earth's history, being taught the Medu word for discipline. The concept of discipline originally that existed before people could speak. I'm going to teach that the concept of discipline existed before humans could stand upright and before anybody was on the planet to speak, and that the concept of discipline, the word, is actually a process word. It's not a word that has one meaning, it's a process word. I'm going to reveal that. I'm going to show the meta equivalent, and I'm going to show the psyops of why no one Kemetic teacher of all these brothers and much, much more, we could throw Malachi up there too, no one has ever taught in 65 years the Kemet MAAT discipline directly from the papyrus, from the word itself, from the concept, from the writing of the scribe. It has never been taught, and there's an actual psyops reason for why that took place, and I'm going to cover it here. We're going to cover his free spirit. People that think they want to be a free spirit, or all this free, we're going to talk about the free spirit, where that originally came from, which scribe, what the origins are. All of this is going to be discussed and taught today for the first time in history, May 31st, 2025, at the Tehuti podcast. If after this class, if this is taught anywhere else, link in the room, page number, teacher's name. I just want the facts. If not, please appreciate this phenomenon like you appreciate Michael Jordan, because he sticks his tongue out and he jumps and dunks the ball. You appreciate that he's the one that can do that. Appreciate this, because this definitely has never been done in Earth history. So shout out to all the people that support. We're about to get into it right now, everybody. I'm going to say peace and love to the beautiful brother Patan Annie. I feel like Narma right now. Peace and love to the beautiful brother Annie. Peace and love to Nookpoo. Peace and love to. Did Angela Gates change clothes? Hey, it looks nice. Peace and love to Angela Gates. You look like an oracle right now. Something changed. I don't know what happened. You look like an ancient oracle. Peace and love to you. Peace and love to Hush Nation. Peace and love to Amun, Amunet. Peace and love to JHUTY, Sheshayet. Not Sheshayet, JHUTY, Ra AISHAT. Peace and love to you, VRI. And good brother JHUTY, are you there, good brother? We've been calling on you for the class. I don't know if you're there yet. JHUTY is away right now, no problem. I just want to give him his props. He's the one that sent in the question. He's coming with his dog. We're doing an arm workout. Oh, there he is. Hey, JHUTY.
Peace and love, peace and love. Can you hear me, or is there an echo?
You're chopped up.
Okay,
you're good now. Peace and love was heard clear.
Okay, so it's coming in.
Let's do it, everybody.
Okay,
and while JHUTY's, yes, coming in really clear. Okay, good. Peace and love to JHUTY for asking this question. You're gonna enjoy it, and I may add a little bit on the panel when you come back, a little bit of extra bonus on the panel, without giving too much out to the sneak learners. I'm even open up to give you something personally, without anybody around, possibly.
Let's go! Lick it!
All right. Okay, so peace and love to you. And Minty Hotep, it was moving around, so I don't know if I got to you, but peace and love to you, Minty Hotep.
Hotep Saba.
Jump in the chat. We're about to get this started. Hotep. Everybody ready? Let's go. Watch it. Are you ready? The green one. Are you ready? Miss Patience, discipline. Let's do it. I'm gonna help JHUTY come out of the room, and I'm gonna help Minty. I think she may be stuck. Her arm is stuck, so she's boom. Okay, here we go. We're gonna put you out of the room. Blick it. That blinking thing is becoming addictive now. Okay, blick it. Next class. What's the meta word for blick it? Okay, here we go, man. Let's go. We're about to get into it, everybody. Are you ready? Get your pens, your pads, your iPhones, your anything that you use to abduct and suck and take and absorb information, store information. Get your brain ready. We're about to get into it, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti Pod class. Let me do this while we're here. Shut down these windows. I'm going to shut down these windows to make sure there is no slowing down of the process. Here we go. It may start to glitch a little bit. I got to open this. This here we go. Okay, good. Okay, and I'm gonna expand it for the audience to see properly. Perfect. I'm gonna come back, go to presents, and here we go, everybody. Ready? It's jumped up to 50 people. That means that they know the answer is about to start. Ready, everybody? Ready, 50 people? Salute, and let's get into it. Ankia Ma'at. Un and S Nin Tet Aset and Ma'at, Min Hebepet and Ma'at, Per and Hu Kayui, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at, I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at, being surrounded in darkness and forest light. Really, this land, beginnings, and let's get to everybody. Straight from the papyrus. Let's represent. Ready, everybody? Here we go. It's on. Let me check the nines, see if the nines are in the room. I'm just looking for nines. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. I see 9 ethics. I see 9. I see Angela Gates with a 9. Basatut Maka Oxafek with a 9. Sheshayet says, Rob Lowe, if you have a link, by all means. Okay, yeah, I would love it. The link in the room, by all means. All right, wonderful. Sheshayet. Oh, shout out to you, Sheshayet. Sheshayet, nice to see you. The panel full of Netzer's energy right now. Let's go, Sheshayet. Let's go. Are you ready, Mary Sekhmet? Wonderful Mary Sekhmet with a 9. Yvette with a 9. Hush Nation with a 9. Okay, everybody, that's enough 9s. I'm gonna put some. Looks like someone got a celebration. Let's go, everybody. Minty Otep with a 9. Let's do it, everybody. You ready? Let's start on the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the two. I'm forgetting something. Let me reach over here. Oh, okay. Let me reach over there. Let me turn this on. Let me go up. Wipe that off. Let me get this ready. Put the timer on. We need the timer on. And here we go, everybody. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the Tuti Pod class, the question and answer class of the House of Attend due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen. Millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, what are the original languages of spirituality, who are the Natir, what about my physical health, purity, mental detoxification, out of body, ancient sources. Are there ancient sources for out-of-body experiences, or are they just New Age doctrine? What about government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness? Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, thinking that you have escaped the matrix, so now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little did you know that you've stepped into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden in disguise and has infiltrated in the form of the New Age conscious excuse me. Okay, let me go back a little bit. Conscious platforms. You go to the conscious platforms. You now have stepped into another matrix, unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised, and is infiltrated in the form of New Age consciousness, and atheists who have disguised themselves as conscious teachers, quote unquote, Kemetic teachers, quote unquote, esoteric guides, quote unquote, metaphysical teachers, quote unquote, in the agenda of the matrix, just to focus on, quote unquote, the knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline of the ancients with indigenous references. Most, if not all, of their lectures, showing, panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but just wear the ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification purposes, who do not live by any actual written culture. They can only teach from what's on the memes, or do what's called counter teaching, just to go against what someone else teaches. They do debate, debunk, expose, or do challenge videos to others' spiritual beliefs. The subject matters stay on beginner phase, which is limited to good topics, but they're limited to the Hebrews are wrong, the Bibles are stolen, the Bible is stolen, the Hebrews are wrong. But after they showing you where it's stolen, none of them stand on the actual specific part it was stolen from and give the original teachings of that specific part with the actual teaching, where the actual teaching is coming from, the original text, and how to apply it. This is the part they're missing. They tell you the Bible is stolen, they show you where it's stolen from, then it ends right there. They don't tell you that where it's stolen from is your culture, so thus, here is how it should be followed. Here is how it should be adhered to. So after they show you where the Bible is stolen, none of them stand on the actual specifics part it was stolen from and give the original teachings of that specific part. And with the actual teachings, where the actual teachings is coming from, the original text, and how to apply it to their lifestyle. They do not stand on the original teachings that it was stolen from as their actual way of life. They just tell you that it's stolen. Now, do you live that, what it's stolen from, or is that bad too? Their focus is to just show you that it's stolen and then leave you right there. That it's called breaking something down, but not building anything up. If you show that something is stolen, then show how we should adhere to it in its original mind state prior to it being stolen. But that part takes discipline, what the class is about today. For the next topic, the focus is only the Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black. But simultaneously, as they say the Egyptians are black, they say the Egyptians are black, but I won't follow them. I'm only proud of what they physically look like. But as far as the discipline, forget about that. Or let me tell you what's wrong with such and such a group. All of their titles are argumentative, such as the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are the American Indian, not African, but never on just what the pyramids in America are for and how they can enhance you, or what are the disciplines described in the ways of the Native American that can be lived by that, how you can live that, and how that can enhance you spiritually. It's always argumentative. Take the argument out and just teach me what the Native Americans taught without going against anybody. They can't do it. They can only do counter teachings, which is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have confidence that any quote-unquote African or MAAT or Kemetic culture can stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need the contention. They need the shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything. You will note that most of their statements start with negative foundational speech, such as, when most people don't know, let me tell you why you're wrong, or you fail to recognize what you fail to realize, thus just fighting everyone but never giving you any indigenous, written, spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline level that they and their family practice when the computer shuts down or when the debate fight is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers who are really just atheists in disguise actually don't believe in anything, but just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, to hide the fact that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you are laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism, to disunite in the disguise of knowledge, but no structure, no unity system, as all the ancients did. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all of the ancient ancestors lived by, no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever their actions are for that day, with no accountability, obligation, or accountability to anyone telling them where they are wrong or where they have slipped up in the culture, because there's no elders, because they have no system, where they have slipped up in their cultural way. No one to tell them that they're wrong because there's no written reference to what right is. They can just say what everybody else is doing wrong. Thus, they are about lonism, individualism. No matter what they do, they always justify any behavior. They're always justified in any behavior because there's no written concrete way of life that they stand on. which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of ISFET energy, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no ancient culture, because we always moved as a mental, unified group, not individuals hiding behind a computer screen, teaching I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you get back to your original roots and cultures. But every time you go back to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of them was a unified force with structure and accountability to a specific way of life, discipline. Thus, this unity is the new age, quote unquote, conscious community teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists who are just outsiders collecting knowledge on Egypt and discussing and debating Egypt historically to see who has the top scholarship on the topic, but not to form any discipline living of anything, as the unified followers of Ma'at did, that created Kemet, in which they study structure, discipline, and ranking. Thus, their videos, lectures are mainly complaining or what is wrong videos. Here are some wise words that the House of Attend teaches. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink. And thus, the people will have testimonies of how you clean them up and gave them a better way of life. If not, you're just a complainer, not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the clean glass of water of the House of Attend, the Tehuti podcast, the only platform class that exists on this planet Earth, where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized, documentary type answer, customized, and then on top of that, taught live with each answer. Get your subconscious matrix broken for you is here at the Tehuti podcast. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer this evening? And sent in by the good brother JHUTY, because of the amount that was sent in, a large amount, which I'm going to show afterwards, $111.11. You get to ask multiple questions, and thus you get the whole pod class. So I usually can answer 3 questions or so per pod class. If you send in this large amount, yes, you can send in 5 questions, 6 questions. And thus the majority of the pod class is going to be for you because of the donation you gave. So here's what he gave. Here's what he said. JHUTY and Ra Ashet. Peace and love, Sabatouti. In order for us to become our greater selves, we need to practice discipline in many forms. This is something I struggle with greatly. Therefore, although my inquiries are selfish in nature, I affirm you. What does he affirm? I affirm you. This will furnish answers that will benefit the whole pod class of phenomenal like minds. My inquiries, question number 1, what is discipline? Question number 2, what is self-discipline? Question number 3, there are many displays of Kemetic practicing discipline. What are some of the occult hidden examples that aren't so obvious at first glance of this great practice by our ancient ancestors? How can one implement practice discipline in their lives if they've been void of it, have been struggling with it, or have engaged in habits that are opposed to discipline, self-discipline? That one I may answer on the panel live. Is there such thing as here's the next question. Is there such thing as living as a free spirit, going with the flow of life, allowing it to take you where it sees fit? And is this opposite of discipline or spiritually aligned? Question number 6. How can one make discipline a constant habit in their daily lives? Which is actually in question number 4. How can one implement practice discipline in their lives? So question number 6 and 4 merge as one. And so he says, again, per usual, I thank you kindly for all the phenomenal, insightful, and enlightening spiritual meals. I like that.
spiritual meals you serve the pod class, destined for our conscious consumption. That's right. It's greatly appreciated. Thank with an X for reading, peace, and love. Wonderful, 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 excellent. Here we go. Another Nefer set of questions sent in by the new and consistent student, JHUTY, of which is the basis of the typo of the Tehuti pod class's entire intro. That's why the word discipline is in the intro so many times. Of the intro, basis and focus of the separation of what we focus on at the House of ATTON and those who are just casual readers, debaters, and discussers. The aspect that has scared many people away from me to become a part of this, and even those who have become a part of the House of ATTON, some have withered away based on this main focus, which is discipline, structure, self-control, cultural daily life, and abstinence of the matrix and its temptations. Let us begin. Everybody ready? Let me make sure the comments are not on the screen. Let me come. All right, so now the letters turn green. What is the difference, everybody? And everybody can answer, between the scenery of the people on average in this matrix day and time in the last few years that live in one country, and let me shrink it down, and this right here. Here's the full question. Let me go all the way over so we can look at the full question. Let me shrink it down one. Okay, good. What is the difference between the scenery of the people on average in this matrix day and time in the last few years that all live in the same country, and the scenery of everyone for over 3,000 years, consecutive years, pre-matrix in this one country? I want everybody to look closely at these images. This is what you will see, all of this, as soon as you step out of your house or turn on your internet. All of this can be seen in one city. When we go over to this particular country, for 3,000 years, we see a consistency of images. What is the difference, everybody? Go ahead and type it in the room. I'll take a look at it later. But what is the difference between the society that we're surrounded by now and what's happening consecutively? And when we go to any random image of the society 3,000 years before the matrix, it doesn't matter what date we go to. Some of these pictures are 1,000 years apart, some of them 500 years apart. It doesn't matter. America has only been around for not even 200 years, maybe 300, going on 300 years. 1776. Yeah, it's not even 2076 to 2070. No, it's 2025. So only for a couple hundred years, and we have this as a depiction of what's happening in this country in America, and then we have this depiction, and this is 3,000 years consecutive. It doesn't matter if you go to Ankh and Aten. It doesn't matter if you go to Sened Jem and in Nefertiti. It doesn't matter if you go to Aset and Nebtet. It doesn't matter if you go to the military members, the army members. It doesn't matter if you go to the tomb of the high official in Kirkuk. It doesn't matter where you seem to go. It seems like all the images depict the similar theme. What is the difference, everybody? Let me go ahead and look in the room really quickly. What is the difference between the images on the first one country, just for 200 years, and the second one, over 3,000 years? What do you notice as the difference, just in your observation? What would you say is the difference? Vision Ray, the one that asked the question, the clear, distinct difference is unity. Kemet looks unified. Click it. Nook put unification. That's right. ISFET versus MAAT. Yeah, that's about it. Yep, different body sizes now. Oh, good observation, Mary Sekhmet. That's right. In the second image, most of the body sizes are similar. Do you notice that? In the first one, we got all types of different things happening. Good observation. Lean, sameness back then. That's right. What do we see as the difference? Mirrored one another. Echo. That's right. Echoing one another. Mentuhotep, consistency. Harmony. That's right. Unity. Unified and now individuals. Absolutely. Yvette says the non-MAAT side is chaos. MAAT side is unity amongst everyone. This is how we're going to begin. This is going to be the standard of how we're going to. This is the foundation of how we're going to begin this. Please get this in your mind. I want you all to know right now. It doesn't matter if you're in the Moorish Science Temple, if you're a Nuwabian, if you're a 5%er, if you're a Baptist, Pentecostal, Presbyterian, Catholic, Seventh-day Adventist, Sunni Islam, Shiite Islam, Nation of Islam. It doesn't matter if you're a Black Hebrew Israelite, Sephardic Jew, Hasidic Jew, ISPUCK. That which is in common amongst all of that is that it's disunity. It doesn't matter if you celebrate Halloween. I don't celebrate Halloween. I'm against that because it's demons. I celebrate Christmas. I like the birth of Jesus. I do July 4th. I don't do any of that. I'm an atheist. I'm a Christian. I'm a Gnostic. I'm an occultist. It doesn't matter actually. What matters is that disunified people can't build anything. The focus of the matrix is not to get you in any one particular religion. It's not to have you in any one particular one way of thinking. You could like this, you could like that. You could like pizza, you could be a vegan. You could like this. Disunified people will consistently be disunified people, while the higher structure remains unified and controls the minds of the disunified. That is the focus of the matrix, to have you disunified, not to have you as a 5%er, not to have you as a Nuwabian, not to have you as a Christian, not to have you as a Muslim. It's the fact that you are all disunified. I like pizza. I like pork. Pork is evil. I'm a Rastafarian. I'm with Marcus Garvey. Forget Marcus Garvey. I'm with Noble Drew Ali. I'm a Christian. All of y'all are sinners. All of y'all going to hell. All of y'all are heathens. I'm a Muslim, so you Christian, you're going to hell with them. Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah. Disunification and ISFET chaos is the goal. So it doesn't matter if you say you're conscious. There is no conscious community. There is no community. There is no tribe of agreements. There is no group. In the conscious community, it doesn't matter if you follow Phil Valentine, Bobby Hemmett, Alim Bey. Question: in the conscious community, who is the master teacher of what factually that cannot be debated? Nobody. Nobody. Don't include me. I'm not in the conscious community. But in the conscious community, nobody. In the culture where you participate in Kung Fu, there is a degree of black belt, and it can't be debated. And the yellow belt and white belt cannot debate the black belt that he is not. He has his degree in black belt. He has his experience. He has his classification. Thus, he is the elder
factual master over the white belt and the yellow belt. Factually, undebated. Who is the leader of the conscious community? Who is the elder in rank? Does Phil Valentine have rank over Ashar Kwesi? Is Ashar Kwesi rank over Muta Ashby? Is Muta Ashby a scribe master over Ra Nefer Amun? And is Ra Nefer Amun over Malachi York? And is Malachi York over Dr. Ben? And is Dr. Ben on a higher class mastery than Dr. Clark? Factually, not your opinion, factually, which means when you step into the fire department, there's a lieutenant. Factually, you cannot step into the fire department and say, you ain't no new lieutenant. I'm the lieutenant around here. I'm the fire department lieutenant around here. I'm the president of the United States of America. It's me. Forget about you, Trump. I don't like you. I'm the president. That's right. You can't do that. The lieutenant is the lieutenant until he loses that position in the fire department. Because in structured systems, there's no debating about who is who until it's time to be renominated again. And then you can have a presidential debate. Then you can either be demoted from lieutenant or propped up higher because you were so good in the fire department or the police department or the army. A sergeant is a sergeant, and you're not debating that when you step into the police department as a rookie, first day of work. You're not debating that he's not the sergeant. It's not up for debate. Who is the sergeant and lieutenant of the conscious community? Is Phil Valentine over Bobby Hemmett in ranking? Right? Because the Zulus, the Dogons, and all the cultures have ranking systems. You don't just step into the Dogon culture and now you're the Hogon priest. No. No, you're not the Hogon priest. Factually, it's not up for debate. And this is where the psyops begins. To have a whole bunch of people that can just latch onto this word that means conscious, but the word conscious has no structure in it. So you can be conscious and just be a vegan that reads on Black Power and you're conscious. You can be conscious and be Phil Valentine. You can be conscious and be into Kemet. You can be conscious in Namaste. You can be conscious in Hindu 7 chakras. There's no structure system. This is the beginning of the psyops, and I'm going to date it to when it started. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tutti Pod class. Here we go. I want to know if Phil Valentine is over Bobby Hemmett. I want to know if my good brother Azariah, I haven't talked to him in a while, Azariah Bey, is he over the other Tehuti Herbs? Who in the ranking is young Pharaoh over Brother Polite? I need to know, is Brother Polite over Sarah Student City? Who's who, man? In Kemet there were scribes, different levels scribes. There was high priest, a pharaoh. There was the structured system. I just need to know if Sarah Student City is over Polite, and if Polite is nothing. And that is where the South begins. Here we go, everybody. Let's go. Boom. Ready, everybody? That's the difference. These people, every one of them, had a position. They had a position. They had ranking system. They had a way of life that they all noticed that this man never met this man. Yet they're in the same position. These people never met this one. Yet they're in the same position. All of this, let me blow it up. All of these warriors here. Imagine representing yourself in a war and everybody's left foot is forward. That's what was important to the soldiers. They all had the exact same clothes on. They all had the exact same hairstyle. They all have the exact same bow and arrow. And every single one of them have 1 foot forward. That is structure that we don't see over here on this side. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Let's continue. Welcome to the Tuesday Pod class. Let's break this matrix. Let's find the date and let's find the time and the place in the anatomy when all this started, which is the exact same similarity as what is happening amongst millions of species that have not been subject to the matrix all over the planet. So all over the planet within the animal kingdom. So what you see over here in this picture of Kemet, or of Samawitawi Tamaray, I can go to the animals and see the same thing. All the zebras look alike. They're all drinking water at the same time. All the bees are congregated each other. They all have a mission at the same time. There's a ranking system amongst these baboons. This baboon knows he's not in the ranking system of this one up here on top. There's a ranking system. There's an elder system. There's a parenting system. There's a motherhood system. They're all sitting in this. Why are they all sitting in the exact same position? They're all in the same position. They all look alike. Huh? Which one of these baboons out of shape? Where's the fat one? Huh? Where's the one with the six-pack and the other one's the fat guy eating a hot dog? Why do all these baboons look exactly the same? Where's the fat bee? Can somebody just point the fat? Is there a fat bee? We need the fat bee. Look at this this conglomeration of fish that for some reason they call school. That's another class though. But they will call it the school of fish, right? All of them look the same. Where's the fat fish? Where's the fat zebra? Where's the bulimic zebra? Where's the suicidal zebra? Where's the suicidal baboon? They all look and mirror each other because none of these have been colonized. None of these bees have been colonized by any other mentality coming in and changing what they've been doing for hundreds of thousands of years. None of these monkeys, baboons have been colonized. None of these ancient people in Tehuti Kemet, Tawi were colonized, so they're doing exactly what the animals did, which was unification. All of these men in this image down here look exactly the same. Just like these baboons look exactly the same, except for the females and the younger ones. All the males look exactly the same. All the zebras, exactly the same. None out of shape, none bulimic, none putting their finger in their mouth to throw up, none eating a hot dog, and that is echoed unity structure and discipline that can be seen in one, that can be seen in all typo and all the rest. So if you see something in one bee, you see the same thing in the bee beside it. You see that? If that bee has stripes going down its back and has a certain coloration and a certain shape, the other bees have the same one until you get into the next system of bees, which may be the drone bees. And they all have long abdomens in a different shape. All of them look the same. And all the queen bees look the same. And the honeybees look the same. The zebras look the same. So echo unity is you see something in one, you see something in all. The microcosm and macrocosm. And that goes all the way down to the Mandelbrot effect, that you see something in one and you expand it, and it is also the all. This has been going on in the universe before the planet Earth even existed. This happens on a microscopic level, it happens on an animalistic level, and of course, because we came last as hominids, the hominids echoed it last until they were colonized, until something was introduced. And now, what do we echo? Absolutely nothing in unity. This is us. This guy's eating a chicken out of shape. This guy's eating a burger, fat face. This guy has a six-pack and a chest. This man here has a purse on. This man here has a woman's dress on. You got X-Clan on this side, pro-black. You got KISS on the other side. You got the Black Panthers on one side, the Ku Klux Klan. You got this beautiful sister here in shape, wearing her garb. You got this sister here with yellow hair and big legs. You got this young lady eating a burger. This whole family here and this family here are all together, but they're all on the cell phone. They're not even looking at each other. This is what's happening today. Echoing chaos. That's what's taking place today. And that is a difference. Here we go. And now even down to the conscious people, or the people that say they're bringing something outside of Christianity, even down to the woke people, the conscious people, the ones who focus on black consciousness in different forms. When we look at them, we hear a lot of them with a lot of knowledge spewing out of them. But why is it their physical? Let me shrink this down. Why is it their physical appearance does not seem to match the love which they teach that you should have for yourself? So here we go. They teach love of self, black knowledge. But why is it that some of them look like they're about to have a heart attack? Shout out to the good brother Bobby Hemmett. He's not around anymore teaching. Maulana Karinga, the late great brother Ranoka Rashid. We got the Hebrew Israelites over here. They teach their version of Black consciousness, which is Black Hebrew Israelite. We got Dr. Ray Hagins. Why does every man look like they're 300-pound plus? Where's the love of self? All of these men state that they are here for the mental health of the people. It is not particularly their fault. It is the fact of the matrix focus on what I made clear in all of my intros. That is, to turn the aspect of Ma'at and discipline culture into just knowledge consciousness, awareness, wokeness. All of these words are just that. They're just words that deal with what is happening in your mind. They have absolutely nothing to do with discipline and action and action. And the Matrix has done this on purpose, which is why when you see someone that is claiming to be into higher levels of cultural teaching, they always say they are conscious or they are woke or they have knowledge, but never state the actual disciplined lifestyle of any culture that they are echoing. They just say, I'm a conscious brother, I'm woke, I'm pro-black. What's the name of your lifestyle that you live daily? I'm awoke, I'm conscious, I'm conscious. What ancient culture was called conscious? What ancient culture was called woke? This is done purposely and very calculated. If you notice, as soon as the original people that are claimed to have brought into Kemet the awareness in the minds of America, you will notice that they had no lifestyle to teach, no culture, no dress code, no Kemet name, just suit and ties, English or Hebrew or Arabic names, and no actual discipline to teach. Out of the papyrus, this psyops was done to them purposely. It's not their fault. This was done to them, just like it's being done to most of you. And then again, there again is the beginning of the echo of the frequency of lack of discipline within 90% of the people that say they study Kemet. Why? Because the founders didn't have a disciplined way of life to teach. So why is it that even the people that are bringing you a quote-unquote Kemet understanding seem to have no self-discipline, no eating regimens, no structured disciplined movements with a disciplined ranking system, exercise regimens, no diet? They still seem to speak with a foul mouth. They still these mother effing crackers, mother effing, yeah, F you, man. We talking about me messing with the wrong N-word here. They're out of shape. Well, let me ask the class and the viewing audience, who are the popular people that brought Kemet Black awareness to America? Let me put that question in the room right now, audience. Who are the people, who are the original people that brought Kemet or Black consciousness or Kemet consciousness to the Americas? I'm going to put that up in the room and come back in a minute and see your answers. Let me put it up in the room. Okay, I'm back, everybody. So who are the original people? We know Elijah Muhammad brought that version of Islam. Cherry brought Hebrew Israelite. Who are the ones that brought Kemetic understanding to the Americas as far as Black consciousness? Anybody have any names? Throw some names in here. Who are the ones that brought Kemet Black consciousness to the American Blacks who were lost? Who brought that to the Americas? Anybody know? Any teachers, anybody you know, who brought that back to the, who brought Kemet Black? Who was the first to come and say, you know, on the temples of Edfu, you look and you see these are Black people that, who brought that to America? Because before that, it was Elijah Muhammad, Noble Drew Ali. Who brought the word Kemet? Who made Kemet popular? Who brought the concept, understanding that Kemet means black? Who are no black conscious leader? How old is everybody here? Maybe I'm going back too far. Of the 58 people watching, nobody has any idea of who brought that the Egyptians were black and black consciousness with Kemet to the Americas? There's no answer? 58 people? Oh no, man. Oh no. Wow, maybe the crowd is too young. Is the crowd that young? The crowd may be young. So this is, there we go. There we go. Dr. Ben. Ding, ding, ding. There you go. Who's the other one? Who's the other one? Marcus Garvey. I'll put him. He didn't focus on Kemet though, because he focused on the Bible. He calls himself Moses, but yeah, he brought the black concept. I'm talking about who brought the Kemet awareness that, you know, Heru was stolen. Jesus was stolen from Heru. The people in Kemet were black people. The indigenous people were black. Who brought that awareness? It wasn't Elijah Muhammad. It wasn't Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. Thank you. Ding, 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 ding. There you go. Okay, good, good, good. There they are. Dr. Leonard Jeffries. Oh, you can't forget about him, right? A little bit afterwards, though, right? A little bit after, but yeah, Dr. Clark. We're going back. Dr. Ben. I'll throw Leonard Jeffries in there, but Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben Buchanan, Dr. John Henry Clark. We'll throw them as the forefathers, because I actually can't think of who popularized that prior to them. So everybody's right. Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and Christian Goldman says, yes. Yes. So Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, good, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for participating. You're absolutely right. Leonard Jeffries, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. Yeah, this is going back to the 70s. The 70s. Oh, who brought H. the Hilliard? That's almost there. That's right. He's what they call next tier. Yeah, Asa Hilliard. There we go. We're bringing the old. Well, no, Delbert Blair came way afterwards, but Delbert Blair is wonderful. I'm talking about the originators. Like, this is going back to the 80s, like the 80s. Yes. Asa Hilliard, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. Yep. Okay, everybody pretty much got it. Boom, perfect. Everybody, thank you. Here we go, everybody ready? And here we go. Boom. All right, so boom, everybody pretty much got that. Once people understood what I was asking, got that right. Okay, we get there. They are. The history of Egypt. They're so old that their images are blurry. Their images are from like the early 90s, 80s. Look at the pixels on the images. That's right, Dr. Joseph Ben Yochanan, Dr. John Henry Clark. Yes, the great Dr. Ben and the great Dr. John Henry Clark. Great for awakening of the consciousness of black people and their roots and how they tied into the greatest civilization that ever walked the earth. That was a great step. Now let me ask the class, what are the references that these two men gave, or Leonard Jeffries, but Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, the original? What are the references that these two men gave, living an actual lifestyle of the spiritual discipline of people? Once you find out that you're those ancient people, and what cultural lifestyle discipline that they live by, that they refer to from the papyrus of the ancient people, that they demonstrated a discipline of life with references back to the authors of the scribes of the ancient people that they were. So they go back to the references of the walls. They go back to the writing showing the Egyptians are black. They show you the Heru. They do go back and show you that. But can somebody send me a link, book, page number, where these men here, these are the originators now, that brought the Kemet consciousness, where are they referring to the papyrus of an actual disciplined lifestyle that they live that echoes the people of Kemet? Does anybody have that book reference for me? Anybody have that book? Walter Williams. His age goes back to the Shout out to good brother Walter Williams. Age-wise, yeah, he's up there. He goes back to that time. He's of the next tier. I'll give Walter. I'm talking about in the he's of tier 2. Walter Williams comes right after them. But yes, Walter Williams. Shout out to him. We'll throw Walter Williams in too. What are the Kemetic papyrus references? Walter Williams, Dr. Clark. You can throw this guy in too, brother Freeman L. What are the Kemetic references to their names? What are the references to their way of life, where they open the papyrus and say, this is how the Kemetians lived? And black people, now that you know that you are them, here's their great minds and here's their discipline. Like a Chinese man finds out that Kung Fu is his and Wing Chun is his, and then he finds that out, and then the Kung Fu master says, and here's how you practice it. Here's what you eat. Here's the breathing. Here's the discipline. Where's Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark teaching on discipline? Can somebody give me the page number, please? I'll give a couple. I'm gonna drink some water. Where's Leonard Jeffries? Where's their name? Where's the name? So the foundation, the very first time that your consciousness gets awoken to Kemet, you see the visualization, the way the mind receives things, is it doesn't just receive things with the eyes, feeling, vibration, smell, touch, taste, hearing, all the senses put the picture together. So as soon as you're woken up from the Nation of Islam, you're woken up from the Moors, and you say, this is Kemet. What does your teacher look like? He's in a suit and tie. This is the how did Leonard Jeffries dress? What's his name? Leonard? Let me look that up in the papyrus. Hold on. Leonard is in chapter 3, verse. Leonard Jeffries? The foundation. Look at these names. Anthony Browder. Look at these names. The people that are teaching, the originators. That means the ones that snap you out of it. Not even tier 2. Not the ones that came afterwards. Not the Ron Ephraim Moons and the Moons. I'm talking about the ones that woke people up first. The Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. Your eyes see them, and they see the men dressed exactly how they're dressed coming out of church. You're like, okay, so I don't have to give up my dress code. I don't have to change the dress. What about my name? What's the name of you? Dr. Ben Yochanan? Is that Hebrew? Ben Yochanan? Okay, so I got a Hebrew name too. I don't have to give that up. What's your name, sir? Dr. John? John, the name of the slave master? John Henrik? John Henrik Clark? John and Clark are the name of the two slave masters, the two most popular slave, Lewis and Clark expedition. What? Huh? John Hawkins and Lewis and Clark. Okay, so I can keep my slave name. I can keep the suit and tie. What's the way of discipline? Leonard Jeff. What's your name? Leonard? Like Leonard, the one that cut off all the hands of the. Like that guy? Like Leonard? Like Bonaparte? So you don't have to change anything. So the beginning of the matrix, the beginning of the psyops, is that your mind was first introduced to this behind me. You're first introduced to Akhenaten as associating with you, while simultaneously, subconsciously being taught that you don't have to actually change any part of your life. You only have to be a part of the fight. I'm going to fight these white crackers. They're trying to teach the Egyptians are black. Let's fix these crackers up. Let's fix them up. You're not black. And then you stay there. You got the same suit on as T.D. Jakes. You got the same English name. You don't show the change of it. You don't show how the knowledge of it actually changes anything that you have to give up that the Matrix brought you. No way of life reference. When did Leonard Jeffries, John Henry Clark, and Dr. Ben open up the Purim Haru, open up the Scrabble text of Kigimni and say, okay, black people, now that you know who you are, here's the disciplined way of life of what these people lived every day. And we're them. I'm here to prove to you that we are them. And since we are them, here is how they lived. It was just bragging rights. It was just to feed the ego, to bring people out of a state of self-hate. That is good. You bring somebody out of a state of self-hate, then you keep them in the pastor's suit. The same suit that all the original teachers that brought it
is the same suit that Donald Trump is wearing, is the same suit that George Bush is wearing, is the same suit of Elon Musk, and the same suit of all the European pastors. It's the same suit. The name doesn't change. So that's your first introduction to Kemet. While every other organization is like Nation of Islam, even though it's falsehood, where they're saying you got to dress like this, eat this type of food, you have to change something, put an X on your name to give away your slave master's name, take on this Arabic name, even though Arabic names are slaves too, but they didn't know that, and they're doing the best in their day and time to say, if you're a Moor, okay, change your name to El Bey, give up the name Christopher, give the name Michael, give the name George, you're El Alim Bey, you're such and such Bey, you put on the fez, stand like this in a stance, you're the security, you protect the women, you come out on the street with us and push the books. This is our temple number 35. Here's how you sign the papers to enter this temple. Here's what your name's gonna be. Here's the ranking lieutenant. Noble Drawley, structure organized. You got to change your life to enter the Nation of Islam. Change your life to even become in the Moorish Science Temple. But when you become Kemetic, the first introduction you have is you have to change nothing other than that you don't believe the Bible is the original, and that Horus was copied, and that the Egyptians are black. You can still party, you can still drink alcohol, you can still do everything. There's no reference of structure of discipline, and that's the very first introduction to Kemet that America had. That is where it began. That is what happened. And that is because our original forefathers, those good brothers, were imitating the Egyptologists, not imitating the Kemetic people. They wore the same suit as Budge. If I were to say all their names together, you couldn't tell me who's in what culture. Let's go. Wallace E. Budge, John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben, Leonard Jeffries, Peachtree, Faulkner. They all have the same name. What's the culture? What's the dress code? Budge dressed the same as Peachtree. Peachtree dressed the same as Dr. Clark. Dr. Ben dressed the same as Faulkner, because the poor brothers were proving that the Egyptians were black, which was good, but they were imitating the consciousness of the Egyptologists, not imitating the people that they actually said they are. They say they're not the Egyptologists. They were at them. They say, oh, we're not the outsiders studying like them. We are the ancient Kemetic people. But we're going to live just like the Egyptologists. Here we go, everybody. Boom. So there we go. So there they are. There's Cornell West. There's everybody. Student tie, English name. Student tie, Arabic name, Hebrew name. Student tie, English name. There they go. French name. Here we go. We keep going. You will notice that they had no lifestyle to teach, no culture, no dress code, no diet, no Kemetic name, just student ties, English or Hebrew's name or Arabic names, no actual discipline to teach out of the papyrus. This psyops was done to them purposely. And then again was the beginning of the echo of the frequency of the lack of discipline through links and association anchored in the neurons, associating this type of look, these names. Look at these names. Dr. Ivan van Sertima. That's your name, brother? Dr. Ivan, everybody a doctor? Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop. None of them took pride in changing their name, claiming everybody student tie. Student tie. What does a student tie have to do with Kemet? Absolutely nothing. So it's for argumentative purposes and for scholarship purposes. They're dressed exactly like Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, no discipline. And that echoes of why 90% of the people that are into Kemet, they just study, because the original forefathers that everybody learned from introduced Kemet in that way. None of these men introduced Kemet as any way of life, even though the people in Kemet were the most disciplined way of life people known on the planet Earth. None of these men introduced that part. They just want you to know that they're black and leave you right there. So what is this discipline that the Matrix has obviously intentionally removed from the masses of the people in recent times? But what if I were to tell you that the original concept of quote-unquote discipline predates the age of walking, talking, thinking humanity itself and animals here, and how I will teach you the change, and how I'll teach you and change the pre-existing consciousness of what your concept of discipline is. Typo there. Let me ask the class a question. What do you like most about your current, and this is a walkthrough,
What do you like most about your current mate, husband, wife, girlfriend? What do you like most about your current job or your car and the purpose of what they serve to you? What is it that you like most about the actual roof that is over your apartment or house? What is the purpose that your girlfriend or wife serves to you that you like? What is the purpose that your boyfriend or husband serves to you that you like? What is it about your job's purpose or your car's purpose that serves you that you like? What is it about the roof over your head of your house or apartment? What purpose do all these things serve that you actually like about them? What is the purpose they serve? What is it? You know what it is, everybody? You can put 100 answers down, but there's one commonality. With all the answers that you all put, with all these answers, there's only one theme that permeates, and that is reliability, dependability, which is a result of consistency. They are consistent. Consistency is naturally the only thing that you like about most of what you appreciate in your life that keeps you alive. Those around you, that they are consistent and dependable. From the trust you have in your spouse taking care of your home, consistency, reliable, and the children, the trust you have in your car that it will not break down. That's what you like about your car. It doesn't matter if you had a Lamborghini, it doesn't matter what you had, the Ferrari XL GS 52 costing $500,000. If that car doesn't start, you don't like it. If that car breaks down before you can get to the grocery store, you don't like that car anymore. I don't care what it's called. What you like about it, most of anything, is that it doesn't break down. It drives you and gets you from A to B. It gets you to work. And the faith and consistency that every 2 weeks your boss will pay you, that is the larger echo of the concept of discipline, which is what you naturally like in the first place. Thus, your conscious makeup actually holds discipline in the highest regard when it is done for you. So consistency that you like about your wife. So let me ask you a test. You love Shanti, you love your wife. What if she was out sleeping with other men? Gone. Huh? That's because that's not consistent with your vows. The consistency in the agreement is what you like. Amunet loves Amun. Why? If Amun woke up one day wearing the hockey mask and he saw 3 dead people on the floor, and he's like, baby, I'm gonna step away from the Tutti Pot class for a little bit. I'm gonna get into killing people. I'm gonna get into serial killing. Amunet would be gone because it's not consistent with what it is you like. Everything that you like the most about anything in your existence is its dependability, its reliability, and its consistency. If it was not consistent, you wouldn't like it. You would throw your chairs out in the garbage if you went to sit on them and they crumbled. You brought a guest over and they can sit on this chair, and they fall to the ground. That chair is gone. It's not consistent. What do you like about your chair? That every time you sit on it, it's comfortable and it stands up and it holds you in a sitting position. What do you like about your clock? That it tells you the right time every day. If your clock was 5 minutes slow, shooting up 10 minutes fast, you throw the clock away. So every single thing that your natural mind likes about anybody, anyone, any job, any belonging that you have is the consistency of it. You like your dog. Visionary likes his dogs because they're not ripping his arm off. So Visionary woke up in the morning and his dog's looking at time to get rid of these right now. Visionary is not keeping those beautiful dogs. If he woke up and his leg was half chewed off, he'd be like, you were supposed to be my consistent protector. Why is my leg gone? What you like about your dogs is that they are the same as they were yesterday. Consistency, dependability. It is something natural that the sun and the earth does. The earth rotates around the sun,
consistently. You like that. You don't want to wake up one morning and there's 5 feet of snow in Florida. You don't want to be living in Jamaica and wake up and all of a sudden there's 10 feet of snow and the ocean's froze over. You like the consistency. That you wake up in the morning and you can breathe fresh air and it's a beautiful day. Or if it's winter time, it matches winter time. Consistency. Every 365 days, whoop, 365 days, whoop. The moon, every lunar cycle, whoop, every lunar cycle, whoop. We like that. We appreciate that. Earth, we appreciate that. Sun, we appreciate that. You appreciate consistency. Before anybody taught you anything, that was your appreciation because that existed on a microscopic level before life on Earth even existed. Consistency. Now look, everybody. Look at some apparent matrix undisciplined people. There we go. Look at these people. Got the chicken there. Got all the turkey there for this got the Thanksgiving mixed with the Christmas. Got a Thanksgiving, talking like JJ 7000. They got the Thanksgiving mixed with the Christmas. So you got the Thanksgiving mixed with the Christmas. Look at all these people eating all this food. The huge bucket of popcorn. The bucket of popcorn is the size of what your head can fit in. Cotton candy. It's a birthday. Time to give them the sugar. Time to give your children the sugar. Because you know what? They were born on this day. So this is the day you fill them up with sugar. Look at all these people, right? Get a good look at them. Look at all these people. These are the people that are surrounding you in the matrix, and this once was you. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Let's scroll down. Now we're going to break a psyops here. Here we go. Up. Now let me ask the class, what is wrong with doing all of these things? What are the repercussions typo of overeating, spending money on celebrating July 4th, putting your energy into Christmas, going and seeing idle movies, having your children eating candy? What are the repercussions of these things? Type your answers in the chat, everybody. What are the repercussions of these things? What is wrong with these things? What is wrong with the 3-pound thing of popcorn with the extra sauce, the children eating the cotton candy? It's your birthdays, you got a little bit of extra icing. Make sure that candle wax burns on the cake too. Make sure that happens. Make sure the candle's not beside the cake. Make sure that candle wax burns on top of the cake. Make sure your child gobbles that all. Make sure the Halloween candy's in the bag. What is the repercussions of all these things? What actually happens to you with this? Eating the fried chicken? And the answer is unhealthy, natural. Unhealthy, natural. Salute Champ says being inconsistent is controlled. Those controlling the consistent are in control. That's right. That's right. What is death? That's right. Death attacks your health. Short lifespan promotes death. That's right. Amun, you bet death. That's right. It ruins your good discipline. That's right. Okay. Ruins memory. That's right. Okay. Good. Absolutely. So these things are undisciplined things that are destroying people. Ready, everybody? I'm about to shift the matrix in your brain right now. Illness. You're right. Illness. All this undiscipline brings death and destruction. And I'm about to shift your way of thinking right now. You ready, everybody? We're about to shift things. Let's shift it. Are you ready? Now I will shift your mind again, like happens almost every pod class. What if I were to tell you that all these people were extremely disciplined, and that the repercussions of what they're doing is actually what makes what they're doing disciplined? Uh-oh. What's Tehuti talking about, huh? Let me read that again. I will shift your mind again. What if I were to tell you that all of these people were extremely disciplined, and that the repercussions that you all named of what they're doing and what's going to happen to them is actually what makes what they're doing disciplined? The problem is that you were never told
what the word discipline actually means. Uh-oh. Let me come here. The repercussion, all those people are very disciplined. Huh, Tehuti? What are you talking about? It's bringing death and destruction. It's killing them. All this turkey, chicken, fried chicken, it's killing them, Tehuti. You're disciplined, not them. What if the damage that happens to them is a part of what makes them actually disciplined? Uh-oh. 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 Let Tehuti change your... I'm here to change your thinking. May 31st, 2025. Mark this day and watch the shift in your brain when I say this. Yes, those people are very disciplined. The ones eating the fried chicken, doing the Christmas, the extra bucket of popcorn, the repercussions that you all named, the ruining of memory, the promotion of death, the death attacking health, all of those that you all typed is what makes what they do discipline, because you all were never told what discipline actually means. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's break the matrix. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Time for mind shift. Let me show you the meaning of discipline that I learned from animals when I was 7 years old. Here's the meaning of discipline, everybody, in picture form. See these animals right here? You see them? These stages are the stages of discipline. What are you talking about, Tehuti? You see the people eating the popcorn, the fried chicken, eating all that, it brings death and destruction. You see the spider right here? See the wasp? The wasp is dead now, is being spun, paralyzed, and about to be killed by the spider. See the anaconda here waiting? Under the water, above the water. Here's the alligator. Boom. The anaconda now is surrounding the alligator, killing it. What's happening to both of them is the definition of discipline. The problem is you were never told what the word discipline means, so you don't use it in the meaning that it actually is. And this is the literal definition of discipline I learned from people. So this is what I learned from the animals over here. This is what I learned from the animals. You see the wasp? It's dead. Just like the people are dying in the popcorn. See the alligator? It's dead. Just like the people eating the fried chicken. Was the alligator disciplined? Yes. Was the anaconda disciplined? Yes. Was the spider disciplined? Yes. Is the wasp being killed disciplined? Yes. Here's a discipline that I learned from people. Obese Georgia Davis, 22, who weighs 55 stone, had to be lifted out of her home in Aberdare, South Wales, by a crane so emergency services could take her to the hospital. See this person falling over here? Why is this person falling? Does their stroller machine not work? Or are they reaching for the extra Coca-Cola that they don't need? This is discipline. Huh? Here it is. You're looking discipline in the face. The problem is you were never told what discipline is, but you will find out today, May 5th, May 31st, 2027. What do you mean, Tehuti? None of what I see matches what I've been told about discipline. Well, that is because you have never been taught what the word actually means. Here is the word itself. It's an ancient principle that goes back to the death of the fly and the spider, the death of the crocodile, the death of the zebra. Here is the word discipline for the first time in your life. Here it is. When people say, I need to be disciplined, here's the word: potential chastisement, punishment for the sake of correction, physical punishment. Isn't that what's happening when you make the wrong decision and you become the dead wasp? or you become obese, that's the punishment for the sake of correction. There is the punishment. Discipline. Now is discipline teaching. Suffering. Did you know that? When you say I'm disciplined, did you know that suffering is a part of the word? Huh? Are these people not suffering? The people that are catching heart attacks, colon disease, high blood pressure, death, fried chicken eaten, smoking, lungs eaten alive, tooth decay, cotton candy. Isn't that all suffering? Yes. Well, according to the definition, that is discipline. The punishment, the suffering, and the teaching. How is that, Tehuti? What in the world? How can these two words be in the one object of instruction? Knowledge, science. Wait a minute. Knowledge and science is in the same definition as suffering? Correct. Chastisement. Punish. The punishment. But it also means instruct, educate, train. So now you have learned for the first time, when you see somebody eating that fried chicken, when people see me and they see my shape under the shirt when I'm at the gym, they say, man, you're eating the same thing, you're very disciplined. So are you. You just weren't told what the word discipline means. But now you know it means suffering. Once, it's a cyclical word. Huh? It appears to be a paradox word. It's a word that has its own opposite within it. The instruction and correction, but also the suffering. That's why the older people, when they got people in trouble, in the older school system, they say, you're about to get disciplined. Discipline was the punishment. I had to discipline my child. What does it mean? It means you whipped his butt. You spanked your child for 20 minutes straight, and when your friend came over, what was all that noise? I had to discipline him. You weren't teaching him anything. Huh? You weren't teaching him to be a better person. He wasn't learning to be strict. You were whooping his butt. He was screaming. His skin was being torn off by the broom or the stick or the belt. He was crying his eyes out, and you were spanking him, whipping him, and the older people, that's what they call disciplining a child. It's the punishment. It is the paradoxical word, an oxymoron type word, like a palindrome. It has both sides have to be inside of the word for the word to exist. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the pod class. There it is. Suffering. She's in the hospital suffering right now. Woo! Now you see, discipline is a full circle aspect of the ancient science of cause and effect. It encompasses the instruction, which is the same as structure, instruction, structure, the correct action, and the punishment equals the adverse effect, the cause and effect principle. The adverse effect for incorrection, action, which one has to already experience, visualize, because the brain does not know the difference between an experience and a visualization. And that is the definition of discipline, is the scientific function of the brain itself pertaining to the DFPLC, dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, and the mesolimbic system of reward pathways, the teachings of Ptah-hotep and Ankh-Sheshonq, the neurological habit stacking of MAAT, and vitamin B12. But of course, everybody, to learn all of that, what is it time to get into? What? Discipline. Now do you see? Is a full circle aspect of the ancient science of cause and effect. It encompasses the instruction, structure, the correct action, and the punishment, equaling the adverse effect for the incorrect action, which one has to already experience, visualize, because the brain does not know the difference between an experience and a visualization, and that is the different definition of discipline, is the scientific function of the brain itself pertaining to the DFPLC dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, the mesolimbic system, reward pathway, the teaching of Ptah-hotep and Ankh-Shesh-Ankh, the neurological habit stacking, MAAT, and vitamin B12. But of course, to learn all of that, everybody, what is it time to get into? We get these teachings everywhere else. What is it time to get into? Are you ready? Let's go. Blink it. Tehuti Overdrive, Tehuti Overdrive, Tehuti Overdrive, Tehuti Overdrive. OD. New people watching. Are you ready? It's time to get into it, everybody. I'm going to go a little bit and then take a break. But I think you all are right. Yeah, it could be. I think you're all right, everybody. I think it's time to get into Tehuti Overdrive. Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Are you ready, you watch it? Are you ready? Let's get into it. Tehuti Overdrive. Ready, everybody? Boom, here we go. Yes, people say to me, Tehuti, you are very disciplined. You eat the same foods every day at the same time. You train each day at the same time. You weigh your meals. One second, everybody, hold on. One moment, everybody. Oh. Here we go, everybody ready? Here we go. Boom. People say to me, Tehuti, you are very disciplined. You eat the same meals, you eat the same food every day, at the same time, you train each day, at the same time, you weigh your meals, you only eat certain foods, you can structure things, only certain foods, you structure things that you need to do over and over again at the same time. And I say, yes, thank you. And the people dying and mentally deteriorating are very disciplined as well. The people dying and mentally deteriorating down below are very disciplined as well. Are very disciplined. People dying and deteriorating are very disciplined as well. What do you mean, Tehuti? Every December of their life, they spend hundreds, if not thousands, to prepare for Christmas. Every December, on point. They make sure they only get one type of tree. No oak tree. Over and over again. The same tree. Over and over again. They are loyal to the same Christmas carols. I'm dreaming of a Christmas. That's from the 1960s. It's 2000. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bell rock. What year is that? Huh? What year is that? What dedication is that? The Christmas carols that your child is going to sing and that these people are going to sing? It's 2025. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle. What's another one, Nana? Jingle bell, jingle bell. Pum-pum. Oh, huh? Holy taste you, pum-pum. If you, what's that? Yeah, silent night. Oh, Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very happy. What year was that put out? It's 2025. Look it. It's 2025. They're still, the Christmas carols are from the 60s. They're still singing it. Not disciplined. Every single Christmas, the same songs.
That's some discipline, isn't it? Every December, they buy only one kind of tree. There's multiple trees for sale, huh? Christmas carols ever since the 1950s, and sing the same carol over and over and over again for almost 100 years, loyally and dedicated and disciplined. When they go out to eat and into the buffet, they never choose to go to the healthy, moderate section. They are loyal and disciplined to consume the food that kills them. When does anybody go to a spinach broccoli buffet? They go to the food that kills them. They never choose to eat. There's no buffet broccoli and artichokes. They never choose to eat the healthy and moderate section. They're loyal to consume the food that kills them. Each weekend, they do not pre-pack meals. When they're going out every single weekend, they're not pre-packing meals to go out with the family. When they go, I'm going out here. We going out here. I'm going out here. We going out here. They don't have the amusement park with pre-packed food. They make sure they eat the popcorn. Whatever is sold at the amusement park, that's what the kids are eating. They don't go with Rubbermaid pre-packed meals with broccoli and what's that little food they eat now with the string beans, not a string bean, asparagus. They don't go out with broccoli and asparagus packed with steamed chicken breast for the children. Huh? That's not what they go out to do. Huh? They eat the popcorn at the movie. Why do they only eat popcorn? Why just that meal? You don't eat broccoli. You should sneak in your own broccoli. Chew on some broccoli during the movie. No, it's always popcorn. You're not eating broccoli. Very disciplined. Every birthday, they make sure they give their child and themselves some type of diabetic cake. Very disciplined. Every birthday with candles. Never steamed fish and asparagus. It must be cake. It has to be sugar. It has to be cake. It has to have icing. Every birthday from age 2 to 99 years old, faithfully, very disciplined. For death, which comes with repercussion and punishment, thus matching the word discipline. Now let me take you to the part of the brain that you must train properly so that your quote-unquote discipline can be for biological imperative and not for suicide discipline. But first, what is discipline? I have shown you what is discipline. I've shown you the true definition, which is a cycle of choosing the correct path of biological imperative and either going through the punishment repercussions to learn that or foreseeing the negative destructive results. Thus having the willpower to choose the correct path over and over, thus creating a biological imperative habitual nature. Now I will show you where I will show you where it exists inside of you. Inside of you is where the discipline exists in an anatomical structure, specifically the specific areas of the brain that deal with the actual primordial ancient meaning of the word of discipline is the ACC, which is the anterior cingulate cortex. Here's the part of the brain where the discipline exists. There's the right prefrontal gyrus, there's the right costal anterior cingulate, the right quadral anterior cingulate. The ACC section. There we go. The specific areas in the anterior cingulate, which analyzes multiple choices and activities with proper decision making, can be seen through the MRI that is being studied today for scientific comprehension of discipline. These areas fire with equal intensity throughout the task, the chosen task, and choosing the task. And through the MRI, we're able to see exactly where the discipline process takes place in the ACC area of the brain,
to these areas in the brain that ignite during the discipline, choice-making process of proper decision-making in the favor of biological imperative. So when you're making a choice in the favor of biological imperative, these areas light up. That's the decision-making process, choice of biological imperative. Now you may be wondering, and this happens to a lot of people, you may be wondering, Tehuti, sometimes I start off with a task and I'm doing well in the discipline process, but then my mind starts to fall off and lose focus, and it gets distracted and it wants to do something else. It wants to do something else. That's not productive to my focus. How many in here in the class have had that happen to them? You start off with the right decision, you start off with the proper choice, and then all of a sudden, you find yourself getting distracted. You start to lose focus, and you start wanting yourself to do another thing that's not conducive to the original choice. That is a certain part of the brain as well. Well, because everything is based off of this cause and effect principle. Even discipline itself, the process of discipline itself actually has a cause and effect principle within the process of the discipline, leading you away from the discipline. So, because everything is based off of cause and effect, ironically, the process of the actual discipline working through the anterior cingulated cortex, going through the process of discernment and determination, the proper decision choice making, the other aspect, a specific area of the brain that manages the self-control. The key element of discipline is the dorsolateral frontal cortex, which depletes its resources, requires us to fire with less intensity. Okay, so what's happening here? What's happening here? Woo. Here is the image of that. So these are the areas in the brain that ignite. Let me shrink it down. These are the areas in the brain that ignite during discipline. The process of proper decision making in the favor of biological imperative. Those who have stable activity within the anterior cingulated cortex are those who have a greater ability to recognize distraction, temptation, and remain goal-driven. What happens is there's those who struggle. They struggle with keeping the focus and the discipline. So what happens is the process of the depletion of the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. The dorsolateral prefrontal cortex's forces start to fire with less intensity because it's taking up. Let me come to the screen. Because it's taking up so much energy to stay focused. Then there are those who take up less energy, so the dorsal prefrontal cortex is not depleted. So this is why in the brain you have the hippocampus area of the brain and the amygdala area of the brain, and there's areas that keep them tied together, and they both do separate things, which I'm going to get into later. But what happens is when one is depleted, the other one overworks, and this is why you'll find people in some cases that have ADHD with enlarged hippocampus areas. It's actually overworking itself, and the hippocampus area is actually getting larger. Well, when the dorsal prefrontal cortex is being overworked because the task at hand seems to be hard to keep the focus, the fire of the dorsal prefrontal cortex becomes less intense, and then you end up struggling and falling back to the distraction. Then there are those who have no depletion of the dorsal prefrontal cortex, and their anterior cingulated cortex fires off with the same amount of intensity throughout the whole task. And there is a reason for that we'll get into. Welcome to the pod class. This is what you get after 52,000 years learning the Egyptians of that. So the workings of what's actually happening, and then we're going to get into the teachings. Oh, there's another one. This is another class. Here we go. I'm going to take a break shortly. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready, everybody? Here we go. This is the brain demonstrated in the blue activity after people have been engaged in self-control tasks long enough that their self-control resources have been depleted, and thus loss of discipline because the dorsal frontal cortex starts to deplete. So these are the blue areas. The red areas are those that are in the ACC working fine. ACC area, the anterior cingulate cortex is working fine. In the blue area, now the dorsal prefrontal cortex is being depleted, and it depletes to the point where discipline or focus is actually lost. Woo! We get these teachings everywhere. On top of the expending and depletion of energy, while the dorsal prefrontal cortex the matrix has made sure that it is set in place foods that you are programmed to eat on top of all this struggle, but also deplete your discipline. I will go over a few of these foods. Then, of course, before the class ends, I will go over that which you can eat to compensate and replenish the discipline aspects of the brain, of the anterior cingulate cortex, and to help diminish the depletion of the dorsal prefrontal cortex so that the eating of your food can actually help your discipline. We get these teachings everywhere. Here we go. Boom. I'm going to read a portion of this and I'm going to take a break. Ready, everybody? Let's go. Let me ask the class, what are some of the most popular breakfasts that you start your day with? Go ahead and type in the room. I'm going to come to the room right now. What are some of the most popular breakfasts that you started your day with since you were a child? What are the most popular breakfasts? What's common? What's common? What did you have when you were 5 years old, 6 years old, 12 years old? What did you give your children before the talk class? What are some 49 people watching? Any parents out there? Even yourself. You don't have to be a parent. You could be a bachelor. You know, a nice Templar. You could be a bachelor and still, what are you eating? What's your common breakfast food? Here we go. Cereal. That's right. Oatmeal, pancakes and waffles. Absolutely right. Cereal. Cereal has to be the most popular breakfast food that's given to children. You better put cereal into your whole type of cereal. Eggs. Okay, one of the most popular things that you eat. Eggs, oatmeal, and fruit. That's right. Same thing. Eggs, oatmeal, and fruit. Okay. Pretty much. I'm going to add a couple more and you're all going to say, oh, that's right. The frosted flake cereal. Remember toast? Remember there used to be this thing called the toaster? I don't know if it still exists anymore. You put bread in it, and it after it's like, and then it shoots out the bread, and then you have the toast. You put your butter on it, put your melted egg on it or whatnot, or you put your toast or French toast or what's that one with the cheese in it? Grilled cheese, but toast and eggs and cereal. And I used to love cracking having the partly cooked eggs that were still soft, having that for the two toasts and the sandwich. So toast, cereal, oatmeal, right? Bread and toast, Lucky Charms. Everybody knows that. Everybody had toast in the morning, right? Toast and bread and eggs and all that. Remember that? Cinnamon Toast Crunch. They even put the word toast in the cereal. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, right? Okay, here we go, everybody. I'm going to read a couple more. You all right? Bing, 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 bing. Everybody got it right. New people that are watching this, 49 people watching. I know there's sneak learners. I know there's those who are taking this, adding it to their class, whatever people are doing, gathering up for debate purposes. You all can type in the room too. You don't have to do the same people over and over again answering the questions. Don't worry, we do not bite, we do not hurt. It's debate. There we go, everybody. So boom.
So you are right. What have you been taught to eat since you were tough? Cereals. Remember pastries too? Pastries, white bread, toast, breakfast muffin. Remember the breakfast muffin? Remember that? Remember. Who remembers this? Remember you would go to McDonald's? I don't know if it's still like that now, but there was a time where they would only serve the Egg McMuffin. You couldn't get a Big Mac. Does anybody remember those days? You couldn't get a cheeseburger. You couldn't get, if you go to McDonald's before 11 o'clock, all you can get is the Egg Muffin, the Egg McMuffin. All you can get is the oatmeal and orange juice. Anybody remember those days? I've been to McDonald's in a long time, but they make sure you only get the certain food. You can't even. I want a double cheeseburger with the apple pie. Nah, no. Here's a breakfast menu, sir. The Egg McMuffin, the bread toast with the oatmeal and the orange juice. Remember that? That's all you could get. And the croissants. Remember those days, everybody? They made sure that you started your day off with those foods. Let's analyze, everybody. I'm going to take a break right after this. Right, everybody? Let's go! Boom. Cereals, pastries, white bread, breakfast, muffin, or slice of toast. White bread for white bread. Now, neurologist Dr. Arif Delvi shared that simple carbs can lead to. I talked to my nerd about this yesterday. Simple carbs can lead to blood sugar spike, which in turn can cause trouble concentrating. And simple carbs, which are fast-acting carbohydrates, can jumpstart this unfortunate roller coaster. Borek explained that while glucose, a type of carbohydrate, provides energies to the brain cells, the glucose is absorbed in the bloodstream quickly, which is what happens when you eat foods like pastries and white bread and toast and the cereals. It creates a blood sugar imbalance, and that side effect, that imbalance is, trouble concentrating, aka discipline. Let me take you to Rolling 25 Home Health IQ section, April 13th, 2025. Then I'm going to take a little break after this. Here we go. Hidden brain dangers of sugar for children. Sweet treats silently disrupts kids' minds and futures. By Tega Egg-Wabar, April 13th, 2025, 10:26 a.m. Sugar, let me go it up a little bit. We can't, okay. Sugar hides in plain sight, tucked into cereals, snacks, and drinks that kids love. When it sweetens moments, its impact on young brains run deep, quietly reshaping how children think, feel, grow. Far beyond activities, excessive sugar rewires developing minds, setting the stage for struggles that linger into adulthood. From breakfast bars to after-school treats, and modern diet bombards kids with more sweetness than their brain can handle. These 5 hidden harms reveal how sugar undermines young minds, turning innocent indulgences into threats that demand a closer look. One of the things that happen? Foggy focus. Which, of course, if you have foggy focus, you cannot be focused and disciplined and concentrated. Foggy focus, slipping attention. Young brains need steady energy to learn and explore. But sugar delivers a roller coaster that clouds focus. Higher sugar foods like sodas or candy triggers blood sugar spikes, giving kids a brief burst of alertness followed by a crash. Look. So, high sugar foods like sodas or candy trigger rapid blood sugar spikes, giving children a brief burst of alertness followed by a crash. This dip leaves them distracted, unable to concentrate on lessons or play over time. Frequent spikes disrupt the brain's ability to sustain attention, mimicking symptoms of inattention seen in other disorders. Classrooms become battlegrounds for wandering minds as kids struggle to stay engaged after sugary breakfast or snack, losing ground in critical early years. Addiction, like craving that trap habits,
Sugar hooks young brains with a pull that mimics addiction, rewiring reward systems to crave more. Each bite lights pleasure centers, training kids to seek surgery fixes for boredom or stress. Unlike adults, children lack the self-control to resist, so habits harden early, shaping lifelong patterns. These craving override hunger cues, leading to overeating and weight gain that further stress the brain. A child reaching for cookies daily isn't just indulging, it's a brain caught in a loop, chasing highs that makes the healthy choices feel like a punishment and set the stage for bigger health battles. I'm going to take a break right here, everybody. Take a break right there. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in, the supporters to jump in. While I take a little break, I'm going to go ahead and put Uwajit down for a moment. Jump in the room, everybody. Support the Tutti Pod class for those who have seen this so far. Cash App TK Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. I'm going to go refresh the page and see who has supported so far. When I come back, there's going to be hopefully more support for what people feel that this is worth to them so far. So let me erase this. One support so far. So we got second minute class. All right, everybody. So we'll put the link in the room. I'm gonna put this on the screen. Show a couple supports, and I'm gonna take a break, everybody. I want the new people to see this is how the people supporting keep the pod class going. Because without such, I can't. This would not happen. So I heard somebody jump in the room. Let's see what that is. Of course, Amonette, always first to be in. How are you guys enjoying the class so far?
I'm loving this class.
You're muted now. There's no sound.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I hear you.
I'm enjoying this class. Very necessary, very needed. Well, for all the hard work you put into it, and for bringing it forth to us in the way that.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, and how about you, Amonette? You remember cereal in the morning? Huh?
Yes,
remember McDonald's? Remember Egg McMuffin?
I'm very happy to be in the state I am in now, so I do not have to ever have that again. That is destruction. I'm so happy to be where I am today, and this class is extremely beautiful so far. Thank you so much for, as Amun said, all that you've put into it and all the hard work. I really appreciate everything, and I'm loving it. I really love the topic of discipline and having the new definition. And having these notes really mean a lot to me, and I'm definitely going to continue applying this in my life. So so very much for all that.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to appreciate you too for your appreciation of me. And I'm going to show some support so far given. We have Big Bates, who has a degree. Go ahead and read that for me. I'm going to please. And then show my voice. Go ahead. Read that.
$10 for a degree tip from Fatah Oldamo.
All right, give him a hand clap for that, please. Oh, no. Don't do that. She's wrapping around the table here. I have to wait for her to come out. Oh, she's gonna throw the table down. She's trying to go for another loop. Come on, everybody. Come on out, man. Okay, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Big Vapes, for that support. Excellent. I'm gonna show one more. I'm gonna let you all build. I see Mr. Nuke in the building, but I gotta step off. So I'm gonna show Tefrem Kim Ma'at with some support for the class so far, and I'm gonna go ahead and step off after this. So Tefrem Kim Ma'at has come in. As one of the people that are appreciating what's happening so far. Oh, this is the wrong class. Hold on. Discipline. If you will, wait a minute. First podcast. Wow, 2. Shout out to Tefrem Kim Ma'at. Give him some big noise and read this for me. Oh, it can't be really from Menonetta and it's quarter Menonetta. So, go ahead and give him some big noise, please. I don't know what. Thank you, Tefrem Kim Ma'at. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to step off now. I'm going to let you all build, and I will be back. And when I come back, I will get back. For those who just stepped in and wondering where we left off, we are over an hour in the several questions that came in. We're going to cover, has any conscious Kemet more teacher told us ancient words for discipline yet? What exactly is discipline? Where does it exist inside of the brain? Why has no Kemetic teacher in 65 years ever taught a class on Kemet Ma'at discipline directly from the papyrus? Is the concept of free spirit an ancient teaching, or did it come from the nature? We'll be covering all that, and we've covered some of that and much, much more coming up when I return. Uncle Jasineb, Shuna Ma'at, everybody, peace and love. Nukku, Amun, talk to the people. I'll be back. For those of you who are wondering how to support the Tuti Pod class, it is screening down there at the bottom. And this is my AI assistant support. Cash App Tuti Moon for the Tuti Pod class. I'll be right back, everybody. Peace for now. I'll be right back.
Very break, Saba.
Thank you.
Well, whatever we're saying, look, please get the class over.
Hold tap. For the 10, the class, as usual, is never very impactful. Saba's always putting us on to a whole nother level. Keeps getting deeper and deeper. It's just wonderful, excellent. Saba is definitely a master, and it's beyond answering a question. He's literally changing our DNA, healing us as he, does what he does, because it's hard to explain, man. That's why people have to witness it and, send in reciprocity and see how the magic really works, right, Sal? The heck out.
Yeah, I'm gonna thank you. I'm gonna be right back. I just want to say that the name of this class is gonna be called Are You Sure He's the Only One? Right back, please.
I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is, man. Tehuti made this all up. But yeah, this is never how Saba does it too, man. Like, he puts it in an entertainment form as well. So it's not boring. It's very entertaining. It can teach to somebody who's not that advanced, to somebody who's so advanced as well, from all levels. And the best thing that I like about Saba is that he tells us he's a magician. He does heka. He knows about hypnosis. A lot of teachers, so-called teachers, they know these practices, and they won't tell you ever that they're magicians, hypnosis, that they don't know any of this. They'll just use it upon you, and you wonder how they have such massive, crowd of people following them. They're literally, manipulating the people, because like Asava says, they're not giving them the full meal, similar to what the Matrix does, overfeeding you with sweets, sugarcoating your answers, giving you diabetes, amnesia. SABA gives it to you straight raw, the bitter dose. You may not like it, but at the end of the day, you're gonna see that it's for your own good. So, everything SABA's doing right now is never. Everybody witnesses that too, which is funny to me. A lot of people acknowledge how SABA, breaking the matrix. When you say that, it sounds so friendly. When in all actuality, he's breaking mind control on us. He's breaking spells, real life spells. Like, when you start to think about it, it's like this is something serious. Just like the school teaching, it's not something to be played with. Like, that definitely hurt the system. That definitely hurt the matrix. When Saba's breaking down about these religions, it definitely strikes a core. And the people that don't take heed of it, it's like, they're part of it. They have no idea. That's why these sneak learners on the chat, these sneak learners watching that don't send no reciprocity, you prove to yourself who you are. I'm gonna keep bashing you. I'm gonna keep this spear in your neck like I do a pep, and it just proves who you are and what you're doing. So, Hotep, Saba, Hotep to the Aut, to the Senu here that support Saba, that you guys are on board. You guys all know what's really going on, the war that's really taking place, and you take this serious. I give you much Henu for that. And those that don't, I give you a spear to your neck, spear to your eye. Hotep, Uncle Justin.
Great word, great Medu. And yes, shout out to all the people that understand what's really going on. Shout out to all the people that see the importance of what's being taught here, what's being done here, and what SABA-TUTI is bringing forth. Every class is life-changing. Every class is breaking matrices and psyop. It's something very beautiful, and you allow yourself to embrace what's being taught, to think about it, meditate on it, apply it to your life. There's a difference between people watching something and then discarding it, people watching something, learning about it, and sitting by themselves and thinking about it, how it helps them. You sit there and think about it, how it helps you and how it changes your life, it changes your perspective. That's when it becomes extremely impactful. It changes from entertainment to way of life. You start to apply it to yourself. And once that happens once, it happens again and again and again. You're always looking for ways to improve yourself, to continue to grow. So yes, I hand it to all the people to understand that and consistently work on themselves, consistently keep their temple, their Eve clean, their heart clean and pure, because that is extremely important for yourself, for your family, for your surroundings, and for the movement forward. So that's everybody who understands. Love that when Saba goes over certain questions like this one, answers them, includes multiple angles to answer the question. It's just what discipline is. He shows us different types of people that are disciplined, people in the matrix that are disciplined, there are lots that are disciplined. Then he goes into the brain as well. It's always fascinating for me. Every time he goes into the brain, it makes me realize how little I know about the human brain. That's something I've always thought about growing up, how people know so much about the things around them. However, they can't even explain what a certain organ does in their body. That's very interesting. So I love when Saba goes over the brain. It's always a good challenge, a healthy challenge for me to listen to what he's saying and understand it, be able to internalize it, to be able to repeat it and understand it, have that feeling in my heart that I understand what's being said and what's being taught. Something that's always important for me, to understand what is being taught by Saba, no matter what it is, to be able to internalize it more than just listening. I have to be able to comprehend what is being taught. So I love all the ways that Saba teaches on a certain thing. In this class, for example, so many different angles. We can teach other people about discipline and internalize what's being taught here. And I like how Saba shows the etymology of discipline. When I was younger, I've heard people say, "Oh, I disciplined that person," or "This person needs to be disciplined." And at some point in society, it changed, and everyone forgot about that meaning. Just looked at being consistent in something. So for Saba to show the etymology of discipline and bring it full circle, that it's suffering and teaching, instruction, various other meanings, that was great to reestablish that within our minds. That way we understand multifaceted meaning of discipline. Because it's true that when someone makes a mistake, that mistake really impacts you. To acknowledge that mistake, and you don't make that mistake again. It is in itself a lesson. It is in itself a teaching. So to be disciplined, you don't want that to happen again, or you prevent things from happening. I love that he showed that. I love that he showed how people in the Matrix, they're disciplined, that they have to do the same thing over and over again to get their outcome. And by him showing that etymology of discipline, it also showed me that things that we're supposed to do over and over again is not always supposed to be easy. It's not supposed to be a very easy thing to do. Sometimes people get caught up thinking that because someone's doing something over and over again, that it's easy for them. They don't have a problem doing it. But in all reality, part of doing stuff over and over again is pushing through the times that are hard, pushing through the suffering and the pain in order to get the benefit from what's happening. When he said that thought about working out, for me personally, it's not a problem. I can see how working out, you work out your muscles, you're tearing them apart, it hurt. For me personally, it's a good hurt, but it starts to tear apart, and that's in a way suffering. But it's to have a benefit at the end of the day, to build your muscle up, be stronger than you were before. In that moment, while that's happening, you're suffering. And even after, while you're sore and stuff, you're suffering. And it's really about being able to embrace that to get the reward after. So that was very, very interesting and enlightening. That's how we're talking about that etymology. Every time Saba brings forth etymology, I myself, why didn't I look that word up? there's so many different words that we use, and then sometimes it doesn't even occur to me to look it up. And so Sabo brought it forth. By the time he's about to teach on it, I don't look it up. I want him to be the first person to show me, so that way I can be his perspective, other sort of perspective. So that benefits as well. Hope everybody is supporting our great Sabo Judy. Hope everybody is truly sitting down, taking some deep breaths, and ignore everything else except how does this benefit you? How does this impact you? Does this truly help you? Put aside, like if there are people out there trying to bait Sabo with information, put that aside and put aside popularity or anything else and think about yourself. How can what you're hearing benefit you? And apply it to yourself. If it's helping you, support it. Because at the end of the day, you who are listening, you're the most important being. You yourself, you create your own reality. So everything else, when it comes to other people think about you or what you think about other people, whether you're jealous, angry, happy, or sad, throw all that away and just think about what you're hearing. How can you apply that to yourself? Then you can start to reconnect with the world outside of yourself through your pure heart. That's cool. Purify yourself. To be able to connect with things around you. If this is helping you in that connection, then please support. Sabo Judy is the only person here that I know on this planet teaching for the benefit of helping you grow, helping you be the immortal being that you're supposed to be. Sabo is teaching us things. He's walking us towards goals that we don't even know exist. When he's breaking somebody out of the matrix, like who's a Christian or Muslim, they don't even know, but he's trying to walk them into being an immortal being. They can't even comprehend what that means. So it really does take honesty within yourself to understand that Sabo Judy is here to help us grow. He's here to help us learn. He is here to bring love. And if you come with this threat, of course you're going to be met with the act. Defending himself is defending MAAT. However, that doesn't mean that he doesn't want you to be the best person to be. We don't want it fed in anybody. It's an energy, it's frequency. It goes within people. I remember Saba said the majority of people on the planet have good intentions. They want to do good things. And a lot of people on the planet, I've noticed, are hypnotized into doing bad things. They're hypnotized by respect. So it really takes honesty within yourself. If you somebody who has done something wrong or has said something wrong and you have gotten the axe or gotten the arm being pushed away, is to be honest with yourself and ask yourself if what you did possibly could have been the wrong thing to do. If it was, then be honest with yourself and correct yourself, come forth in a better way, a more pure life, apologize, things like that, and reconcile with yourself. That's what MAAT is about, being able to control hero or Heru within yourself and accept chaos within yourself and trying to overthrow things, control those both things, and bring it together. But really, it's about thinking to yourself, being honest with yourself, taking this knowledge and applying it to yourself. Because at the end of the day, when you're truly honest with yourself, you understand that Sabo Judy is here to help people grow, help people love themselves. By loving themselves, love the things and people around them. There's nothing else to it. Here to be part of truth, to observe, observe yourself, observe your surroundings, unwind yourself. They're all things that are MAAT. So if anyone else thinks anything different, if anyone thinks that there's something else happening besides love, besides MAAT, then that's actually happening within yourself. It's something that's happening within you, because here, from multiple perspectives, not just mine, I know other people, my other brothers and sisters here as well know that all that is being presented here is love. So truly, if you feel disgruntled or anything, make sure to look at yourself and be honest with yourself. If anybody's on the edge, if they don't know if they should support or not, sleep learning and they're scared or something, take time for yourself and ask yourself what this can do for you. Is this doing stuff for you? Support. Reciprocity is natural. It's nature. You feel better afterwards. Like SABA said, people support things in the matrix all the time. When they're consistent in that, this is helping you, then be consistent in this. People, you can ask somebody, what's your favorite candy? They'll tell you right away. You can ask somebody, what do you do when you're sad? They'll tell you right away. They watch something or eat something or something like that. They're honest with you. They tell you what it does for them. They're honest with themselves. So be honest with yourself for this. You're watching this. Why do you watch it? What is it doing for you? If you're watching it, it's doing something for you. You should be supporting it. That's it. So, yes, everyone be honest with themselves. Please support. Please admit to yourself what is happening here. Really think about it. Really. I will end with that. If anyone else wants to speak,
I really love your words, Amun, for sharing your wonderful do, and also for your words as well. I really love this class so far, and what both were talking about. Hey, greetings, Anna. It was very, very nice.
You're on mute right now, Nana.
Okay, can I be heard?
Yeah.
Okay. So greetings, everyone. Hey, so, some of you may or may not know that when we put certain sounds at the end of some of the meta words, like the U sound or the U sound, that's plural. So because there's more than one person on the panel, I'm saying HIPPOCAMPUS, that's like for everybody. Okay, so greetings. YouTube's a man of many hats, literally. Okay, I wanted to kind of speak on, well, first of all, thank you, all of you on the panel. And I'm wondering, like, where's everybody else? I was hoping that Hush Nation would be on, but I don't know. I'm going to try to come to the next break. I'm trying to come to the next break. But why I had wanted Hush Nation, I was going to congratulate him because he is one of the members that's going to be getting his name changed, this Pathways. So I wanted to speak on that a little bit. I heard that like this, so this year we're still doing the naming ceremony, the Ren, ceremony of the Ren. And so know that in August, I can come back with a date, or SABA can mention a date, but I don't know the date in August. But definitely August is the how do you say the word? That deadline. There we go. So it's the deadline. But if you have been, if you're a member or been with the, or at least a supporting member for a year or more, and you are interested in his name, and then I even reach out to the ones that already named themselves. I would still kind of like recommend, I'd say, to still get a name from him, from SABA, because SABA will give you your, as everybody knows here, he's very, very deep, and he sees more than what we see. So there'll be something within yourself that he can see, and then not only that, that'll just be something to add on to what your name already is. But for the most part, Dory's name, then that name will remain, and probably just an addition to. And I mean, as far as in a Kemetic name, you know, and that addition is priceless. It's you know, it's very rewarding. What what the master teacher has, like, what's his idea of you? You know, what does he see? What is the attribute he sees in you that he's going to name you? It's like putting on a crown and he's crowning you, and that goes with others that may not have a name, even thinking about it, or have a land and they're thinking about it. It's a very important thing to be in that state of knowing who you truly are. You know, trying to be out of the matrix is difficult, but at the same time, it isn't. It's only difficult if you say it is, you know, because everything it's mental, you know, and so we have to, what's the word, like, emulate what we want to be and who we are. Quite hot here. Quite a bit of reptiles, as y'all know. So, but yes. So I really, I encourage that. We'll be, I mean, you know, there's a lot of things that go on at this place, and it is going to be in October this year. It's always in October. It's coming soon. More information, but I just want to make sure that it's being mentioned. It's definitely going to take place. It's going to happen in Cali, California. So looking forward to seeing. I'm sure everybody here that's on this panel will be there, and yes, and very, very excited about it. There's so many different activities and so much. It's just such a great NEPR situation. So besides, of course, the naming ceremony, then there's food, and there's food. There's entertainment. Sometimes the last two, there were some talent shows. That was very nice, musical talents and creativity. And so I do encourage you guys to, if you haven't been, then, you know, I would suggest to come, come show up and see what it's about. Again, it's, you know, so it's been a pleasure hearing coming to hear the panel soon. And it's been a pleasure, all this, just being able to be a part of this movement, and the Tehuti podcast. Please, again, support if you haven't yet. Support what supports you. You know, just like you would support yourself, right? To make sure that you're healthy, to make sure you're well, right? Well, your health and part of your wealth, the mind, health of mind as well. So, Uncle Justin, and peace. It's Tehuti fingers.
Uncle Justin.
Uncle Justin. Love your next video.
Uncle Justin. Yeah, I'm half asleep. I've been up since like 3 a.m. But I'm disciplined. I'm using my brain energy, like Saba breaks down in this class, to stay focused, Yeah, I agree with you, Amun. How I always enjoy when Saba's breaking down about the brain, the science behind it, how we can implement it into ourselves. It's important how you mentioned that as well. Like when Saba mentioned those things, it brings you into your brain. Like while he's talking about that, you start thinking for yourself in your own brain. Like, oh, that's what that's called. Oh, that's what I use that for. So, test Saba. So for putting us on to all this hecka.
What's up? I am back. 9/11 over here. We are ready. Two for your great words, everyone. Glad you all appreciate it. We're about to get right back into it. I'm refreshed. I'm revived. I'm back. So I'm gonna say peace and love to Amun, Amunet. Enjoy the class. Keep enjoying it. Peace and love to Nookpoo in blue. And everybody, also, the pathways is coming up. And the naming ceremonies are coming up. So everybody contact me if you, whatever you want to, those who want the new Rens. And next week, I'm sure Annie Patel will have some updates on that. We're about to get into it, everybody. Let's get right back into it, everybody. Welcome to the TT Podcast. We are back. We're about to get into it. We've already in over an hour with this question, and I'm going to keep going and keep going and keep going and answer these questions that have never been asked before or and answered before like this in history. He's shedding. Very nice. And it's shedding. Answered in history. So here we go, everybody. Get your pens, your pads out. We're about to get into it. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Let's get right back into it. Strangers in the house. Strangers back in effect. There's a stranger with the 2-piece signs in the hat. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Stranger, the name of the moderators. Press the 9, everybody. 44 people here. Press the 9 if you can hear me clearly. And press the 9 if you can see this. Press the 9 if you can see the screen sharing. Let me get this off the screen. If you can see the screen sharing and hear me, press the 9 so I can know to move forward. 43 people watching. Press 8, 9. If you can hear me and see the screen. Maharu, there you are. Maharu, contact me. Validity of the concept of all and why they're blocking that area. I know your question was within a whole bunch of other things you said, but if so, then everybody boss the tip, Maka Architect, Ampu, Minty, Bijan Farrell, Mary Sekhmet. Beautiful. Are we ready, everybody? Here we go. Page. I see three more supports in since I took a break. That's great. Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna get into all of these supports here. I want something else just came in. Let me see something here. Hold on a second, everybody. One moment. Something else came in. Oh. I don't know if I have it yet. Okay. One moment, everybody. Respond to something here. We're going to get right into it, everybody. Get ready. Let's respond to this. Tuesday. Send nothing. Okay, here we go. Everybody ready? Everybody, we're about to get into it. Let's take care of that right there. And we're about to get into it. Everybody ready? Here we go. Boom, boom. Entire screen share, and here we go. Right back into it. I'll put the timer back on. Here we go. Everybody ready? All right. Boom. So we covered the foggy focus, the attention slipping, the addiction-like cravings that are in the breakfast foods because of the sugar spikes, which affect focus and of course discipline. And here we go, everybody. We're going to go. And yes, the definition of breakfast is to break fast, which means that the body is going for the longest time possible without food in the day. Thus, it's ever willing and eager to absorb the first thing at a higher rate due to its stress levels of being hungry. When you wake up in the morning, so your day is started off by the matrix with these foods. They contain another interesting chemical that is called red dye number 40, and the cereals and the breakfast on top of that. The foods designed to destroy your mind's ability to keep discipline. Let me take you to the medical news. Let me take you to the medical news today, February 25th, 2022. Here we go, everybody. Medical news, February 25th, 2022. Is there a link between red dye 40 and ADHD? Red 40 and other dyes may worsen the symptoms of attention deficit hyperactive disorder, ADHD, and some, but more research is needed. Researchers have extensively looked at the connection between dye and ADHD. Although data suggests that the food dyes increase ADHD symptoms, they only seem to do so by small amounts. However, some children may have more sensitive to their effects than others. I'm going to say red dye is one of the most commonly used color additives. It is present in many foods and beverages, including energy sports drinks, soda, protein powders, cereals, dairy products, gelatins, candy, chewing gum. Okay. Every one of us has eaten almost every one of these. Here we go. So, boom. Let me change it down a little bit. So, boom, from a child up until you are now an adult, wanting to be healthy, what is the first thing that all of the athletes promote? Energy drinks, sports drinks, and of course protein powders, which most of them contain red dye 40 as well. But don't worry, make sure in case you can recognize this red dye 40, they disguise the name under several other ingredients, names, labels that you don't recognize as red dye number 40. Let me show you the clandestine hidden to affect destroy the discipline area of the anterior cingulate cortex chemicals disguising in the name red dye 40 that destroy your ability to maintain discipline. This is the red dye 40, and instead of just putting red dye 40, we disguise it under the multitudes of names, and these are the things that are destroying the anterior cingulate cortex and your focus abilities and your memory abilities. And here we go. And your concentration. So here's red dye 40 under its many names. Allura, red AC, red 40, red 40 lake, FD&C, red number 40 aluminum lake, FD&C, red number 40, E129CI food, red 17, INT number 129, all found in your breakfast and lunches and dinners that you have given your reciprocity to and consuming for decades. So red dye number 40 is all under these names. And here we go. Boom. Let's blow it up a little bit. Boom, everybody. Okay, here we go. Boom. So here we go. Wheaties, fortified oat flakes, frosted flakes, honey nut Cheerios, Trix, C3PO's cereal, Smurf Berry Crunch, Sugar Rice Crinkles, Twist, Captain Crunch, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Waffle Crisp, Lucky Charms, Cocoa Pebbles, Grape Nuts, Reese's Puffs, Count Dracula, the Serial Killer, Golden Grams, Minty Mini Wheats. Huh? Yeah, the serial killer has a cereal. He has a cereal and he's a serial killer. Mr. T. Yeah, the cereal will kill you. Mr. T. Oreos. There we go. Spicy wasabi. We've all had these things. There we go. Spicy wasabi. Here's your chipotle. You like chipotle? Here's your spicy southwestern salad chipotle. There's your Mott's applesauce. A lot of people thought that were vegans and vegetarians. This was one of the favorite applesauce. It's just apples crushed up applesauce. They had red 40 to papaya, even the real fruit papaya in the food snacks, the home nut snacks mixes snacks. They have the red dye 40 to make the papaya look more red. In your Wagman's Mountain Mix, your fat-free mayo. You think you're safe because you're getting fat-free. And there's your barbecue sauce. There's your Joe's blend. There's your relish on your burgers. Your hot dogs, if you give reciprocity to. There's the classic sweet relish. There's the nacho cheese dip that you love. There's your Velveeta skillet. There's your creamy French that you put on your salads. There it is. Every single one of these are 9. There's nobody watching this chat, nobody watching this class right now who have not given reciprocity to 1 or 5 of these, or if not all of these. Everybody watching the chat has participated in giving reciprocity to these things that actually kill you, that actually destroy your discipline abilities and your ACC and your anterior congregate cortex. These are what's destroying them. We have no problem with it. Reciprocity given. Thank you and you're welcome. To this death. And none of these companies have ever been to your house to ask you to support them. And you can go buy right now 500 boxes of Frosted Flakes, 500 boxes of Honey Nut Cheerios. You could buy Chipotle every single day, and none of these companies will send you. Oh, I'm off the screen. It's weird. None of these companies will send you a thank you, a gift. You can support them for 20 years. You can buy Chipotle for 20 years straight. Honey Nut Cheerios, crisp with SABA, Mott's pineapple sauce. Man, I have no bag. Mott's pineapple sauce, and they will never give them the recipe. And that is the relationship. You give them the money, the reciprocity, and they give you death to your children. And every single person here in this, I stay focused because of where you're boom, boom, and you wonder why you can't maintain focus and stay disciplined. People always ask me, what are some rituals that I can do to help maintain my discipline? The first answer is stop performing and paying. Stop performing the ritual and paying for the rituals that destroy the concentration. Thank you. Some people ask, what are some rituals? What are some practices I can do to help my concentration? The first thing is to stop the ritual that you're already participating in. You're already participating in this ritual here. So first step, stop this. Before we get on to any spiritual rituals or any other type of discipline, can we cut these things out of your cupboards and cabinets? Can we cut these things out when you're out driving around with your friends and family and stopping off at this place to eat, stopping off that place to eat? Can you cut these out before you get higher level rituals? That'd be the first step, number 1. And most can't make it past that step. Let me ask the class a question. What is that which you put in your car or your vehicle that gives it the ability to move around? The common name is gasoline. What is the other name? What is the other chemical name for gasoline? It's the food that your car needs. So what is it you put inside your car, everybody? Your car, your truck, your van. Not gas, not gasoline. What's the other name for it? It's a more chemical sounding name. Even some companies are named this. What is it called, everybody? 50 people watching, feel free, just go like this and just type, if you have a car, if your mother has a car, what is it you put in your car to fuel it? It's gasoline, but it's the other name for gasoline. Tell me if you need a hint. What is that? What do you put in your car to feed your car, to fuel it? It's the original, it's the name of gasoline when it comes out of the ground. There's the hint. It's the thing that the machines pull out of the ground, and then it's gasoline when you get it. There we go, Vision Ray, bing, ding, 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 ding. Petroleum. That's right, petroleum. Petroleum, wonderful, wonderful. Let me ask everybody in the room and the people watching, what are your thoughts on eating petroleum? You bet. Robert, Nufu, Visionary, Nectar J, and the 51 people watching, what is your view on if you had a health nutrition dietary person and they said, you know, we're gonna fix your diet up. You're eating all this stuff. We're gonna fix your diet. We're gonna put you on maybe one tablespoon of petroleum a day. Well, what's your thoughts on that? What would you all say to that? Yum. Is that a diet you like to add to your diet plan, your discipline? 1 tablespoon of petroleum a day added to your diet. What would y'all think of that? Minty, you bet. Robert, 51 people watching. What do you all think of adding petroleum to your diet consumption a day? Drink some water. What do you think of it? That's the question. Terrifying. Anybody else have any thoughts? What do you think of adding that today? Not a good chemical imbalance. Not good chemical imbalance. That says strange. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Not gonna put disgusting thing. Robert Williams says nope, disgusting. Okay, I'm asking, what do you think about adding that to your diet every day? What do you think? Okay, here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. That's food for your car, right? Ding, 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 ding. You are all right. Petroleum. These are the petroleum stations. Here's the petroleum pump. Everybody knows these stations: Shell, BP. We all know Phillips 66. We all know Chevron. We all know Exxon Mobil. We all know most of these, right? What these serve for your car is food for your car, which is petroleum. Yes, petroleum. Most of you got it right. Ding, 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 ding. When I asked you what you all thought of it, the answer is terrifying, strange, chemical imbalance. Nope. Petroleum. We look at petroleum, basic search on petroleum. Here's what we find. Crude oil, another name for petroleum. Petroleum, also known as crude oil, or simply oil, is naturally occurring yellowish black liquid chemical mixture found in geological formations consisting of mainly hydrocarbons. The term petroleum refers both to naturally occurring and unprocessed crude oil, as well as petroleum products that consist of refined crude oil. Petroleum is a fossil fuel formed over millions of years from anaerobic decay of organic material from buried prehistoric organisms, particularly planktons and algae. 70% of the world's oil deposits were formed during the Mesozoic time period. Conventionally, reserves of petroleum are primarily covered by drilling, which is done after the study of relevant structural geology, analysis of the sedimentary basis, and the characterization of petroleum reservoir. There are also unconventional reserves such as oil sands and oil shale, which are recovered by other means such as fracking. So what is petroleum? It is crude oil, and it's fossil fuel, and this is what's used for gasoline. Okay, good. And most people watching this class already know that. Wonderful, everybody. Here we go. Ready?
Ready, everybody? Now we're gonna go to business. Here we go. Here we go. So the Dig 7 oil fields, 2018, 2019. Here's the petroleum. Agaba Petroleum Company is planning to produce 46,000 barrels of crude oil per day and 16 million barrels per year during the fiscal year. So here it is. Okay, everybody. Oh, let me take you back to medical news today to show you what red dye 40 actually is. What is red dye 40? Medical news today. What is red dye 40 made of? What is this red dye 40 that they keep hiding the names of it that are in all those foods and 100 more that cannot fit on my screen? What is it made of? Medical news today. Red dye 40 is a commonly used synthetic food dye made from petroleum. The red dye 40 that you're eating, that's the petroleum. So red dye 40 under all those other names, they don't put petroleum, but that's what it's made from. It's made from petroleum. Boom, everybody. Ready? Here we go. I think Visionary put it's put inside of our food. Somebody put that. Absolutely. There it is. Red dye 40. Yum, 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 yum. Eat up. That's where your reciprocity is going. To feed you and your children. When you and your children go out, when you and your friends go out, when you and your family goes out, when you and your girlfriend goes out, husband, wife, all of you go out, sipping up, drinking, eating up the red 40. Yes, we're eating this petroleum. There it is. Somebody decided it would be a good idea to make this petroleum food when it actually destroys the concentration areas of your brain. Welcome to the Matrix. Here it is. These look pretty, don't they? You notice that all of these colors, most of these boxes are in red and yellow. So I may break that down if somebody asks me about it. Notice that, everybody? Red and yellow, red and yellow, red and yellow, red and yellow. On every single box, red and yellow, red and yellow. We'll get into that later. You wonder why McDonald's is red and yellow? Here it is, everybody. Boom. So there it is, petroleum. Eat up, yum yum. So boom, the red dye is petroleum. Jump like that. There it is. So boom, the red dye is petroleum. So of course they do not openly tell you the ingredients in the cereals, and a lot of the breakfast foods and meals that you're eating contain petroleum. The Matrix has to hide it under these words so that it is not easily spotted. Here are the names for the petroleum on the back of your ingredient that destroy your anterior single-gated cortex, full ability for you to maintain discipline. And most give the reciprocity to. Yum, here it is. Tart. Butyl hydroquinoin. Territory. Butyl hydroquinoin. And again, then methyl benzoate. Ethyl, methyl, phenidate. Blue 1, blue 2, yellow 5, yellow 6, red 40, mineral oil. All of that is petroleum. Destroying your ability to focus, destroying your ability to maintain discipline. Yes, boom! Which has extreme adverse effects on your brain's ability for the proper health function of the anterior cingulated cortex and the depletion of the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, which destroys your ability to keep discipline. In other words, everybody, the Matrix is designed to just give you the end definition of discipline. Remember, the word discipline is the punishment, it's the negativity, it's the correct thing, the correct choice to make, the instruction, and the punishment. Either experienced or foreseen. The discipline life that they give you in the Matrix is only the punishment. It's only the repercussions. So you're getting the discipline, you're getting the petroleum, That's the punishment. That's and all the repercussions that it brings. Destroying your discipline. The good aspect of the discipline. Here we go, everybody ready? Woo! Here we go. So, what are some solutions, everybody? Because the brother JHUTY said wants to know about some practicing solutions. I'm going to deal with the food solutions. So what are some solutions, consumption, foods, and diets that are wise choices that you can use to combat this attack that assists with your discipline? I will give you a few. The rest are for one-on-ones and personal classes as far as performing magical aspects or performing magic practices pertaining to enhancing discipline. Those are answered inside of the Medu Nether classes, which can be requested by sending a request to this email, of which the good brother JHUTY already has them. And later on, I can tell him which classes to go to that has the answers on the practice for mental discipline within the 1 to 65 classes. Then I will not reveal it here because of the 35 sneak learning, 35 people that are watching, they refuse to support. 32 people out of 51 people watching refuse to support the pod class, and there's no way they're going to get this, the magical aspect and what the Kemet teams do in this open public class. But for the one-on-one and the Medu Nether class, it used to be at 1:30 p.m. They stopped, and now they're all recorded. There's 65 of them. You email this, and you can order them. Or anything over $20 donation support. Here you go, everybody. That's where you get the answer for the actual practices that are secret, or people are calling the occultish. Just the practices that were not given to the public. So the ancient Kemetic people did not give them to the public, and neither will I. But they were definitely, that's why when you read the papyruses, it's very hard to find the actual practices that weren't for the public. They were for only certain people to read that were in the culture. I know where they are, but that's for one-on-one classes. All right, so what are some of the foods or vitamins that can be added to your diet to reverse this on a regular discipline level, to increase the discipline itself? Well, the area in the brain that steps in after it has been chosen, this choice has been chosen by the anterior cingulated cortex that holds the attention of the task discipline, is the hippocampus area of the brain. I'm walking you through step by step so you can understand, because in Kemet and in MAAT, the doctors were called the Rek. They're called the Rek. The wise magicians were also called the Rek. Inside the doctors or the medical papyrus is the word Hika, that which the magicians practice, but also that which the doctors practice. So there was an interweaving of the belief and understanding of Hika and actual medical prescription. So what I'm doing is I'm walking you through to understand how the brain works. So when I prescribe or tell you these things that you should do, that is a step to how the Hika will start to work. Because you're having an understanding of where in the brain these workings take place. So therefore I can pinpoint where in the brain to help through foods and vitamins. And then once you're on that path, discipline on that path, then you can start disciplining yourself in the actual magical aspect. But if people can't even wake up in the morning and take 2 pills or change their diet from whatever they're eating to salmon and to clam, or things that have what I'm about to talk about, there's no room and need for any magical practice, because people want the magical microwave, turn your body to the left 3 times, go like this, and boom, your ailments are gone. If you can't even fix a plate of food properly. So I step you and walk you through how the brain works, like the doctors of Kemet, who were the magicians, because you're learning now from both. I just don't put. Go look at the word doctor. It just means teacher. Here we go. Boom, boom,
and boom, ready? Let me walk you through how this works. This is the patience to walk you through this so you can understand and start to apply it. With simple things, and then move on to the higher refined magical things once the simple things are in place. I'm going to walk you through the hippocampus, like a medical Dr. Wood. Here's the hippocampus. The hippocampus works and is responsible for the memory, focus, and concentration of all of which. The hippocampus works and is responsible for memory, focus, and concentration, all of which are recipes for discipline. It's in this area of the brain. So to solve the problem with discipline, I'm going to focus on what helps this area of the brain. This is where this is one of the aspects where your discipline takes place. The other than the anterior cingulated cortex and dorsal prefrontal cortex, is the amygdala. But this is a lot different than the other ones because this deals with biological imperative, which is necessary for the discipline motivation of the mesolimbic area that's controlled by the dopamine. The dopamine that needs a drive to move it. But the drive usually is biological imperative. Here we go, everybody. Let me walk you through. Everybody teaches this. The amygdala, which is extremely interesting because this can work for and against you. It deals with the fear of the punishment of the lack of discipline. Because remember, punishment is one of the definitions of the discipline. It's the process where the amygdala area of the brain deals with the actual definition of the last area, hopefully the area you never reach, which is the fear of the punishment or of the repercussion that takes place. That amygdala deals with that area of discipline, while the hippocampus area deals with the memory, focus, concentration of discipline. We need both these areas to deal with both the definitions of the word discipline. Your teacher taught you that, right? Here we go. All right. So the amygdala, which is extremely interesting because this can work for and against you. It deals with the fear and the punishment of what the lack of discipline can bring. It deals with the emotion and detrimental effects that some learn unconsciously to fear the actual result of the following through with the discipline. So some actually have a detrimental self-sabotage effect where they learn subconsciously to fear the actual result of following through with the discipline, thus creating the amygdala area to serve a reversal role. Remember what the medical magazine said? That the sugar works with the dopamine, it works with the areas of the brain of the mesolimbic reward system where it wants more, so it sees that as the reward. So that's something that tastes the opposite of the sugar, which is the healthy food. The child's brain redevelops that the healthy food is the punishment. Eat your broccoli, Brian. Eat your broccoli, Sarah. But you never have to say, eat your birthday cake, Brian. You never have to say that. See? So what happens now is the amygdala area of the brain now reverses and turns that which is good for you into the subconscious punishment. So you start talking, saying things out of your mouth that actually lead you down a path of destruction. Well, I didn't mean to say that. What I meant to say. Hold on. Wait a minute. What I mean to say. I have disciplined myself, with the true definition of the word, to foresee the end of the path. That's why I can answer these questions. Because the question is the end of your quest, the end of the path. I can foresee the end of something as it starts in a little seed. That's why every time somebody does something, I say, where did this actually start from? That's what people are afraid to talk to me about. Where did this start from? What's the origin of this? That's where everybody gets petrified. Because I can see the start and the finish. So by the time somebody starts in their negative ways or the self-sabotage, I already see their end and I just cut them off. Or I teach them, but once I see them continuously moving in the direction, I start just slowly cutting them off because I already know where the end is. I'm not going to waste my time walking with them to the end of their death. I already know what it is. Either listen or not. MAAT or not, like SF says. Either listen or not. Go to your end. I already know where you're going I have no time for it. It's time wasting. So I'm going to say, here's the step to take. Oh, you're not making those decisions? Okay, go on to your death. Go on to your destruction. Because the amygdala reversed, where the punishment is actually the good thing. The punishment and the good thing is actually the punishment. Over to the thought class. People can't last over a few months or so. This is daily life. This isn't a play game. This is a part-time assignment. This is the daily life in MAAT. So the amygdala, which is extremely interesting because this can work for and against you. It deals with the fear of the punishment of what the lack of discipline can bring. It deals with the emotion. And the detrimental effect is some learn subconsciously to fear the actual result. So it deals with the emotion and detrimental effect. So some actually learn to fear the actual result of the discipline, thus creating the amygdala area to serve as a reversal role in now a self-sabotaging fashion, because you actually fear what the proper decision is. You feel nervous when you're going to reach your proper decision. That's why some are about to reach a goal, then womp, womp, womp. As soon as they're getting their step, I'm almost there. I'm doing this right. I'm doing that right. What happened? Womp, womp, womp. Self-sabotage. The amygdala is turning you off, turning the switch off right before you get to it, because it associates the end, which could be the best life you could have, the best place you could have, with that's negative. Let me stay away. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think on it. Let me think. I got to do this thing. I got to think. Let me think. And then your life withers away. You're thinking about it when you're 89 years old. Here we go. So now it's the reversal role in a self-sabotaging fashion, because you actually fear what the proper decision is, and also works through learning through a reward system, achievement. But if the matrix teaches you at a young age that the reward for doing something good is candy, isn't that what you all were taught? Give him a candy, he did good. Sugar, red 40, yellow 5, and petroleum, that's the reward for doing something good. Then subconscious anchor systems, which is pace and lead systems, and subconscious anchor systems, which are pace and lead systems that lead you to a certain direction, and then links in association system sets in the amygdala area through links and association to associate that which is bad for you as the actual reward. I drink till I throw up. What are you drinking for? I'm drinking to get drunk. Wait a minute, drunk means that your body has toxins where it can't function properly. I'm drinking to feel I want to get drunk tonight. We're getting drunk tonight. That's the repercussion of the discipline. That's what you don't want. And now your reward system, your mesolimbic system, and your dopamine now wants the actual drunkenness. I want to get high. Why do you want to get high for? I don't want to get high. We'll get high and teach a pod class. Let me know how that works out for you. Get high and see how your teaching goes. Smoke 4 blunts, and then come answer some questions in the pod class and see how good you do. See how good it goes for you. It's all destruction for you that your mind has anchored system been taught that you should like it now. It's your reward system, handling and using implicit unconscious memory, which allows you to remember how this is your amygdala. The amygdala handles and uses implicit conscious memory, which allows you to remember how to do a certain thing without remembering how you learned them. Boom. There is the matrix. There is the matrix. Your brain working with the matrix, because the area of the brain, when I ask you about questions, you all know something, but you don't remember where you learned it from, because that area of the brain handles and uses implicit unconscious memory, which allows you to remember how to do certain things without remembering how you learned them in the first place. What's the source of where you learned it from? Boom. There is the matrix, which is why at times I ask people questions in the class, regardless of where you live on the planet Earth. You can be in Chicago, California, Jamaica, anyway. You can be in Portugal, or what background you have. Everyone has the same answers, but do not remember where they learned it from. Remember that jewel. Remember the amount of times that I asked on the podcast a question and everybody has the same answer. And I ask, where did you get that answer from? You live in Sweden, you're in Denmark, you're in Africa, you're in Chicago, you're in New York, you're in Jamaica, you're in Trinidad. How do you all have the same answer and you're not talking to the same people? And when I ask you, where did you learn it from? You're like, I don't know, man. It's just in my head. I just know. I know, but I don't know where I learned it from. The matrix is designed to work with the hippocampus and the amygdala, but against you, the self-sabotage. Disunity. That's the bottom line of the whole thing. Disunity, which is self-sabotage. Are you ready, everybody? Boom, we got happy mess going like this. Shout out to all the new people. There we go. Boom. Ready, everybody? Woo! If you all get these teachings anywhere else, please let us know. I'll put that person to the next podcast. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? Boom. Remember that, Jewel. Remember that, everybody. Okay? So the amygdala area of the brain, the handling using implicit unconscious memory, which allows you to remember how to do certain things without remembering how you learned them in the first place. You just remember how to do it. And boom, there is the matrix, which is why at times I ask people questions in the class, regardless of where you live on the planet Earth, what your background is. Everyone has the same answer, but they do not remember where they learned it from. Remember that, Jewel. Let's continue. I do it almost every pod class. I may have done it this one. Okay, so both the hippocampus and the amygdala, both will compose the limbic system, which both are very sensitive to vitamin B deficiencies, of which one of these main culprits is, what's one of the main culprits to vitamin B deficiency? I wonder. I want to get disciplined. I wonder why I can't focus. It's one of the main culprits to vitamin B deficiency. Right here, everybody. Here it is. Here it is. Anybody remember these? Huh? Here's an example. This is a proper, perfect example of the amygdala area of the brain. Why do you drink alcohol? You actually don't know. Is it to quench your thirst? Alcohol actually doesn't quench thirst. Why did human beings evolve to drink in the first place? They evolved to drink to quench their thirst and hydrate. That's why we used to go to the lakes, drink water. We drank water. We drank juices from trees, water from coconuts. We drank things to quench our thirst and give us vitamins. What does drinking rum do for you? What does it quench? What is it? What nutrients is it for you? How does it help you be a better person? But almost everybody I know drinks alcohol, and here's the matrix. Press one, everybody. How many people in here used to drink? Press one. Press one. Don't worry, I'm not going to judge you. Doesn't matter if you do it now. Some people still may drink now. Out of the 50 people watching this, how many people either used to drink or drink now? Press a one. Let me see. RPM. There we go. Honest man. That's right, happiness. Alcohol does the opposite, right? Yeah, that's the point of the class. That you do the paradox. The amygdala, you're taught to get the opposite of the purpose of doing it in the first place. So 3 people out of 51 used to drink or are drink, or do drink. RPM, happy men. Anyone else? Of the 51 people watching, did anybody used to drink or are still to now? Anybody else? Maybe my computer's on lag. I know if I have 47 people in here that have been sober all their life, let me give you a round of applause. There we go, Mary. Okay, there we go. Some honest people. Okay, good. We got Mary Sekhmet, Robert. Wonderful. Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready for me to show you 2 matrices of the amygdala pertaining to the drinking? 1. The reason you drink, you actually don't know why. You don't have an explanation of why. And here's the other thing. Ready? Maharu, thank you. The matrix tricked you. The Matrix tricked you. It tricked your language. I should be able to ask 100 5-year-old children how many of you drink or used to drink, and the 100 to say yes. What happened? What just happened? I should be able to ask 200 4-year-olds how many of you drink or used to drink, and all of the 100 4-year-olds should say yes. Because I'm drinking right now. I still drink. I didn't say drink alcohol. Did I say drink alcohol? Should I rewind the tape? Is there even tapes out? Let me rewind the tape. There's no more tapes out. Mixtape. I'm like, where's the tape? Where's the tape? I am drinking right now. So the Matrix turned the action of your very survival that you need more than food. You need this more than food. You know that? You can fast off of food longer than you can fast off of being hydrated. Did you know that? You need this more than the food that you eat. There's people that fast for 2 weeks. Fast off of water for 2 weeks and tell me how that works out for you. Well, actually, you won't be able to tell me because you'll be in the Nether Kurt. Like Amun. Where were you in '89? I was in the Nether Kurt. Amun was in the Nether. I was in the Nether Kurt. Nether Kurt. So you need water. So that which you need to survive, the Matrix turned this not into the reward. The reward is alcohol, where they actually transformed the drinking of alcohol into the only definition to the question of do you drink? Do you drink? You smoke? You drink? You smoke? You drink? You smoke? I drink. I smoke. I drink. I smoke. Cameron. So now you know that they changed the word drinking into only the poison. I drink coconut water. I've drank water. I drink BCAAs. I drink many different things. I've drank orange juice. So why is just drinking alcohol the definition that overpowers everything else that the human body needs to drink? Now, the only definition of drinking is the poison. That's the Matrix working both sides. Into the drinking, you don't know why you do it, and calling it drinking, and everything you consume that's H2O based is drinking. Huh? Welcome to the Matrix. Let me break these Matrix step by step by step. I hope everybody appreciates this. Carpet says, pomegranate juice right now. That's right. So you're still drinking. Well, you still drink. Here we go, everybody. Boom. So here we go. Drinking is drinking alcohol. Yes, alcoholic beverages are amongst the top vitamin D depletion mechanism. Vitamin B, type of that. The top vitamin B depletion mechanism intakes. Yes, all of the alcohol beverages that receive millions of dollars in reciprocity a day. Millions a day. Millions a day in reciprocity. But most of us have spent hundreds of dollars on just to do one of the many things to destroy our focus and discipline, while simultaneously depleting the vitamin B and one of the most important aspects of our brain, that which gives us reasoning and memory. You destroy it purposely without even knowing that you're doing it on purpose. Nobody forced you to buy any alcoholic beverage, nor did they come to your house to advertise. The solution to this one, of course, eliminate alcohol. Step one, you eliminate alcohol from your life completely, all of these alcoholic death beverages, and 2, intake foods and supplements that contain the necessary and proper vitamin B. Here are some foods that, if all are eaten naturally, are extremely good source of different vitamin B's. Okay, so here it is. Here's the food that helps with discipline if eaten in right proportions, not fried in grease. So here are vitamin B fortified foods that are naturally easy to get: clams, liver, real fortified cereal. Because nothing is wrong with the cereal, normal cereal, not the garbage. Cereal comes from nature, but the real cereal. There's nothing wrong with eating that cereal after a workout when your body needs glycogen. Not Kellogg's Captain Crunch, not that. Trout, salmon, tuna, canned tuna, beef, ham if you eat ham. If you eat low-fat milk, I prescribe not to. Get your vitamin B from other sources, although low-fat milk is a good source of vitamin B, but go back to my milk class and you'll see why not to touch that. Chicken breast, eggs, great sources of vitamin B to recompensate for the vitamin B deficiency that you have from your bad diet. I myself do not touch any alcohol. Me personally, Tehuti. I had one real rum vodka, and it was the top cap that you screw on. My aunt gave me alcohol just in the cap, not a glass, in the cap, and I drank that, and I was face down on the ground, confused. When I drank it, my chest got hot, and I had no comprehension. I'm never into that kind of life. But when I drank it, I said, "Why is my chest getting warm? I'm breathing. My chest is hot. I feel like I need water now, and my chest feels hot. Is this what this is like? Is this what this is for?" Before I could get an answer, I was on the ground face down. I never drank it before, so I never personally had to give that up. But if you find that in your life, remove that completely. Your first step. Remove that completely in all forms. And then add these meals. And I could do a diet class with you, a personal diet class. You contact me, I do a diet class. I can set up your daily diet on how much of these you should eat per meal and how many meals you should eat pertaining to your workout that you do. I do those as well. I change people's physical bodies as well. So I myself do not touch any alcohol. I eat food that contains vitamin B. And on top of that, I take this vitamin B supplement called vitamin B100. So I take and have taken these two right here. And why? Because I'm guaranteed to get the vitamin B without the calories of the food. So let's say I need a certain amount of vitamin B, but I don't necessarily want to eat 5 ounces of salmon because of the fat content, because I'm already getting my fat through the egg. I don't want the calories from the fat of the salmon. I'm already getting fat through the eggs and through walnuts. So to cut down on the calories, instead of eating another 6 more ounces of salmon and gaining weight, I can take the vitamin B100 complex, which has absolutely no calories, and I'm getting the vitamin B, more vitamin B than I'm getting from the salmon without adding any more calories to my body structure. So these two here, now Fulgar, these are two that I vouch for because I've taken both, and I have them in my pill jar. I have it right now, every single day of my life. And the reason it's called vitamin B100, because some people may say, well, it's vitamin B, but then there's vitamin B12. There's all these different vitamin Bs, but why is it called 100? Is because if we turn the vitamin B supplement around to the side, what you will see is this. So you turn the vitamin B supplement to the side. This is a little blurry here. You turn it to the back, and you'll see it contains all of the necessary vitamin Bs, and the number of 100 milligrams or 100 micrograms. It's a little blurry here, but these are all the vitamin Bs, and notice 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, 100. The vitamin B is all in the 100s. You're getting all of the vitamin B, vitamin B6, vitamin B12, vitamin B1, 2, 3. You're getting HTI, this is vitamin B6. You're getting foliate. But you have to take this daily. The ritual is to take this, have your diet first daily. And you do the physical diet discipline daily, paying your food on a scale, controlling your eating habits, and only eating what you prepare because you know everything that's in it. These are the foods that I eat, what's in the supplements that I take, and on top of that, I eat vitamin B fortified eggs. Eggland eggs or vitamin fortified eggs. And all of these assist in my brain executing proper discipline. I will stop here on the diet topic because, of course, you can attain a personal design diet workout plan and diet plan directly from me through the inquiry of the email. And if tap or subscribe or any of the moderators are there, go ahead and put the email in the chat. That's the email you can reach me through and inquire about the specifics of the diet based on your specific body size, BMI, body fat, height, weight. I calculate a mathematical plan for you, and it's changed lives in the pod class and bodies in and out of the pod class. I've trained professional bodybuilders, people that are on TV shows that you watch right now. Through inquiry of the email chat, it'll get put in the chat. Okay, here we go. And I have taught you all of this that I've taught you so far for over 2 hours, all of that I've taught you to get to this point right here, which is going back to the ancient aspects of discipline, which was asked about in the question. Knowing all of this, would you be surprised to find out today, if you look at the word discipline in the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, guess what you will see as the Medu word? So you look up discipline, and I took you through all of that to get you here. Are you ready? When you look at the word discipline, when you look at the word discipline in the Medu Dictionary, guess what you see? What do you see? Disappearance, disapprove, disarrange, disaster, discharge, discomfort, discontented, discord. So, discipline should be after discharge as the H. Discover, discuss. Uh-oh. We're in both volumes of the Medu Dictionary. Wait a minute. Wait. There is no word discipline? Okay, let's go over to, some people may say, Budge is outdated. We don't read Budge. Okay, let's go to Sir Alan Gardner's Dictionary of Egyptian Grammar and type in discipline into the word search. Here we go. We're going to go to the Medu Dictionary, Sir Alan Gardner, and I typed in discipline. Here we're in the 3rd edition. Discipline, what do we get? Uh-oh. 0, 0. Huh? 0, 0. We type in discipline. 0 word search results. What? Discipline, 0 word search results? On discipline? How can that be? That the oldest spiritual culture on the planet that introduced spirituality to the rest of the planet, the oldest structured, spiritual, organized country, the people of Ma'at, did not have the word for discipline? No, of course not. Not as you think, because after all that I have taught you, you now know that the word discipline is a cycle and process word that contains both the foresight and examination, planning, the proper choice utilized through the anterior cingulate cortex and the lack of depletion of the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex the memory of that proper choice for the repetitive, reproductive, habitual action, and the possible fear of punishment, which equals the dangers, repercussion, done through the amygdala. This is why I slowly walked you through all of this. Remember? Discipline. I walked you all through that so it can be ingrained in your mind that discipline is a cyclatory word. It's a cycle word. It's a palindrome word. It's working both ways. It means what should be done right and the suffering of what happens when you don't do right. It has its own opposite in the meaning: teaching, learning, knowledge, instruction, science. But it's also punishment for sake of correction, physical punishment, suffering. Because it has both options and both results in one word. Because if you make the right choice, of course you're not going to be suffering. Of course there's no need for correction. If you're living what they call a disciplined life, then there's no correction, there's no suffering, there's no punishment unless you make the wrong choice. So discipline contains both. That's why the spider and the wasp made the wrong choice. Now it's being punished. The spider made the right choice. Now it's eating the wasp. The people here make the wrong choice, and now they're being carried away in cranes to the hospital. That is the word discipline itself. So boom, because the original concept. Oh, wait. No. Oh, it came out blurry. Oh no. Hold on. I didn't do that. Because the original concept of discipline, something that was another word in ancient times. Pre-matrix stems what you see here. Thus the original meaning, instructions, knowledge, learning, and the lack thereof as a result of destruction, punishment, and chaos. What do you think the word is for that which one receives instructions? Notice the titles of the ancient pre-matrix writings and tell me what you see that is in common. Here it is. Maybe I don't have to read the writing because the writing is blurry. But look at the titles of the laws of Ma'at. Instructions of Hari Dedef, 2300 BC. What's this other one? The beginning of the instruction of Ptah-hotep. This one is 2300 BC. Same over here. This one is 100 in BC. What is it called? Instruction of Ankh Sheshang. What do you notice similar about the title of all these laws of Ma'at? Yes, instructions. The entire way of life was the original concept of discipline, which were instructions, the instructions that were based on proper decision making, foreseeing. Thus we have the word that I have brought to you for the first time, the original definition, which is Ma'at, that people only know as the word order. Putting things in order comes after. So people know the word Ma'at to mean order, but putting things in order comes after observation and the decision that is proper. That is the definition of the word Ma'at as a verb that you had to partake and participate in, as opposed to what everyone else is teaching you, which is just the word order. If you ask anybody, what does Ma'at mean? They'll say order and balance. No. Ma'at is a verb that you participate in. You see? That's the difference between, like I said in the beginning of this pod class, it was the hardest thing for me to come in because I have what I teach about Kemet is opposite from what everybody's teaching. I came in this society, in this conscious community, I came in and I heard Ma'at means order and balance. And I'm like, so that Lego block system over there, it's in order. It's pretty balanced. So that's Ma'at. I said, I know it doesn't just mean that, because the people said Anki and Ma'at. They're living something, so it has to be something you participate in, not just any order of anything. Huh? So if a serial killer has an order of how he kills people, he's living Ma'at, because Ma'at means order, and he says, I kill 4 people on this day, 4 people on that day, it's balanced, so that's Ma'at. No. I introduced the real definition to the world several years ago that no Kemetic teacher was ever teaching. They hid this definition. The word Ma'at is a participation word. It means examination. Why? Because you have to foresee something to make the proper decision. Because your brain is a holographic computer foreseeing what shows up in the visual cortex, and then the anterior cingulated cortex comes into effect. The dorsal prefrontal cortex comes into effect after you've seen and you're making decisions of what's around you. You have to examine. When you're examining, that's when you're into your decision making. You're participating in Ma'at. Ma'at means to examine the thing. Then when you examine and you learn from the examination, then your hippocampus comes into effect. Then the AMYGDALA comes into effect. Then the mesolimbic system comes into effect. And now you can make decisions based on past memory of things you've learned and the fear of the process of the discipline of the punishment of what can happen to you if you make the wrong decision in your observation. Thus the word Ma'at means observation, examination. And then when you make the right decision, now you're in order, sir. Now you can live in order, because you can only live in order if you're making the proper decisions. You can't have any kind of order in your life if you don't choose the right decisions to structure things. That's why when people come and say, Ma'at just means order. No. I'm going to make you accountable. Ma'at means to examine. That means your consciousness participates in the word. The atheist Kemetic teachers hiding in disguise, Ma'at means order and balance. They can mean balance. Ma'at means order and balance, 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 order and balance. I'm like, no. It means examination. Then the hippocampus, the AMYGDALA, the ACC come together to make the decision over and over again, and that good decision becomes ritualistic habit. And once it becomes a habit, now it's in order. Now you own the Ma'at. The first step is the examination of the situation. So there's either only one. That's the name of this class. There's either only one. Here it is. Everybody's teaching this, right? Everybody's teaching this. I know. Put the link in the room. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready, everybody? So Ma'at, I came and resurrected to the world the truth that Robert's putting up bombs. That's right. That's right. Here we go. I brought the true definition of the word Ma'at that your teacher will never tell you and has never told you. And here's Ma'at right here. What is it? Tehuti making the dip. Tehuti made it all up. Ma'at, what does it mean? Tehuti wrote this dictionary. Ma'at, to see, examine. Those are the first steps that have to be done for your hippocampus and your AMYGDALA. You have to examine and receive information. You have to hear it. You have to absorb it. That's why the word see. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to step off for a minute, but that's why the word see is a word in English that came from the Kemetic concept, the Ma'at concept, because see is not just something you do with your eyes. See is the reception of comprehension. That's why when somebody speaks something to you that you understand, you say, I see what you mean. Do you with your eyes? Is it your eyes is in his? You see what he means? You're in his brain? No. Listen, to see is to receive something and understanding the truth. I see what you mean now. You didn't see anything. Your brain received the truth. So seeing, ma'at, covered more than just the eye's ability to receive information. It was the reception of knowledge itself. I see what's going on here. You see what I mean? I'm gonna step off for just a minute. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put it on the screen and step off just a minute. Yep. Okay, I am back, everybody. I'm back. Let's get back into it. Are you ready, everybody? I'm gonna get back into it, and since we're off of the matrix aspect, now we're just on the ma'at aspect. I'm gonna now teach under the ma'at music. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Boom. Let's get back to this discipline concept. Get the timer back on. Are you ready? Here we go. Boom. So here we go. So ma'at is to examine, to inspect, to perceive, seen, visible. Why has your Kemetic teacher never taught you this? Sight, vision. Hey, there you are, visionary. Vision, something seen. See? That's the definition of ma'at. It's a participation action verb that you have to participate. Your consciousness has to be involved in. It's not just order. You put the things in order after following the instructions and seeing and comprehending what the decisions are based on the proper choice of your ACC, your anterior cingulated cortex and your hippocampus and amygdala working together for your biological imperative. Boom, examination, envisioning to make the proper choice, the functioning of the anterior cingulated cortex working with the hippocampus, and understanding the possible punishment, repercussions through the amygdala and the amygdala area of the brain as your mind approaches the doors of decision. As your mind approaches the doors of decision, the openings, you see in the game, go through this door and this happens. Go through this door and that happens. Go through this is what happens every time you dream. So whenever you dream, you pop up already in a moving story. You never remember the beginning of the dream. You enter the door and you pop up. Your conscious gets excited and you start your memory right there where the excitement starts. So these are doors of opportunities, or they call them windows of opportunities, but they're doorways. Through different doorways or different paths where you have different choices. That's how your brain sees it, as a different doorway possibility. Go this direction, enter through here, and here's all the choice that can happen within there. Enter through here. So those are doorways that you have to foresee what's on the other side of it. So here we go, everybody ready? Woo. Oh my. Okay, we're about to end off. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Woo! Ready, everybody? So here we go. And now, after all of this that I have taught you, you have comprehension that discipline is both the foresight of a proper decision making, that the proper decision carrying it through, proper decision making, and the decision of carrying it through and understanding the consequence, of not carrying it through. And what is the consequence of not carrying it through? What is the consequence of what happens when you carry it through? An ordered, organized, structured plan of Ma'at. What is the word that is the opposite of Ma'at, everybody? What's the opposite of Ma'at? Which would be the negative end result of discipline. What is the word in Medu that is the opposite of Ma'at? You should all know it right now. So if Ma'at is the structure and the order after foresight and after envisioning and after making the proper decisions, and then you put things in their proper structure because you receive the instruction, what would the opposite of the word Ma'at be? What's the meta word that is the opposite of Ma'at? Anybody know? Boom, you bet right fast. ISFET. ISFET. All right. Watch how this works. You ready, everybody? Watch how the word ISFET works with the focused decision making, the opposite of focused decision making in the definition of the word. Are you ready, everybody? Negative chaos. That's right. ISFET is not evil as the definition. ISFET has a definition that your Kemetic teacher has never taught you. It has a definition. People say it means chaos and evil, which would be the opposite of order, putting things in order. But watch what happens here. Are you ready, everybody? Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Mark the date. I've taught you some of this before, but there's some new people, and JHUTY was never even a part of the class where I taught this. So here we go. He's going to get it the first. May 34th, 2025. ISFET. That's what you all say, right? Bing, 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 bing. You are absolutely right. ISFET. Chaos. What is that? Mental incoherency. Tehuti, why do you teach that ISFET is mental incoherency? So ISFET, mental incoherency. The mind fluctuating from one thing to the next thing, the inability to focus. This would be considered the ultimate evil, because one who cannot focus could never be disciplined and thus never be accountable for any action. Thus, in a mental state of chaos, reproducing more chaos and reproducing more chaotic people because of the coherency, because the coherency is cut off. as opposed to a continuum line of focus. And this is the agenda and mind state that the matrix would love to have you in, which is disunity, which is lack of focus. They would love to have you in an unfocused person, because an unfocused person is the easiest to hypnotize and control. So, does ADHD on any level be the ultimate weapon of success for the matrix? So I taught this before. And I'm going to teach this again. Anything that affects, people ask me, what's AIDS? What's AIDS? Immune acquired deficiency syndrome. Anything that happens to you that where your immune system has a deficiency is the literal definition of AIDS. Anything that distracts you where your mind cannot focus, that is the definition of ADHD on any form. Just an attention deficit. It's a syndrome where you can't hold attention. Any form where you can't hold attention fits the acronym of ADHD, but let's look how this ties into ISFET. How does this lack of discipline tie into ISFET? Because your mind is going in every which way, every which corner, every which direction, you can't focus. So how does it tie in? Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom. Here we go. Oh, wait. Wait. I missed something. Here. Hold on. I missed something. Oh, a whole section was missed somehow. Hold on. What in the world? Here we go. I went down too far. Okay, I see what happened. I went down too far. Here we go. That beautiful jewels were just missed. I'm going to go back. I skipped a line that... Oh, okay. No, we don't want to skip that. Here we go. So we'll start back from here again. Boom. Examination and visioning to make the proper choice of the functioning of the anterior cingulated cortex, working with the hippocampus, and understanding the possibility of punishment and repercussion through the AMYGDALA area of the brain as your mind approaches the doors of decision. Okay, here we go. So I went too far. Here we go. Right, everybody? So here we go. Boom. Here's where we're supposed to be. Ooh, I missed this whole beautiful section right here. Oh my goodness. JHUTY's getting the class of classes. Here we go. There are many doors of possibilities, choices that all these possibilities of the brain can engage in before it can access the decision, which of course is the right one, which will lead to the cycle of discipline, to foreseeing the punishment, repercussion, or damage possibility that can be done by envisioning and foreseeing the repercussion without having to go through them. That's why it's MAAT. You foresee it first. This is the doorway that MAAT teaches and why it is called examination. So the definition of the discipline is the correct way to do something and the punishment and the suffering. But the word MAAT is to see, which is also to understand, which is why we say, I see what you're saying, but you're not using your eyes. You can foresee the destruction of a decision with good foresight, and then you don't have to participate in the action. So thus, you're participating in the word discipline because you're doing the correct instruction, you're making the correct choice, and instead of you going through the punishment, you already can foresee it, so you can avoid it. You still see the punishment that exists for others, it just doesn't exist for you, because you foresee. And thus the word MAAT is to see and examine as far as you want to see and examine. As far in the future that you want to see and examine. What you do today is going to have a great effect on what happens to you tomorrow and 2049. Here we go. So here we have these sections of the brain: emotional decision making, very fast and voluntary associative implicit response. Then there's value-based decision making, slow controlled logical explicit response. All of these areas are necessary in making the proper decision if your mind is working healthy, if you're feeding the brain proper brain foods. Most people are fat depleted. They're not eating the proper amount of healthy fats, so these part of the brains don't even work properly. And what is the word for instruction in the writings? Here we go, everybody. Type it in the room. What's the word for instructions in the writing in the meta-netter? What is the word for instructions? 51 people listening. What is the word for instructions in the meta-netter writing? It's the Medu word for instruction. You know, it says the instruction of Ptah-hotep, the instruction of Kigimni, the instruction of Kimwasi, the instruction of Ankh-Sheshonk. What's the meta-netter word for instruction? Hey, there we go. Quick on the draw. I wonder if anybody who's not my student can answer that. Only my students can answer this. Here we go. Sabaït. Sabaït. There we go, everybody. Who is this? Amunet. Sabaït. Quick on the draw. Chip. Sabaït. You bet. Chip. Sabaït. Atef. Sabaït. Never nature. Never nature. Why is that my favorite name? Never nature. Never nature J. Sabaït. Wonderful, everybody. Here we go. Ready? Ding, 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 ding. Oh, a test here. Nice to see you, Tef. Wonderful. Excellent. I know you were jumping on the next panel, hopefully. Here we go. Boom. What is the word for instruction? You are right. Sabaït. Instruction. Notice when I asked everybody the word for discipline, most of the words that you all gave me had a part of the answer. Some people said ma'at. I'm going to guess this. And Scribe said, maybe Sabaït. Here we go, everybody. So look, the instruction. So this is the Sabaït knit, which is this word is SABA. This is the SABA right here, SABA, E-E-T. And there's a papyrus representing knowledge and consciousness. And yeah, I think Nanny said Sabaït. You said Sabaït too. What's that, Nanny? Scribe. So here it is, knit. So this is the instruction of Sabaït. And then Emir, and then the nut. This is the nut right here. This is the nut. Taiti right here. And then Ptah-hotep. The hotep is just this, but it's emphasized with the T and the P here again. This is the hotep by itself. So this is Ptah-hotep, and then also the hotep can be an H-hotep, and which is the venerable mayor, vizier, Ptah-hotep. So here's instruction. Okay, so we have the word instruction. That was a part of the word discipline, but that was just a part of it, right? Is that the punishment part? Sabaït. Okay, which root word is Saba, and now you know what the word that teaches now you know what the word discipline is in its cycles is also the same word for. Ready, everybody? Here we go. So the word for instruction, that's one of the definitions in discipline. It's not the punishment part yet, but it's one of the parts of it. What about the punishment part? But here's the word Sabaït, and now the word that is one of the definitions that's in discipline is also the same word for what? Doors. The doors. Do you think these are physical doors that go on a house? Huh? You think these are regular doors? Look at all these shapes. These are doors. These are temple pylons, and they're also doorway entrances with star symbols in them. You see that? Doors, purs with stars in them. These are not regular doors that are just on the front of your house. These are the SABA doors, SABA doorways, which are the doorways to enter into different realms of decisions, different realms of existence. So that's the decision making of choosing different doorways to open is also the same word for instruction. The doorways represent the choices that you can make. So that's the Natira. We're so ingenious that the same word for door is the same word for educate, instruct. Train, learn. Where have we seen that before? Hey, look, educate, instruct is in the word discipline in English. Train and learn is in the word discipline in English. You see? The process is seeing, but seeing is not just seeing with the physical eye. It's understanding something. Thus, when you understand what somebody said, you say, I see what he means. What do you see with your eye? What is the name of the student of an instructor? What's the name of a student of an instructor? What's the name of a student of a teacher? What's the name of that again? What's the name of a student of an instructor? Or the student of a teacher? What's the name? Starts with a P. Anybody know? Anybody know? What's the name of a student of a teacher? 52 people listening. Maybe they're away from their keyboards. There we go. A pupil. Why would that be? What is the position? All kind of matrices being broken. What is the position of the students? One is the instructor. One of the definitions of discipline. The student's position. That's where to go. The student's position is to understand. The student's position is to, I see what you mean. Once the student says, I see what you mean, then the job is done for the instructor. That's the instructor's job, to teach, but it's not complete until the student says, I understand. Yes, I will do. Yes, I understand. That's seeing. They took the concept of seeing, understanding, MAAT, and the SABA instructor, and the doorway that the student has to choose and go through. And then the Masons put the word for student as the same word for the section in your eye you need to see. Yeah, man. Huh? That's the student's job. It's to ma'a, it's to see. So the T is the pupil. One is the instructor, one is the pupil. Ready, everybody? Let's go. Welcome to the pod class. This is what everybody's teaching, right? Here we go. So the same word for doorway, the decision, the doorway, the choice you make is the same word for the instructor and train, which is the same definition for discipline, instructing, training. Instructing, training, punishment, correction. Saba'it, the doorway where the instructor trains and the punishment and correction is in the definition of SABA. SABA is also pupil, because the teacher was once the first one to say, I see what he's saying. And then you become the teacher, the SABA, which is also the pupil, which is a part in your eye that you need to see. That's the ma'a. Here's the instruction, training, and there's the punishment. That's why you can't look up the word for discipline, because it's in the word hidden in the Saba'it. And that's where the Freemasons and the English got their definition for discipline from. Straight from the Medu, because Saba'it instruct. Let's match it up. Okay, so this existed in 2400 BC, Saba'it. This word is 2400 BC. How old is this word? 1200 CE. 1200 AD. Let's see if it matches. Instruction. Instruction. Hey, training. This may be in the other definition. I know it was in here. It was in the two definitions I gave. Oh, there it is. Training. There it is. Instruction. Instruct.
Training, train. Here it is. Punishment. Uh-oh. Punishment. Correction. Ha! Correction. Boom. There's your word right there. Huh? There's your word right there. Because you can't look it up under the word discipline. Because it's in the Medu netter used as door. And then it's in the Medu netter used as the pupil who sees. It's used as the student who sees. The Ma'at sees what he's being instructed. And it's in the Medu netter as the instructions itself. Because the teacher doesn't separate himself from the instructions. So that's the teacher and the instructions is the same word. Both SABA. Because the teacher is the living example of the instruction. A teacher should be able to teach you with his lips shut. Come over to where I live, and I'll spend the whole day with you without speaking. And I bet you will learn the ways of Ma'at. I won't say a word. I bet you will learn the structure. I bet you will learn the discipline. Ask me what I do at 2:15, 3:18 p.m. Ask me what I do it for. You can just watch me and I can teach you silently and you can understand and see. You're the pupil because I was once the pupil. Saying, I understand. And then you grow and you foresee the punishment that can happen. The AMYGDALA steps in. Fear. You don't make that decision because you saw the punishment. But it was all a part of the same experience because the brain doesn't separate what it sees and envisions from what it actually is going through. It's like people have wet dreams. You're dreaming. You don't know that you're not actually having sex. So you actually orgasm on the bed and there's nobody with you because the brain doesn't know the difference. The same definition is the definition from the Medu netter. Tehuti made it up. Tehuti made it up. There it is. Instruction. See? SABA. Sabait. Instruction. Instruction. Train. Train. Punishment. Punishment. Correction. Correction. Boom. There's your word hidden. Right there. Huh? It's a process word. Boom. SABA. Sabait. The same word for instruction is the same word for door and punishment. There is your ancient Medu netter word for the real meaning that created your English word discipline today. Taught, typo, taught to you first, and the first time taught in history at the Tehuti Pod class, May 31st, 2025. Clock it. And thus you see the instructions of discipline contain the premise, examination, and the possible repercussions, as I will show you in my personal instruction books. In all of these books, I'm going to tell JHUTY when he comes on the panel. I'm going to give him all the tools when he comes on the panel. And then in private, I can tell him what to do with them. You need the tools first. Personal instruction book of Ma'at. This is one of the instructions of Ptah. So I decided to throw my personal book because these are, so you can see the lines and the notes. These are my lines and notes from 2006. So here's the instructions of Ptah. Here are my lines and notes from 2006. How does it start? He who sees is one who hears. Let's just start right there. Can we start right there? Is that a good starting spot? They're telling you what the discipline is, and they're telling you the definition of Ma'at, and they're telling you that the concept understanding of sight is also the reception of the other senses too. Robert's putting fire, Minty's putting fire, Mipunuk holding his face like Macaulay Culkin, Amonet's putting bomb. One who sees is one who hears, because the word Ma'at, which is the eye, covers all of the senses. Why? Go back to my classes of the Uwajit.
And look how the Awajit, which is the eye of Ma'at, the eye, is broken down into all the 6 senses of absorbing information. Thus, the word see is the comprehension of all the senses. Because Ptahhotep begins off saying, one who Ma'at, one who sees, is also one who Sedem. One who sees is one who hears. What are you hearing? The instructions. My favorite teachers are all of this is what's to be learned after the 65 years of just focusing on the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black. Now it comes time to establish your obligation to it. He who sees is one who hears. The son will be well-pleasing, whose actions will be distinguished. Do you see the process, everybody? Do you see the process, everybody? It starts off with the examination, seeing, receiving the information, because seeing is also hearing the instructions. Then you're well-pleased, you're well-pleasing. And then there's actions, because the actions have to follow the examination. Because the proper actions is the definition of the discipline without the punishment, huh? What happened? Huh? It's walking you through the concept of discipline. When the brother JHUTY says, and what's discipline to the ancient people of Kemet? He who sees, first step, is one who hears. You're absorbing it. A son who will be well-pleased, well-pleasing. Then your actions will be distinguished. Error. Now it's into the punishment. The one who is the opposite. This is how the Saba'ite speaks. Error has entered early into him who does not hear. But a wise man will establish himself, while the fool is hard hit. Why? As for the fool who will not hear, there is no one who can do anything for him. He regards knowledge as ignorance, what is beneficial as something harmful. Isn't that what I told you that the AMYGDALA does when it's reversed? Something that's beneficial now becomes something harmful, because now you're in self-sabotage mode. It's beneficial, but your AMYGDALA places fear on it, working through the mesolimbic system of dopamine, and then that which is beneficial to you, now you see that as bad. But Ptahhotep is walking you through the matrix 3,000 years before it happened. Huh? 2400 BC. That's 2400 BC before zero. And if we start the matrix from the Ptolemy, that's 2200 years before the Ptolemy's matrix. Over 3,000 years before this one that you're in. The next phase of it, after the Ptolemies. Ptahhotep was telling you what the matrix was and how things will be reversed if you don't ma'ah see. Welcome to the pod class. This is why people don't stick around. As for the fool who will not hear, there is no one who can do anything for him. That's why I cut you off right in the beginning. I already see the end of it. He regards knowledge as ignorance and what is beneficial as something harmful, self-sabotage. He does everything hateful, only negativity, so that men are angry with him every day. Huh? Minra, every day. Nebra. He lives on that whereby men die. And I'm going to teach you a new term today. And to distort speech is his food. His character, in this respect, is the knowledge of the magistrates dying alive every day. Dying alive every day. There is the paradox of biological imperative. Biological is to be alive. The Ptahhotep is talking about when you're in this matrix state, when things are reversed, you're dying alive every day. You're alive, but everything you do to yourself is causing death within. Huh? discipline. Men pass over his deeds because of the multitudes of troubles on him every day. As you can see, everybody, the other word see means understand. As you can see, there is the emphasis on seeing, which is examination, ma'at, discipline. To continue a proper decision you'll be distinguished, meaning people will speak on your lifestyle and how it specifically echoes ma'at. It will be pleasing to them. The repercussion of not being disciplined equals he who does not or she who does not adhere to the discipline, and ma'at distorts speech to focus, distorts his focus of speech and focuses one on anger. So you have distorted speech and you focus on anger. One of the things Tef said, I didn't even know what Tehuti was teaching about much, but I like the way that he spoke. I like the way that Tehuti spoke, and that's why I listened. I used that aspect of ma'at to gain the attention of a Tef without him being on a level where he had to even understand everything that I was teaching. That is how you attract people. That is how you teach people. And that is how you have people want to listen to you, because you're an imbuement. You're the SABA. You are a SABA and you're the instruction. You're the living instruction at the same time. So when people hear you, they just know you should be the one to listen to. When you're out there and you can't reach anybody, you have to wonder, how come nobody's listening to me? I got all this truth from Tehuti. What the heck's going on? I can't teach one person. Discipline, and it will be in you. Repercussions of not being disciplined. He who does not adhere to the discipline of Ma'at has distorted speech and focuses on anger, complaining. Every video that you see on YouTube, what's wrong with this person? What's exposed? What I'm angry at. Because he stands on no structure. He, she is internally dying alive. There's your new term today, everybody, that everybody can use after this date. Mark it, clock it. May 31st, 2025, I'm reviving the term dying alive every day. So when you see somebody in a self-sabotage, when you see somebody in a situation, they're in a bad situation, but they're putting themselves in the situation every day. No matter what you say to them, they're staying in this situation, complaining about it, and you're trying to help them out of the situation, and they're staying. Everybody saying, you know what? You're dying alive every day. Have a nice day. You're mit unk. You're mit unk. Nebra. You're mit unk nebra. That's the Mender word way of saying you're dying. You're alive, dying every day. You're mit unk nebra. You're mit unk nebheru. You're just dying alive every day. You can't be helped because you are the enemy within your own self. Your AMYGDALA has made the switch. He who sees something that is detrimental, that's the beneficial thing. And the beneficial thing is the thing the person's afraid of going to, even though it's the best choice to make. To a netter for never having me in the mind state. Never, ever, ever have I seen a proper decision to make, and I purposely make the one that's keeping me in a bad situation. Never, ever. Here we are. Instructions of Kegemni, gluttony. If you sit with the crowd, abstain from the food, you will desire for controlling your desire. There's the discipline, because the negative aspect of it is only for a brief moment. Gluttony is despicable, and one points one's finger at. A cup of water quenches thirst, and a mouthful leaks, makes the heart strong. Take a single good thing instead of dainties, and little bits, and a little bit instead of much. Bases one whose gut is greedy when mealtime has passed by. Well, there's your word based. When people say that's base, here's where it comes from. Base is one whose gut is greedy. He should not be mindful of those who eat ferociously at home. So gluttony. There's the gluttony, discipline of gluttony. and what can happen to you. That's just the beginning of it. There's much more pages to that. Here we go. Now we're here. Now after all of this that I've taught you, you have comprehension that discipline is both the foresight of the proper decision making, of carrying it through, and understanding the consequence of not carrying it through. And what is the consequence of not carrying it through? You know the difference. The consequence of carrying it through, an ordered, organized, structured plan of Ma'at. What is the word that is the opposite? And we already went through that. The word is ISFET. Now why? How does that tie into the consciousness? So we already know the word that's opposite of Ma'at is ISFET. People say that it means chaos. I'm going to show you the root of it. There we go. There's ISFET. What is the root of this? Here we go. We already read this part earlier. Okay, here it is. Let's shrink this down. Here we go. Woo! Man, this is classic pen. Here we go. Yes. The cutting off of mental coherency, the inability to stick and live out a plan, the discipline, thus cutting the plan off short before you can reach your beneficial goal. The cutting off of your focus is fed, and thus now today, for the first time in your life, which I taught this once before, you will hear the other definition, which will make more sense to you. And I first taught this on September 14th, 2024. What does the ancient word that all your teachers don't teach you about that ISFET is? The root word of it. Here it is right here. What is it? Boom. To cut off. To cut off. That means you don't reach the end of something. Do you comprehend? To cut off. That means you don't reach the end of the thing. So if you're constantly, I'm going to do this, that, this, but you never reach the end goal of it because it's cut off. Right before you're going to reach it, boop, you're cut. Self-sabotage. You go for the next thing. And you have a whole bunch. You're the jack of all trades, master of none. Nothing can reach the end of the goal where you have what you want, because ISFET, from the root word of asif, means to cut off. Coherency is the straight line to the end goal. ISFET means to cut that off. Now you understand what ISFET means. Here we go. And I first taught that September 14th. That's when I first taught that. See? And here we are making a cycle. Right back to you. September 14th, my Earth Day solar return. Blick it. There you go. Magic in process. Here we go. Boom, boom. And this class is for you. There we go. Boom. Welcome to the pod class. Boom, to cut off, to discontinue, to stop short. Thus focus on discipline to reach the end goal of your cutting off of your full potential of the amygdala and the basal ganglia to reach the dopamine satisfaction of the achievement and the reward system, because your mind is too hyper, thus cannot maintain the intention to execute your end goal. ISFET is to be unfocused without discipline, because your end goal is cut off before you reach it. Self-sabotage. This is the ancient Medu cultural comprehension of discipline, which is why prior to the PSYOPs agenda, thousands of years before the Matrix was developed, it was a part of the daily law to have a focused mind, examine, stay focused to reach an end goal, discipline, and do not even participate in anything unless it's fully examined and you have a straight away path of planning. When the path of planning is executed, the response will be forever right. As we see here in the laws of Ma'at, Ankh Shesh Ankh, and in the writings of the Battle of Kadesh, inscription 1274 BC of Ramesses, papyrus, instruction of Ankh Shesh Ankh. What does it say? Serve any man that you may find profit. Serve your father and mother that you may go prosper. Here we go. Ma'at, examine every matter. Let me see if I can blow this up. There's your exam and there's your ma'at to make a decision. What's going on here? To make a decision. Here we go. Oh my goodness, man. These classes, boy, this is a monster class. Examine every matter that you may understand it. Be gentle and patient. There's your discipline. Discipline takes patience, that your heart will be beautiful. It is in maturity, instruction, now you succeed. Why? Because you examine the matter, you understand it, you see it, you hear it. Now you're patient. You want to absorb it. This is the knowledge. Now you want the wisdom. Then your heart will be nefer. Nefer means long lasting. Then it's the maturity. Then your instruction, discipline succeeds. Don't rush and say, I'm learned. Set yourself to become wise. It's a process. Do not do a thing that you have not first examined. Examining makes good fortune, which is the end goal of discipline. The fortune you receive from achieving. And thus the discipline creating the foresight and maintaining min ma'at, continuous structure and conduct as stated by the followers of Ma'at and the Saba'ite discipline as seen in the instruction of Ramesses 1274 BC. Huh? Robert can't even go to bed to go to work. Ramesses Kadesh battle instructions. Ramesses Kadesh battle inscription 1274 BC. What does it say? Looking straight and free from boasting, firm in conduct, good in planning, whose first response is ever right. This is the definition of the discipline. You're looking, ma'ah. See, everything deals with examining, looking straight. You're not distracted by the boasting. You're looking at your goal. You haven't got it yet to be boasting of it yet. You're free from that. You're not distracting. You're firm in your conduct. Now you can make a good plan. AMYGDALA, hippocampus, anterior cingulated cortex, dorsal prefrontal cortex. You're making planning now. Those are the decision areas of the brain. What's the response? The response is the reaction of the decision. Now you're ever right. You see, JHUTY, I'm going to give you where these books are so you can start implementing them on a daily basis. Here we go. Huh? And then there's free spirit. Oh my goodness, I forgot about this question. That's right. Then there's the free spirit because JHUTY asked, is there such, oh my goodness, what kind of class is this? And JHUTY asks, is such thing as living a free spirit? Can't forget about this question, right? You know, going with the flow of life and allowing it, oh, what's going on here? Allowing it to take you where what? Where it sees fit. We see the matrix right in the question. Why? Because the flow of life is not a consciousness that where it is an it that sees. Life itself cannot see anything fit because life itself is not one consciousness. So we're going to get into the concept of free spirit and where it actually came from. And that's why JHUTY said, and is this opposite of discipline and spiritually aligned? This is another European psyops in which distorted the original meaning from Ma'at. In Ma'at, we had the boat of consciousness, which was the consciousness itself associated with a breeze, because the wind was that which controlled the direction of the boat. Thus, it represented the self-control of the spirit Ka associated with the breath of life called the Nefu. And as I brought back to attention, back to reality several years ago, that the word for boat is what? Consciousness, to perceive. What's that? To see. Here it is, another chapter of giving breath. There's a Nefu. I am Sab. There's your Sab. Sabu. I am Shu. That's the wind. I draw the air. There's the air, Nefu. See, Nefu and breath are the same thing. In the presence of the glorious are the Ku, the consciousness, and the limits of head. And there's the boat, because look at the word for Nefu, which is breath and air. It's the sail of the boat. Do you see it? There's Nefu, man. There's Nefu, breath. There's air. It's the sail of the boat. Why? Because the boat is your consciousness. It's ant, boat, which is to perceive. There's the boat. It's your smooth moving of consciousness. The breath, the air that controls the sail. And here's where the matrix came in to turn into free spirit. The mutated concept of today, and today with the woke people are those who are in just casual life type of doing anything at any time and calling it where the spirit takes them. This has nothing to do with the original concept, this new mutated concept that you are free to do anything that you wish. Anything you wish. The original concept of free attached to spirit. Well, what is the definition of the word breath of life itself? What's the definition of the word breath of life itself that you got in the afterlife, as we can see right here on page 370 of the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary? The same word, the breath, the wind that's controlling the boat. Because when they say spirits, that's where the original concept came from, the air. That was the concept of the air, or the controlling of the boat of consciousness, because you lived a disciplined life. And thus, once we go to, here's where they both merged in the matrix from the original concept, breath of life. What else? Freedom. Breath, spiritos, freedom, the sail of the boat of consciousness, free spirit. Mutated into lack of discipline. When the word Nefu was the spiritos, or the air that moved the sailboat, symbolic of the breath of life and the consciousness that you control in the afterlife or out of body, called the ant boat with the sail on it, the Nefu sail that you're in control of because you control the oar. You're in control because you're going through stages of discipline. And thus you've broken free. And thus the word Nefu is the word freedom. The Matrix, European, took Nefu, which was the word for the air. They made spiritos, which is spirit. And when you look up spiritos, it means air. And the word Nefu meant free. And they went, Plah! And now it's be a free spirit. Do what you want. They made it. They made what Ptahhotep warned you about. That which is detrimental, that which is destructive to you, that becomes beneficial. The Orwellian diametric matrix, making things their opposite. When the free spirit was the word Nefu itself, was free, Nefu, and spiritos, Nefu, which was the sail controlled by the air, and the concept of your consciousness moving as smooth as a boat across the Nile, that you're in control of because you're disciplined. The European took it and said, nope, we're going to make it free spirit, and now it's the opposite. Now it just means do what you love, do what you want. Whereas to the Kemetians, they were like, free spirit, oh, Nefu, free, and Nefu, spiritos, the wind, because we're living a disciplined life so that in the afterlife we can move around and have control of our consciousness. That took major discipline while we were alive. Time who had to destroy that. There's your answer for that. Anybody getting that anywhere else, put the link in the room and you will get every penny of the pod class for the last 3 years sent to you and your teacher. Other than that, support the Tutti pod class because you've never support the Tutti pod class because you've never gotten or heard of this anywhere before. Let's be honest. Just be honest. There's your free and there's your spirit. There it is. Boom. Free and breath, which became Europeanized and mutated into free spirit, lost its meaning even in English. And that is why when you go to the English definition of the word spirit itself, you still see the original meaning. The original meaning still has the nephew in it. The meaning that people use today is a whole different definition. Here's the word spirit. What does it mean? Life, breathing, breath, the breath of God. There's your word spirit. It means the breath of God because it's the nephew. It's the breath. See the breezes? Breezes from breath. Breath of life. See that? Breath of life. Free. There's your breath of life. And that became spiritos. And they kept in the original definition meaning. And now spiritos is boom. Breath of life. Breath of God. That's the nephew. It's the same definition. So how can you be a free breath of life? It means your breath. They took it and took the original meaning out of it. So there's your answer, JHUTY. Boom. Only the Tutti podcast. Anywhere else? Let us know, please. Boom. And for more habitual practices on the mind, I will set up something with this brother, either a one-on-one or discuss more live on the panel. Maybe first just where you can get these books to live. Based on the reciprocity. Not everyone that's listening should get every jewel, especially the ones that I've lived through personally, through the blood, sweat, and tears to transform into the being that I am today. I can't just give that free on live on YouTube. I'll give it to JHUTY personally or walk him through with their sneak learners that are watching that refuse to even support this over 3-hour class that I'm doing while they buy nachos chips and go to the movies. There was a time where I was extremely out of shape. And that is not because I was not disciplined, although it appears so, that I stated in the beginning of this class, discipline is what your mental focus lives on daily. Mine at the time was strictly to perform magic, to make money, to move my family to a better environment. Thus, the manifestation of that discipline was the success. There was no focus or time for any kind of training or exercise. I lost my body and hence shifted the following precepts that I have taught in this class today. I became successful in both aspects, thus transforming me, JHUTY. Once I focus on both aspects of the discipline, from this was this discipline, money-making JHUTY, that had no time to go to the gym because every time was performing, making pennies and dollars on the street to perform, to move out of here. Transform from that. There's where I was right here. Here's 320 pounds. That's the professional bodybuilder Haditate. And there's my snake Snoopy. And there's me in front of Gold's Gym. And I look like that. But the discipline shift now, transforming from that into this. Because I just shifted my brain focus. The same exact focus that was there when I was focused on making money for the family had me lose the body. Once I achieved my goal and ended up where I wanted to be, then I shifted my focus back to the discipline and weighing my food again and taking my vitamin Bs and all my vitamins, and I transformed into this. These are like 12 years apart, by the way. I transformed into this, understanding the consequence, thus motivating the discipline in my dopamine to Anki and Ma'at, living in Ma'at, how I started this class in the first place. Hotep, I am done, matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped or the past reciprocity that you have spent over the past years on July 4th, Thanksgiving, Doritos chips, or if you have learned anything or have had any type of, if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recently current understanding of this particular subject matter, please send your tip of reciprocity appreciation called Discipline Over Destruction, Mind of Ma'at, Consistent Consciousness, or any creative term you can come up with to Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Hotep. I am done. Support the Tutti podcast. If you get this anywhere else, let us know. Longer than the last class. Last class was 3 hours and 36 minutes. It's 3 hours and 39. If you like it, JHUTY, I'll give you the tools of what to read and go and commit to get to follow. Then you'll have the tools and you can move from there. Hotep, let me check the room to see. Let me check the room to see what the class thought of this. I'm going to put the link in the room, and then we're going to go straight to the Gmails, the Cash Apps, the PayPal to see who appreciated this 3 hours and 39-minute class. It was at 50 viewers. Now support the Tutti Pod class, and hopefully numbers are gonna drop. Everybody's like, oh, I got what I wanted. Let me get out of here. Let me get out of here now. So support the Tutti Pod class if you're honest, if you appreciated this, if this was more beneficial to you than the popcorn, the Hershey's chocolate bar, the Six Flag trip, or whatever it is that people give reciprocity to. Minty said, this one shook me. Of the 50 people watching, I'm checking the room to see what people thought, and then I'm going to go in straight into the support. 50 plus people watching is like having someone in your house that doesn't acknowledge you. This is a masterpiece. Want me to show you something, Minty? Ready? Let me show you something. When I put this together, I wonder if it's on here. It's not on here. It's on the anyways, it's not on the other. It's on the other thing I made it on. It's called Masterpiece. That's what I call the class. It's a masterpiece. Oh, there's Amonette there. Boom. All right, jump in the room, family. Oof. I cut myself in the class. So excited teaching. I'm bleeding. What the heck is happening? My finger's bleeding. I'm doing too much pointing or something. Okay. All right. How you doing there, Amonette?
I am doing wonderful. Great SABA for asking. This class is monumental. It is filled with so much life. I am so thankful for all that you provided in this class and for the amount of time that you took to bring this forth to us. You truly hold the ankh to my nose. So it's so much for everything. And how are you feeling?
I'm good. Doing a little bleeding, but I'm good. I will be feeling even better when I see how the people receive this and the reciprocity for this 3 hour and 39-minute class that's never been taught before in Earth history. And that's why the people that type in the room, are you sure he's the only one? They never send support. There's no support from those people because those are just sneak learners that come in and leech and run. But here we go. I'm gonna get to the support. Oh, there's a Tef. Where is he, in a garage? What's going on? Is that even a Tef? He's in a pink garage. Okay, well, we'll figure that out later. Gabriella, there she is. Where's the Jet? Jump on the panel, the Jet. What's up, Mary, to everyone in the chat on the panel? HOA, Aout, of course, to the great SABA, Tehuti, Kemet, Ra, and his Aout. There is a Tef. What room is this? What in the world is this? A Tef is in the laboratory. What is this? There we go. There it is. You're on mute though, Atef.
This the temple, Saba.
There we go.
It's the temple, Saba. Can you hear me, Hotep?
Yeah, I think you have the YouTube on, so I'm hearing my echo.
There we go. It's the temple, Saba. Can you hear me, Hotep? Yeah, I think you have. My friend.
I hear you.
I can't hear. Hold on, Saba. Let me get my system together.
No problem. No problem. Visionary said, so this is the person who asked the question. Visionary said, this podcast is worth beyond anything on the planet Earth, equal to the necessities of life, air, water, energy, food, nourishment. Air, water, energy, food, nourishment. Blicket. Minty Otep says, this is my favorite class. So let's check out the Cash Apps and the PayPal. Atef, is your sound working? I don't think you can hear us. Okay. Amunet, is your son? Did we lose Amun?
Yes, Amun just dropped off right now into the Upesh.
He fell off. What is it? Yeah, sounds great. What did you say, Amunet? There's a lot of noise going on from the phone.
That sounds great. Okay. I can't hear.
Okay, what'd you say, Amunet?
He just now fell asleep. He was hanging on the most he could, and he just now couldn't hang on anymore. He had to rest.
He fell off the boat. He's floating in the Nether current. We're on the boat saying, hang on, Amun, hang on, we're going to get there. He dived off into the ocean, the lake of the Nether current. He's in the Upesh realm. Okay, wonderful. Sleep well, Amun. Have a good rest, and we'll talk again. Let's get into the support, everybody. Let's see if who appreciated this class. I'm going to refresh the page and check out the appreciation of this class that was sent in. We're going to get right into the supports because this is I don't I'm like a tough now. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what I just did. I don't know what did I just do? What was that? What did I just do? Oh my gosh. I didn't know. That was thank you for asking the question, JHUTY. You come on the panel. I'll give you the books. I don't know if he's even in the class anymore, or if he can hear us. But I'll give you book by book from the teachings of the scribe that you should get, and wherein them you can read for the particular lifestyle and see how powerful just that little bit I read was. That's even before the magical practice. We're not going to get into the magical practice yet. Let's get into just the disciplined life that the scribes read about, and you actually already have all the magical practices in the Meneder class. Actually, I just got to tell you which classes to go to. So here we go. We're going to get into the support system. Let's see who appreciated this. We got Octavia Sly right off the bat. Octavia Sly, who is Nut He Sa Ma'at. I like that name. Oh, you know what? Wait, let me cancel that. Hold on. I gotta go back to the first donation I read. Actually, it didn't log. That was Big Vapes. Let me log Big Vapes, and then I'll get to Nuts. Okay, here we go. So, boom, one. Okay, Big Vapes, you are logged and appreciated. And now we're gonna get to now we're gonna go back down to see who like this. Okay, here's Nut He Sa Ma'at. Oh my, what a class, man. What a class this was. Okay. Oh man, oh, this class. Oh my. I can't even imagine being in my beginning stages and asking a question about discipline and getting this as an answer in my early stages. Oh my goodness.
Okay, we got Nut He Sa Ma'at. I'm gonna go ahead and read that first, please. Oh, I'm bleeding.
1661 for making it up.
All right, that's a tip for when I said, and I think this is from the last class. It had to have been because this came in before I started this pod class. I'm going down from the oldest, so this came in before this pod class. So this is a tip from when I said I'm making it up. So give me a hand clap for that. I'm gonna. Do you have sound? I don't think Atef can hear us.
Yes, I can do.
Okay, go ahead and play. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And then we have Mary Sekhmet. Oh, this is an interesting two choices. Let me drink some water. Okay, we have Mary Sekhmet with a Medu magic. This is what has the practices. Medu. I'm gonna come off the screen for a moment, but give her some big noise until I come back on the screen. All right, so this is Mary Sekhmet. Go ahead and read that for us, Amunet.
$40 for Medu classes 13 and 50 with the prayer hand.
What do you say, Amunet? Say it again.
Medu classes 13 and 50 with the prayer hands.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead and give her some big noise, please.
Neb Nefer Unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Okay. And it's 13 and 50, right?
Yes.
How weird is this? This is strange. There it is. This one? Oh, how weird. It's strange. What's happening? Oh, here we go. Okay, if you're listening, Mary Sekhmet, you should have the classes when you check your email. They should be there. Oh my gosh. Okay, yay. Okay, wonderful. I'll read a couple more and then I have to take a break. So we're going to go back to... we got a Tefrem Kem Ma'at. Okay, I see a bet with a big one. I'm going to read that a little bit later when I see it. Okay, a Tefrem Kem Ma'at. And he comes in with the 777. We already read the other one. 777. Can you read that first, Atef, please?
Hotep Ma'at, Great Saba, Tua says, Hotep Ma'at, Tua Ishin.
Okay, thank you, Atef, and we already gave the hand clap for the we gave the hand clap for the other one that came in, so Tua for that. Appreciate that very much. And Hush Nation. Oh, it's another Mednetter order. Medu, let's see which one he wants. Amunet, could you read this? Read this one for. Where's Amunet? Amunet, are you there?
Yes, I just came.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and read that one, please.
2772 for Medu Monday, number 11. Dua or Sen Sekem Saba Tehuti.
Okay, go ahead and give him a round of applause, and I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. Give him a big round of applause. Where's Fix? Where is Hush? Where Hush Nation? You should have that right now. Okay, but I'm just gonna step off for a moment, and I will be back. You all build. Everybody who saw this pod class, there's more support that I have to read. But everybody saw this pod class support. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. People would like to believe that they've seen something like this before. They can never have brought any comparison to it, and I want people to appreciate this more than the things that brought them death and destruction. This was a class. This class is a life-changing class. This class, if you truly go through it step by step, from the workings of the brain to the concept of seeing and MAAT, to the actual definition of discipline and where it actually came from, the actual word matching. The free spirit is the conscious. I mean, if this is being taught anywhere else, I need to know, because I'm not sure if people are. I think people at this point. I think people are just trolling me. So I'm gonna step off for a moment, everybody. I'll be right back. Support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. There were 50 people watching. It dropped down to 34, but it doesn't reflect the support that's being given. So I hope everybody just truly be honest and support what it is that you see that has value. If not, just type in the room, this has no value, and then we know where you stand. But just don't watch and sneak away. And I'll be back. Everybody support the 2T pod class. I'll be right back. You all build.
Hotep and New. Peace and love to everybody. Peace and love to the chat. Peace and love to you, Amunet. Great work that you do with the shorts. I love it. I love seeing them just pop up on my feed almost every day. I love it. So, Hotep and New to you. I see the great brother Tehuti put, this pod class is worth beyond anything on the planet Earth, equal to the necessities of life, air, water, energy, food, and nourishment. Wicked. I totally agree with you, great brother. What I really love, well, again, this is my favorite class, as always. And it's such a synchronicity, because today I made certain decisions regarding my discipline that completely align with this class. So it was a wonderful synchronicity. So to my mate for making some decisions for us. This was great. But what I really love about this class, one of the things that I really truly appreciated was when SABA pointed out that your teacher should be able to not speak. SABA said that your teacher should be able to not speak and still teach. That was super, super never. And it's almost like I experience that on a daily basis when I'm around people and they just be talking, and and there's no example. There's no example that goes along with it. And as Saba said earlier, I did say that, and that was definitely one of the things that I noticed very early on was the way that he communicated, how very different it was compared to what I was accustomed to and what I was used to seeing, and what I was quote unquote learning from, like the people that I call myself learning from. A lot of the people, very, very, very eloquent speakers, very well spoken. A lot of the things are very, very nefer. But then when you look at their life, there's no example to go along with it. So when Saba came on, and when I was first introduced to him, that was one of the things that I noticed immediately, was that not only was he speaking well, but he was also showing that example in his behavior. His behavior reflected exactly what he was saying, right? There was no difference. So I could have closed my ears and just watched him, and his behavior reflected the teaching. So that's very, very nefer. So Tua for that, great Saba. And right now I'm actually working on Ptahhotep in my readings. I broke it down into three sections. And I'm trying to take my time with it because I understand how important these instructions are, and these seba'it. So this was very, very nefer. So I encourage everybody to support the truth. If anything has touched you or inspired you, the way this thing and this is the thing, like, I know y'all at this point, like you said, I know y'all trolling. I know everybody's shaking and faking for the most part, because the support doesn't reflect, the actual what you're getting, what you're receiving. It just doesn't really support. It doesn't reflect it. I don't know what's going on with my mic. But it doesn't, it doesn't show. So, the discipline and being consistent, the consistency is shown to us by example. Todd is 100% correct. I was very fortunate to receive my Ren from him personally in his personal living space, in his home. Me and a few of the brothers were very, very fortunate to be able to receive our Ren in that setting. And it was something that I truly hold dear in my heart. It was very, very it was beautiful. I still reflect back to that day constantly. It's because it was actually life changing, and receiving my Ren was very special for me, because as he pointed out in this class, a lot of the teachers, their name don't reflect what they're teaching. So again, there we go back to not being an example of what you actually are representing. You're just studying to be studying. You're just passing on the information. Welcome back, Great Saba.
Okay, let's finish up. I want to hear it. Finish up. Welcome. Thank you.
I was just giving you Hanu for that part. I really love that, what you said about the being a reflection of the teachings, basically being an echo of the teachings, and how someone can. I was telling them that I received my Ren from you personally, and it was an example. Like, that is true. You could we could come and you not say nothing, and we will learn, because you are an example of what you teach. So, Hotep Hinu to you. Yeah, and to the great brother for asking this question. This was a very, very, very nefer question. I really appreciate it. And that's another thing to where it's like, I don't have to ask the questions, because the answers are being answered for me. All the questions that I would have are being answered for me. So Tua for your time and dedication, and taking 3 hours, almost 4, to answer this question.
Dini Uk, I'm glad you appreciate it, and
This is my attempt in trying to make the question shorter. I have to make the question shorter. I must. This But let's go. Let's go. We're gonna go to the support system here. Everybody's watching Tutti Pod class. This is what people do after the class to show their support, that they appreciate this more than all the other things that we've supported in our life that are actually destroying us. This class can be life changing if you actually listen and follow through step by step and see all the matrices broken. Even with the drinking thing, the definition of drinking, so many things are said. All right, so we got this one. We'll get Amunet to read this one for us.
1072 for Hotep Ma'at. Appreciate the teachings of Ma'at, Saba. And there's Medu, but I can't see it. It's really small.
It looks like it says Uncle Jasineb. Thank you. Thank you. I think that's Master K. Master K all the way from Killer Priest. Thank you, Master K, for your great support. Excellent. Who is Nefert? Nefert? Who is that? Type in the room. I see a name, but I don't. Something's cut off from the name there. Nefert? Who is Nefert? Nefert, if you're listening, just type in the room. Let us know who you are, if you're a supporter, if it's somebody just under another name, because the part of the name's cut off, so I can't see what it fully says. I just see Nefert. So let us know. Anybody can come to the panel. If you are a supporter of the Tutti Pod class, let us know that you support the Tutti Pod class, and then you can definitely pop on the panel. And especially, I need to see the visual of who you. It's not whoever is trying to come on. It's not showing the camera of who you are. So I'll just wait for that. I'll be patient and wait to see if it shows who you are, and then definitely come on through.
In the private chat, it says, Saba, it's Sekhet.
Oh, okay. Okay, yes, absolutely. Boom, you're on. Excellent. Okay, wonderful. Okay, we're gonna go to okay, she's on now. There you go. All right, how are you, Sekhet?
Really grateful for this class. Just gonna let you get to the donations, but
Oh, the sound is really bad. The sound is really. Can you all hear her at all? I just see the thing moving, but I don't hear words.
Yeah,
do you hear Amunet?
It's not that clear for me either.
All I heard was grateful for the class.
Okay. To check the sound. Let me do a sound check. Satet, let me see if I can hear you again. See what that is. She may be trying to fix that. I see it's on mute. Okay. Okay, wonderful. Okay, Nini, up to you. Sekhet, and a nice surprise having you on. Usually you can't make it on at these time of days, but wonderful having you on. Okay, let's go to the support. Robert Williams. Did Robert Williams stay up, or did he crash out? I love these titles. The support titles have many
He was on about 5-10 minutes ago, Saba. Well, right
okay,
when you
great. The support has the right when what happened?
Right when you finished the answer.
Okay, good, nice. Okay, so here is Robert E. Williams. Go ahead and read that first, Amunet.
2072 for changing my discipline with a Capri beetle, a feather, and 3 water signs.
Beautiful. Give him some big noise, please. Give him some hand claps and noise, please. Okay, and now we got is this a new name? Aaron Lowe. Who is the other one? That's Rob Lowe. A different person. Okay. Aaron Lowe. Aaron Lowe. Shout out to Aaron Lowe. I don't think I've seen that name quite often. It may be new or just not as frequent. But I love the new energy that comes in support. And I love I like what he typed. No words to read. I mean, I have nothing to read, but I like what he typed. So shout out to Aaron. We're gonna give him some big, and he just put fire, 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 fire. Shout out to you, Aaron Lowe, the Alchemist. I remember that name, the Alchemist. Give Aaron Lowe some big, big noise. Give me some big, big noise, please.
I don't play with pseudos.
Okay. Who's doing the noise, by the way? Is that you, Aminet, or is that a mix of a Tef and you, or who is that?
That's a Tef.
Okay. And it says, Tua for your great work, Saba. This is truly restructuring my DNA. Restructuring. Tua for your great work, Saba. This is truly restructuring my DNA. This is Medu Sin. I need. Extremely grateful. Okay, wonderful, Minty. And Tua to you again, Aaron Lowe, putting fire, 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 fire. Excellent. I love the new support that's come in. Okay. Oh, JHUTY has. JHUTY. Okay. Okay, we got Basa Tudmanka Ox Effect. I see a lot of different supports under the JHUTY name. I can't see everything on it, but shout out to JHUTY. We're gonna get to those. Basa Tudmanka Ox Effect. Ox Effect. Throwing in a large, great support, which he always does every week. He doesn't miss. I don't think he misses a week. And if he's a day late or a couple days late, he'll actually put the name of that. That's a great. Oh, he put the date even when he's on time. So shout out to Basta Tud Maka Ox Effect. Amonet, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. 4472 for 53125 pod class support. Dua Saba.
Okay, give him some big, big noise. Both of you can mix it up. It's over $40, so give him some big, big noise, please.
I don't play with pseudos. I don't play with pseudos.
Wonderful. Amonet, could you read Minty's comment there?
Yes, I can. It says, Neb Marie per Onk. I have a lot of processing to do. See everyone in class tomorrow. Nefrupesh Ankujasaneb. Saba, that was the best class yet. Tua with a flower.
Thank you for reading that, Amunet, and I love this new effect. It seems like this new effect is every class I teach, someone says the best class. So to all of you, that's fun for me to see. Every class is somebody's best class. So that's wonderful. And you get your rest, Minty. Wonderful. All right, we got JHUTY coming in for. It looks like he's sending each support with a portion of a sentence. He needs to be on the panel to read this. So shout out to JHUTY. Support the podcast, everybody watching. Look, it dropped from 50 to 21 people. 30 people scattered. Scattered when the knowledge was given. Scattered abroad, went to take the notes and ran quick. Shout out and respect to those who actually supported before they ran off. So this is JHUTY, and this 1111 is just I. So it looks like a sentence is coming up. So thank you. I want to see what the sentence is before I take the next break. Let's see. I. And the next one is. The first one is I. And what is this one? This one affected JHUTY strongly. I see. Hang on. Okay, JHUTY sending sentences now. I and this one is have to. He's sending multiple supports, and each one is a couple words in a sentence. So I have to. And we can start giving him some noise after this, though. Here we go. Oh, I have to thank you. Yeah, I. Mm-hmm. I is a donation, have to is a donation, and thank you. And I think his name again. Okay, so that's the sentence. I have to. And we'll put this other one here. Thank you. So the whole thing is I have to thank you. And I'm going to put this here too. Go ahead and give some big noise because that's $33 in combination. Give some big, and he's the one that sent over 100 for the question. So give JHUTY and Ra AISHAT noise.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Yeah. They don't want to do that part. That's the part they don't want to do because that part takes discipline. So they don't want to do that part. Who put that? Who put that? Who did the noise this time? Both?
That was a tough for the specific sound at the end, but I did some.
Okay, good. All right, yay. Okay, and JHUTY's in the room.
Hey, keep going. That's not the full. Keep going. Keep going. It's not.
I have to.
Keep going. It's not.
I heard keep going. He got chopped off. I'm gonna keep going.
Keep going. There's more to the sentence.
There's more to the sentence, Saba. Keep going.
Okay, I gotta find it. It's not in. It's not
Keep going.
It's not in order, so I gotta scroll up.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah.
I see.
There's more to the sentence.
Okay, I see it now. Okay, I see the rest of them now. I had to scroll up. They're in order after someone else's support. Okay, I see now. I'm gonna log this as sentence. So sentence. Okay, so here we go. Here's the rest of it. So we have I have to thank you, and here's the rest of the. Here's some more of the sentence. Okay, read that there, JHUTY. I don't know if he's there. JHUTY's always on the move. Okay, so I have to thank you for this. I remember Cash Peden used to do this, something like this, but he was just like 111 222 333. He fell off too. Wow. Yeah. Here we go. I have to thank you for this. Okay, so here's the other part. And then after the next one, we're gonna give him to gonna give some big noise because there's one more to this. So I have to thank you for this, and now you can read this. Read this for us, Amunet.
1111 for consciously disciplined greatness with 3 exclamation points and click
it. Okay. Thank you. Let me see if that's the Okay, so give him some big noise for that. They don't want to do that part. That's the part they don't want to do because that part takes discipline. You have no way of life, but you've mastered the earth. You've mastered the shape of the earth, but you look like the shape of the Michelin Man.
Death culture, to be alive here, it's a lie here.
All right. All right, okay. So altogether that was $66.66. Shout out to Vision Airy, JHUTY. Okay, family. I only have, other than JHUTY again, I only have a few more supports that were sent. Send in your support for this. I need to be motivated to do this. 3 hours and 39 minutes, 50 people watching, and 12 supporters. That's to be a crime or something. I'm not sure. That's very. It's the same. Much respect to the 13 people. It's the same 13, 14 people supporting. Shout out to the people that do support, but 55 people watching, and it was 15 supporters. 35 people hit the hills with the knowledge and took off. Appreciate everybody who has a conscience and does appreciate this. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, Rock SV. The only reason people can do that is because of the cowardice situation, the cowardice setup of the internet. You can't see them. If there were 55 people in a room with me, like in an auditorium, and they were learning, and I did a 3-hour class, you wouldn't see them get up and like start walking away because I'm right there. But on the internet, the coward system, you can just run away. So shout out to those who do support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Now I'm gonna take my break, and when I come back, I'll read the rest of the supports. There's only a few left. You know, I have to find a way. I'm just gonna do one page instead of 2-3 pages. I'm just gonna do one page because one page is 45 minutes to an hour. I think it's the length of the class, but the 53 people were there watching the whole time. Shout out to those. I don't know what happened, but maybe they're either attention span, but they're there. They're watching from beginning to end. And Jed made a good point. There has to be somebody after the class that's streaming this to their class, because there'll be 53 people watching the pod class on Saturday, and by Monday, it'll say 800 views. So how does that calculate that? How could there be 50 people watching on Saturday? Are there more people available on Monday night than there is on a weekend? So somebody must be streaming the pod class, because how could there be 50 people watching Saturday, and then by Sunday and Monday there's like 700 views of the class? So that's interesting. But shout out to those who do support. I appreciate you. I'm gonna take a break right now. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocket V. And you all build amongst each other, and everybody, if you can, come to the screen. It has a better look for the audience and a better interaction. So I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Support the pod class. I'll be back.
Hotep, great Saba, enjoy your break. JHUTY, are you there, great brother? You want to speak? Tell us what you thought about the answer. I don't know if he's there. Now for Sec Matt, you want to do a mic check? Are you still there? Well, Amunet, I spoke first last time. I'll let you speak. If you want to speak, great sister, they might be having mic issues.
Okay, Tua, so much for passing the mic. I love this class so very much. It is filled with life, like I said before, extremely filled, and there's just so much, and I'm so happy that I get to, and we get to, go back to this class over and over again and replay this and take this in more than once. And I'm really thankful for the supporters who are continuous, because we're able to rewatch these classes, and it's very important to show your support for this life that Saba is providing us. This is the only place where you can watch things and learn in the way that Saba teaches. It is like no other. There's nowhere else that you can get this information, and it's more than information too. It's these things can be applied to your life, and I am one of the living examples of my life being changed from applying this beautiful, beautiful magic, this beautiful life to my own life, my daily life. I do things every single day from what I've learned from Saba Tehuti, and it's so much, it's so deep, it's extremely beautiful to experience, and there's so much deep intricate things that take place when you truly take time to sit and focus on the class. And for me, I have to pause a lot when I rewatch his classes. I have to pause like every 5 seconds so I can get the notes, and it's just so beautiful. And every time I go back, I'm able to get something new because there's so much in these classes. It's extremely beautiful, and that's why I am consistently giving support every single class for everything that Saba does. He is so consistent. He is giving us life. He is giving us immortality. If you apply this to your life, you are gaining immortality. You have the keys to live forever. Saba's providing us with the keys to continue our life when we pass, and that is something that no one else is doing. It's so beautiful. I am so thankful that all of us are here, and for those who are consistent, I'm really appreciative of you, because it is our duty, it is it's up to us to echo nature and imbue nature, because as Saba said in class and as he said before, the sun sets and the sun rises every single day, and we are to imbue that same frequency. We are to be as consistent as nature. So I really, really love everything that Saba gives. He is eternal, and to be able to be in his presence is an extreme gift. I thank the Netru to be here and for all of us to be here and to continue this purification in our Ib, which is a beautiful Medu word for heart, mind, thoughts, also purity. So it's extremely, extremely important, and I'm so thankful for Saba Tehuti for everything that he has done to be here, and for all who support to keep this going. I really appreciate those who are consistent, because I will continue to be consistent. I will continue to show up every single pod class, and if I'm unable to come for whatever reason that it may be, I will always tell Saba Tehuti. I will always communicate that with him, because this is my life. This is who I am. So I'm really thankful for everything that Saba does, and for all of you. So to us so much, to everyone who's listening and who's watching on the playback. If you are watching on the playback and haven't supported yet, you can still support, even if it's not live. Really important to give back and echo nature and do as we see in nature. As Saba said earlier, the trees give us oxygen and we give back to the trees, and you can't not do that. Without the trees, you wouldn't be alive. So treat this, if you truly are changing, if you are here in general, if you're watching this, then you are benefiting from it. You are liking what you see, because like Saba said earlier with the clocks, if the clocks didn't give us the same correct time every single time, you would throw it away. You wouldn't use it. So if you're here, you are enjoying what you're seeing, you are benefiting. So definitely give back, because without Saba Tehuti, you would not have this information and you would not be able to grow in the way that you are growing. And so make sure, please, to show your support and continue that support forever, for as long as you can, in any way that you can. Support is shown in many ways, and one of the beautiful ways of support as well is being on the panel. I really love being on the panel. It is a beautiful way to connect, and one thing about being in the chat is that it's more of a disconnection. There's a better connection when you're looking face to face with your brothers and sisters. If you are family here, as I see all of you as family on the panel. So I'm here and I'm connecting, and I really, really love it. So if you want to connect, truly connect, then I would advise you come on the panel, because it's definitely a stronger connection, and creates a stronger bond. And also, there's so much growth that I've experienced alone being on the panel. So, yes, Tua for everyone who's listening, and I hope you all are enjoying it and have enjoyed what Saba has given. Tua Hotep, and I will conclude there. Tua.
Tua for those Nefa words, great sister. Tehuti, are you there, great brother? Nefa Sekmet, are you there? Yeah, I think people would just rather support the lie. That's just the frequency that I think people are on. Because when I was offered the opportunity to come to the panel, I was watching Saba for a whole year on the other platform, and I loved every single minute of it from the very first show, the very first time. I was so grateful to be there and to be able to watch it. And then, go ahead, Great Saba.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. I'm going to be gone for a couple more minutes. I'm going to make a soundbite of something you said. You said it earlier. I was looking for it, but I want you to say it again to the people. I really like this, and I'm going to make a clip out of it where you talked about the thing that you saw that you really appreciated was that you witnessed me getting bit by a venomous. We didn't say viper, but a venomous snake. But you can say venomous viper, and I continue to teach. I really like that. I'm going to make a clip out of that. So anytime that you're talking now, you can mention it. I'll be gone for another 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, that was very, very scary. Almost, I always say I don't know what's going on. I really, but let me just finish my train of thought when I was just saying that I saw Saba. I was so honored to just be a part of watching it. Like from the moment I saw him on that platform and I started watching, and I watched him live from that moment. I just didn't know that it was live at first. Like I didn't realize, at the moment that it was live. It wasn't until I think the next show that I realized it was live, but I was completely blown away by what I was witnessing, because it was monumental what I was witnessing at the time. And then fast forward, I followed him up to that point, and then there came a time when he wasn't on that platform for about a month, and he did this class right now about discipline, and that was what I noticed, but I wasn't really conscious of, again, what I was really witnessing. But his consistency was demonstrated even there, because every Monday he would be there, every Monday, and he would teach and he would answer questions the same way he does now. And I appreciated that from day one. And it was kind of like being in a dream, which, it was very, very, very never. But then when he started his own platform, and I watched, and then he allowed us the opportunity to come to the panel, that was an honor for me. I was like, what? What? Like, in my mind, I get to go to the panel? Like, I could talk to this brother? Like, for real, I didn't know what to say. But I knew that I had to be in this frequency. I knew that the truth was more important to me than the lie, right? Because I knew before that point that everything was a lie. And I truly didn't know what the truth was, but I began to easily recognize the lie. Easter bunnies don't lay eggs. The tooth fairy's not coming to put money under my pillow. Santa Claus is not coming down the chimney. I began to just dissect some of the lies that I was brought up knowing. And the way Saba was breaking down the truth, man, I was honored. So when I got invited to the panel, it wasn't no question. I came to the panel laying down. I was laying down on a pillow, on this same pillow right here. On this same pillow right here. And I had already got this pillow because of Saba. just because of the teachings, I don't know if y'all can see it. You can't see it, right? Let me back up. Let me show you. You can't see it. I'm gonna turn on the light. There you go. Can you see it? No, you can't see it. How do I show my pillow, man? Let me see. There you go. We can see it, right? I was laying down on this pillow, and I had got this pillow because of SABA, because of what I was learning, what I was instituting in my life. So, yeah, at this point, I just know that people are, it feels like people are trolling. I truly don't understand how people don't appreciate the truth the way we all do. So, Hotep Hinu to everybody that supports, because thank you for keeping this going. Thank you for showing your reciprocity and your support. All the supporters, whoever you are, whatever you give, the little, the lot, everybody. Like, I really appreciate it, because that month that he wasn't on that other platform, I didn't know what to do. I almost literally was beginning to feel sick. Like, I was physically sick, because there was nothing else like it. There was nothing else that came close to it. And I'm going to tell you this. Once I was able to imbue myself in this frequency, I didn't want anything else. Nothing else was satisfying to me. Nothing else was nourishing to me. Nothing is more nourishing to me, to my consciousness, than the truth. Once you are actually imbued with it, once you learn what the truth is, it's nothing more satisfying. So, Hotep Hinu to you, Great Saba, for this NEFA class. Your discipline, your example, I've seen it demonstrated consistently week after week. Man, like he was on another platform, Tehuti, like I was telling you. He was on another platform. He was invited as a guest, and he was answering questions like he does now. It was like an interview. I don't even know what the name of the platform is, but I definitely encourage you to go watch it, because that was a NEFA class as well. Whenever Saba is on any other platform, he definitely represents. But he was on this brother's platform, and he had one of his vipers, venomous vipers, with him, and he was teaching, answering a question, and the snake bit him on his hand, and he continued to teach. He didn't even stop teaching. He continued to teach. That's discipline. That is consistency. So it happened so quick, right? That I didn't even realize that he got bit. I didn't realize that it was anything wrong. I actually had to go back and rewatch it, because he continued to answer the question. His discipline was that of such. He continued to answer the question, right? So that's the kind of discipline that we have to display when it comes to our consciousness, when it comes to raising our consciousness. It's ma'at or not. There's no other way. There's no other frequency that I would rather be in. There's nothing else. I'm the lie. Man, listen, if you rather the lie, then just have at it. But I want to give Hindu and adoration to everybody that supports and keep this going, because we get questions that I think are not, that I would never ask. I would have never asked a question about luck. I would have never asked a question about feng shui. But we get these groundbreaking, monumental answers, hours long answers of just pure, consistent consciousness raising, high vibrational, just the truth. And this is something that you can implement in your life to change your life for the better. I myself, as well as Amunet, as you pointed out, I have done the same thing. I have instituted a lot of what I'm learning, and I'm constantly learning. I just want to learn, but instituting this into my life, right? It's not a part of my life. It's actually me transforming and Kepara into my true higher calling, right? Raising my consciousness. This is why I'm here every week. I'm here every single week, no matter where I'm at. I done been on the podcast in Mexico, out the country, and in other states. I'm here. Saturday night, I'm not at the club. I'm not hanging out. I don't want to be there. I'm here. I'm trying to learn because I'm trying to raise my consciousness. I'm raising a family. And wherever I look around, this matrix is so layered, right? And we have to build our own community. To truly break free from this matrix, we have to build our own community because it doesn't exist. Just like there's nobody else out there teaching. I used to get upset when people would compare SABA to people. I would go complete nook-poo on them in the chat, right? And then I would have to pull back because I would remember Sekhem. I would remember Sekhmet that whenever I saw SABA faced with any type of ISFET, his character, his consistency, and his discipline, and the way that he would respond, not react. So I pulled back, and I'm in the process of truly evolving my consciousness because he is the example. He's that example. Week after week, he consistently shows up. You know, and I'm grateful for the supporters, man. I can't even focus on the sneak learners. It's just sad. Hey, if you rather support the lie, if you rather support whatever it is that you're supporting, you know, your own death, your detriment, then have at it, you know. But for those of us that really truly appreciate what's going on here and truly understand what's going on, then support, right? People just gathering the knowledge like the Egyptologists. They just gathering the knowledge. They're not trying to live their culture, but they don't have a culture, right? They don't truly have a culture. It's sad, you know, so I'm grateful. So Tehuti for asking this question, great brother. Tua for your support, for coming in like a beautiful storm and just showing reciprocity immediately and giving here new and recognizing what we recognize, those of us that was here before you. I sit at the feet of my great teacher. I sit at his feet silent until he gives me permission to speak. I sit and I listen and I absorb and I learn, and I'm grateful and I'm honored to do it. I'm grateful, I'm honored to do it because nobody else is doing it. Nobody else is doing it. Nobody else is teaching like this. Nobody else is breaking matrices and answering questions like this, you know. So, you know, he knew to the supporters, to the 13 supporters or whoever it was that supports, that keep this going, because I look forward to SABA coming on next week with another groundbreaking answer to a question that the great brother Tehuti asked. I think he said he was like 5 or 6 in. So Hotep, new to you, great brother, for just, you know, for appreciating it too. Hotep, new to you for being on this frequency that you really appreciate this answer, that the answer to this question, right? Because a lot of people was here tonight, but they don't appreciate it, as evidenced by the lack of support, right? And then there's gonna be a few hundred people here in the next couple of days that are gonna watch this, and they're not gonna support. Hopefully some will. I look forward to those of you that will and that do support. But just understand this: you're supporting something. You either supporting the truth or you supporting the lie. So if you rather support the lie, the ugly lie, as opposed to the beautiful truth, the beautiful MAAT, then, you know, hey man, you know, do what you like. But again, I'm not gonna hog the mic. Tehuti, are you there, great brother, or Nefer Sekhmet? Because I could go on and on for eternity. Go ahead, great sister.
Mic check, mic check. Can I be heard?
Mic check, we can hear you.
Okay. You know, it's really telling the age that we're in, because SABA's put out all of these teachings, and the most anybody else would talk about SABA is when his life is literally on the line from a snake bite. Then that's when Tehuti's name's gonna come out their mouth, right? It's an examination. Like, whoever you're learning from, look at these potent teachings. Nobody cares. So it's tough to your point, like, people don't care. People literally don't care for their life. They don't care for the understanding. So many things Saba's brought forward, and there's so many people, quote unquote, teaching Ma'at, and they're teaching it on such a surface level. So here's somebody who lives the life and has such an in-depth teaching. That means that all of those other teachers are going to have to be babies again and be like, oh, shoot, you know what? I don't know the Medu. Let me take what Tehuti's, let me bring this forward and learn in a better way so that I can be a conscious being. That's not the imperative. And that just shows that as much as people can say they're conscious and they're enlightened, they still got the matrix in them. They still got the matrix running their mind, running their decisions. And it's something about ISFET too. Like, you have to give ISFET credit that it's consistent. ISFET is discipline. ISFET is more disciplined, and that's why it's so effective.
That is a fact. Very never words, great sister. I totally agree. The ISFET is very consistent. Yeah, it's very, very consistent, and it appears that the ISFET is more consistent than Ma'at, but it's truly not. Ma'at is will be victorious, is victorious. So that's your consciousness, and it's evident by the consistency that Saba shows week after week. Week after week, he's answering questions that he would never even. He's not even thinking about. He's not thinking about the never-ending story. Tua for that brother that asked that question. That was a Nefer breakdown. And all the movie breakdowns that he's done week after week, man. Just going back and I was telling Tehuti that right now there's so many podcasts that are on, minus the ones that got taken down. There's so many on that it take a lifetime, man, at this point to even go and digest every single one. Like, seriously, because I listen to them every day. I listen to something every day, and every day I can't get through one. So, like, tomorrow, when I go and re-listen to this one, it'll take a few days. Then I'll go and listen to another one, and then, whoop, here we go. It's Saturday again. and I'm still on Praxis question, just taking notes and just trying to pick up every little gem and jewel that was dropped, so there's a lifetime worth of podcasts that are already online, very nourishing, but at the same time I look forward to it. I'm not going to say I can't get enough, because I look forward to every single podcast. I look forward to Saba coming on here next Saturday and doing this again. And now at this point, every week gets better and better. I would like to say that's my opinion, but I've heard other people say that as well. So it's just a never thing. Welcome back, Great Saba.
Thank you for welcoming back. Beautiful words, Tua for them. Nino, for everything you appreciate me for. And wonderful words from everybody. I heard Saket's voice, but I was in the next room. I'm glad she was able to come on. And could you hear her clearly when she spoke?
Yes, Saba.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad she was able to come on. Oh, good. There she is.
Yeah, if I may just share the last answer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's one thing Saba pointed out that I've never heard any teacher mention, which is I teach by saying nothing. And pardon me if I'm paraphrasing, but to teach based on your lifestyle, meaning I'm so embodied in what I'm doing that you will learn from me from just merely watching me live day to day. I don't even have to say a word. Do you know how many teachers are just full of pride what they teach, what they say, what they can express. Like that's just a whole nother that's just a whole nother realm, but that's really what our ancestors did, because they're all transitioned and yet we're following them today because of the way they lived and how they chose to express that. So that's one thing. The second thing is this class is dangerous. It's dangerous because there is no more ignorance. Every single person who views this knows what discipline is. So you can, yeah, it's cool, the breakdown, but now you have to live by it because subconsciously you know what discipline is. So now if we're self-sabotaging, it's twice as damning. But that's the beautiful thing of accountability. That's the beautiful thing of responsibility. So this is for me. This is for everybody. Don't just take this and then, it's cool, and then next week we're back to ISFET. You failed the assignment. You failed the assignment flat out. And then the final point, and this might be the most important point when it comes to SABA's teaching, and it's such a beautiful thing about MAAT. To all the people that watch and don't donate, and I'm just taking the knowledge and I'm going to use it, you are a coward. And the beautiful thing is, even if you take the knowledge and don't donate, you don't have the heart to live by it because you don't show up, you don't give reciprocity. So whatever little surface power you think you're getting, you're weak because you're a coward. That has to be said flat out. So the people that think they're getting away with something, you're getting away with nothing because you're impotent. I'm not talking about the people that are really in this challenging situation. They really can't. It's the people that over and over again choose to give no reciprocity, choose to just, like a leech, suck off the MAAT. It's not, SABA is the door, is the message, but you're stealing from MAAT and you think you can get away with that. That's a fool in the highest sense. I'm done.
I had to drop a bomb for that one, Saba.
Beautiful, beautiful words. That was great. And coming from a female frequency vibration, that was absolutely wonderful. Saket, Nini, for everything you appreciate me for, and Tua for those great words to the Tua to the great words to those who it pertained to. And it reminded me of Saket when she was at war. So that is beautiful. Excellent point. And yes, we are learning from the Nitiru and from the ancestors that weren't teachers. So most of the ancestors that we're learning from were not in a position of teachers. We're just actually learning from what they left behind in their lifestyle. And once you imbue Ma'at, you should be able to teach somebody, and they should be able to be interested, sometimes without you even speaking, because half of the Kemetic, look at all the things that people learn from Tut-Ankh, studying Tut-Ankh-Amun's tomb and studying Akhenaten. There's not one parable of Akhenaten teaching anything. Ramesses didn't teach anything. Parakufu didn't have one class. And these are the people that are inspiring the Kemetic movements of today. So outside of the Saba'it, Ptahhotep, Kigimni, Amenopi, Kemwesi, outside of the few handful of writers of Ma'at, we're learning from the majority who actually just got to live their life, and it inspired us. That's a great observation way to put it, and that is what I live. So Tua for those great words, Saket, beautiful words. We're gonna get maybe I'm muted. We're gonna get to the support now, and here we go. We're gonna continue the support for those who actually do care about the podcast's survival, about my survival, what I'm doing here at almost 1 o'clock in the morning. So to those who appreciate the survival of this phenomenon, and not just typing in the chat like several names that we see over and over again. typing in the chat, and not one support ever from them. But they are supporting the Matrix, though. I bet day to day they're buying things. They're too full of ISFET to actually support it, make them feel like they're submitting to something. At any rate, here are the great supporters: Robert E. Williams. And go ahead and read that for us, Amunet, please.
2072 for Min Ma'at, Tua Saba Tehuti, Strength, and then Shoe. I think. It's a feather emoji.
All right, thank you for reading that, Amunet, and give him some noise, please. Okay, we're going to continue. A couple more supports came in. JHUTY has a large one here, I see. We're going to get to that. I want that to scare people off. I'll read that close to last. But we have Amun and Amunet, of course. Here they are, as always. Amun and Amunet. We'll go ahead and let Amunet read that. Okay, go ahead, Amunet, read that for us, please.
$40 for Tua Tehuti, Lord of Breath, who guides it to the noses.
Nice. Give her some big Tua for reading that and Tua for the support. And Atef, give Amun and Amunet some big noise, please.
Media.
Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side.
Who did the noises for that one? That was you, Atef? Or was that Amunet doing it?
That was me, Saba.
That was okay. Good. Because Amunet gave the support. Okay, thank you. You look very. I don't know how you're doing it, but it looks like your hands are free and you just lean to the side. But I'm hearing all these noises, but you're just like this. I don't know if you have something in your lap. I'm not sure how you're doing it, but it looks cool because it looks like you're not doing anything. All right. Okay. And we're gonna go on to Amunet again. Oh boy. Amunet again. This is this is Medu. Amunet again for the men that are magic classes. See if it shows up here. There it is. All right. Amunet, could you read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. $40 for Medu number 8 to offer your eternal guidance with a black heap.
All right, give them some big noise again.
Never everything is beautiful in life.
Excellent. Wonderful. And Amun should, I think it's Amun's email. Amun should have the class already, Amunet.
Yes, I see it. Tua.
Oh, nice. Okay. Okay, great. All right. And I see some more some support coming in. Ampu is definitely gonna have all these Meta classes very soon. He is. Oh my goodness. Who is this? Oh, Saket. Yeah. Here's Saket here. Let's see if she can read this if she's on the screen. $11.11. Okay, nice. Okay, here is Saket coming up onto the screen. Let me try something here. Let me see. There's a new feature here. Let me see. Image file. So what's the image file going to be? Oh no, it's not. I'm trying to extra camera slides PDF. Oh no, I'll stick with the way that I'm doing it. Okay. Shout out to Saket. And Saket, if you are there and your mic works, go ahead and read that for us if you're there.
Sorry, Saba. I'm driving on the road, so I can't read.
Okay, no problem. Amonette, go ahead and read that for us, please.
1111 for Nefertz, and then there's a mirror, so it's Nefertz ATTON, and a lion emoji, and I can't see the other emoji. I know there's a black Ebe, and I'm not sure what the other one is. It says, Dua for the Nefer, precision of decision, so doors may forever echo Ma'at. With a door, the scales in the door.
Okay, thank you, Amonette, for reading that. And give her a round of applause. Give her a hand clap for that, please. Okay, we have a few more. We have Be Get Leisure, who is Maharu. I'm going to get to his question next week. I believe he's just asking about the authenticity of the ice wall, or why the so-called ice wall, and why people are not why people are not allowed in that area in Antarctica. So, but here is Maharu with his consistent support as always, and it's always consistent large support. So here is Maharu. Boom. Okay, we're going to give it first, please.
Did you say for me to read it?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. $50 for discipline is hard and easy to follow. Instruction of Ma'at leads to balanced life. That leads to being aware of your Ka, immortality, to escape second death.
Thank you, Tua. I'm going to have for reading that. And you all give him some big monster noise. It's $50. Give him Transformers, all type of noise. Cat Williams. We don't play with pseudos. Give him everything in the book.
You are watching a master at work.
There is no spoon.
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
Forget that we the real champions.
Wonderful, wonderful, excellent. Wonderful. Was that you, Amunet, and a Tef, or was that just a Tef? Who was the DJ behind that? Ooh.
I added a few.
Okay, thank you. Oh my goodness. Sweet Nan. Bring one of the good incenses. Something's coming from outside or some horrible matrix smell is coming. I don't know what that is. Okay, matrix scented environment. All right. So, all right, here we go, everybody. To all the great supporters. And now we got a Tef Rem Kem Ma'at coming in with we're still in the number 5 here. And Tefrem Kima'at is going to read this for us. Okay, Tefrem Kima'at, could you read that for us, please?
Hotep Great Saba, yes, 555 is a tip from a Tefrem Kima'at for, it says Ma'at or not, for the discipline class.
Okay. Thank you. Give him a hand clap for that. He's giving them over $20. Okay. Okay, now we have Anpu coming in with large Medu orders. Here we go. We're going to give some huge noise to Anpu. Let me go ahead and log this as a Medu request. Medu thinking in. Yay. Okay, here we go. Then he shake. Okay, we're going to go and show the great support from Anpu. Medu class order. I'll go ahead and read this one. It's simple. $80 for he has the hat and a magic wand. That's Medu magic. Classes 8 to 11 for all. And he says TFTK. What does that mean again? It's TFTK.
Thanks for the knowledge.
All right, yes. And what's that name? Yes. Thanks for the knowledge. And for those who are watching this, the discipline class that I taught, the how-tos of the discipline as far as the magical aspect, the mind aspect, the practices are these Medu classes that you see people ordering. So there's 65 of them. He's ordered 8 through 11. So give him some huge noise, transformers, all the noise possible. Make some big, big noise for him, please.
Forget that we the real champions, right?
All right, Ampu, wonderful. To you all for making the sound effects and noises. And one moment here. Nine. Okay, shout out to Ampu. And Ampu, are you in the class at all? If you are listening, go ahead and check your Gmails. You should have classes 8 to 11 in your Gmails right now. Wonderful. Great. Ampu's quick. There he is. Fire. All right, he's on deck listening. Wonderful. Okay, and who's next? Ampu again. Here we go. Let me see what's going on here. Ampu again. I think he's almost. I wonder how many more classes he has to finish. This is 63 to 65. Here we go. He's gonna have all the classes. Okay. All right. Shout out to Ampu. We're gonna put this on the screen. We're gonna give him some big noise again, and that's. Go ahead and read that for us, Amina, please.
$60 for 63 to 65. Thanks for the knowledge, with the hat and the magic wand.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Eminem, for reading that. Give him some big monster noise again. Yay.
You're welcome.
They don't want to do that part. Yes, that's the part they don't want to do because that part takes discipline. You have no way of life, but you've mastered the earth. You've mastered the shape of the earth, but you look like the shape of the Michelin Man. Mike Tyson and Sean Mayweather, you made a punch and just moved you should have moved your left shoulder a little bit to the right, and I know you could have won. Just get in the ring and beat the guy. Excellent. Thank you, sound selectors, for the great sound bites. Was that you, Amonite, with the sound, or was that a mix of both of you?
I added one.
Which one?
Of the turntable. You heard that? I don't know if you heard that one.
Oh yeah, just to put. Yeah, I heard that. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you for adding that. And Anpu, go ahead and check your emails. You should have MedNetter classes 65, 63 to 65. Those who are watching, that's how fast you get it when you order during the pod class. You actually get it within 1 minute of me reading it. So there you go. Okay, and I think we have 2 more to read, and seems like that's it for the night as far as support. So the 2 more are 2 large ones shutting it down. We have
We have okay, we got Ebet here. Where is okay here? And Pooh says SABA's diet program is the truth. There's a testimony. We are here to change lives. I don't just answer questions and guide on what I can say and show verbally. I also guide on how to do the how to change your actual physical structure. If you follow through and actually live it, your physical structure will change. Especially if you are a male, and especially if you are visibly out of shape, you will notice an extreme drastic change by going on the diet program. This man is on the diet program. His before and after pictures are wonderful. Okay, and we got Ebet here shutting it down with, I'll read this one. It says, for personalized notes. Okay. For personalized notes, $72. Give her some monster noise, all the sound effects, everything. Give her some noise, please. Transformers and all.
Neb Nefer Unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
You are watching a master at work.
Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. And what did you add in there, Amonette? What did you do?
I did the master at work one.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Amonette, for the master at work. Thank you, Atef, for the rest of the sounds. Wonderful. And now, to shut it down, where is Visionary? I don't know if he's on the screen. Not sure where he is, but he is about to show that he has the largest single donation. I was going to say of the month, but this is the first day of the month. So, of the last month, the last 30 days. Shutting down the pod class again with the extreme support coming from the good brother JHUTY. He has doubled his usual. He says there's a question coming soon. No problem. I have about 3 or 4 already for you, so no rush. But whenever it comes in, it will be logged with all the rest. From what is it now? It was May 30th, right? May 30th, yeah. May 30th. No, saying June because that's after 12, right? May 30th. And now, for the largest donation of the night, the Tutti Pod class, large donation maybe of the month, shutting it down, JHUTY. Just working some magic to send these type of donations. And this is what's going to help keep the podcast going. Everybody, thank JHUTY for what we're about to show. This is an example of the people that want me to stay at this level and high quality. of what it is that I've been delivering over the years. And finally, the support is coming in from teaching since 1992 to 2025. And now the reciprocity is and appreciation is coming in the form of one of the largest donations ever sent to the Tehuti class, and that is coming from JHUTY at the. I'm gonna get JHUTY. Are you there, brother? Can you read this? I don't know if he's there. Maybe with his dogs. Okay, Amonette, could you read this for us, please?
$222 for Jesus Psyop's question, coming soon.
Oh, Jesu. Wait.
Oh.
What does that say? Can you read that again, Amonette? I don't know if you read that right. What does it say?
I said Jesus, but because I see the $sign, I thought that was a S. So is it Jesu then?
Maybe that. I guess he's typing you. Maybe it is Jesus. Maybe he typed it like that. You could be right. Jesus, and the $sign is the S. Okay. All right. I think We'll go with what you said, Amonette. Okay. So wonderful. Tua for reading that, Amonette.
He knew.
And we're gonna give JHUTY massive monster noise. Okay, thank you. Yes. And go ahead and give him the biggest noise ever. I'm even gonna throw in some noises. Give JHUTY some massive noise for his support and love of the Tehuti podcast phenomenon. Give him some big noise, please. Monster noise.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
There is no spoon.
Come join us, House of ATTON, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of the Teru. Back to the source, we the original Axemen.
It's like fraud, but everything is fraudulent. Like everything we see is fraudulent. What we wear, what we drive, like we are in the Matrix. Like we are in the Matrix. When you walk outside and you see a Porsche or a Lamborghini or you see an ad for Rolex, like you are in the Matrix. You are being brainwashed. Like all of this is designed to be fraudulent, to make people think that, oh, you are famous. Look at him, watch him.
That is all distraction.
Death culture, to be alive here, it's a lie here.
Yeah, I got time, girl.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
All right. Okay, wonderful. That was a mini concert. Tua Atefrem Kemaat for the sounds, and Amonette, what'd you do this time? Don't tell me you just added one.
I added some animals and then I did the last one.
There was animals in there too? What kind of animals were in there? I must have missed that.
I did a snake and a lion. It might not have been heard, maybe.
Oh, okay. I think I heard a snake in there. Okay. And what else did you do? Animal sounds and what else?
I forgot now. I don't remember what I said. I don't remember. I just remember the animals.
Okay, no, wonderful. Okay. Tua to you, Amonette, for the sounds, and Tua to you, Atefrem Kemaat, and Tua to JHUTY and Ra AISHAT for the great support, for the great appreciation of what it is that I'm bringing here. And I'm going to refresh the page, but I believe that is that the end support for the night. Let me refresh the page. Okay. I'm refreshing the page, and I don't see anything else for the night. So we're going to go ahead and let everybody do their closing statements and close the pod class. And if anybody sends support during the closing statements, I will go ahead and read that. So to everybody for the great support that was sent, and for appreciating this phenomenon, understanding that it is a phenomenon. For all those who came in a little late and missed the class, you can always rewind it. The class was on discipline, Kemet discipline. Where does discipline actually exist inside of the body? Has any Kemetic teacher taught a Medu word, the Medu word for discipline? What is a free spirit? And what exactly is the discipline, and how it ties into the real definition of the word Ma'at, which has to do with your vision. All right, I'm going to let each of you close out. It looks like it will just Saket says that she may be working, so she can't really speak on the mic. And I don't know where JHUTY is, so it looks like for now it's going to be Amun, Et, and Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. Starting off with you, Amunet.
Tua Hotep Mary to you. Both Amun and I say Tua to the Neteru for you, your health, your happiness, your safety, and for your whole out safety, health, and happiness. I appreciate all of you for everything that you all do for yourself and for all of your surroundings, for your animals, and all that you all have done in the past to be who you are today. You are all the best. You are so glorious, and I appreciate all of you so very much and love you all so very much. We both do, both Amun and I, and I'm so very thankful for being able to witness and experience all of the beautiful changes that has happened within both Amun and I's life, our surroundings, within ourselves. And it's all because of you, great Saba, to us so very much for being in our life. And I will end with this utterance to you. Amun and Amunet, Jesu Emket, Tehuti Pertneter Emaset Iment. Hutsen her out and Tehuti Urhetep her Ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the Neter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hotep Mary Heh, and I hope you have a very Nefer Upesh and a relaxing day tomorrow. Dua.
Nini Uk. Wonderful words of adoration, appreciation, love, and Henu. Tua for them. Nini Uk for everything you appreciate me for. And you did well staying up. Did you and Amun both work the shame shift that he's falling asleep for? Or did he overwork more than you?
No, he didn't overwork more than me. We did the same.
Okay, well, Tua for you, something in you kept you up bright and sharp here to represent for the sleeping man and then the Upesh. So wonderful words you represent for both. You're doing great. Keep up the good work. And Nini Uk for everything you appreciate and thank me for. Boom.
Shout to you for your Nefer Medu, and I want to say I'm proud of him because he did do his best. I know he tried his best to stay up, and he went as long as he could. He was his eyes were closing and all of that, so he did a really good job for that. And I appreciate your Nefer words so very much. And shout to you.
Nini Uk, wonderful, and Nini Uk to you. Okay, and let's move on to a Tefrem Kema'at. Give us some great words, and Tua for doing the for doing this section again about the venomous snake. I'm going to take it and turn it into a clip in the intro.
Tua, great Saba for that. Yes. Yeah, that was I like how you take the how you turn everything into a positive. You know, we was definitely worried about you. You know, so Tua for that, for being able to celebrate everything good and making everything the way it's supposed to be. I'm glad you're well. And Uwajit, Hotep Hinu to all the supporters. Hinu to you, great brother. JHUTY for asking these NEFA questions and for your support, for definitely contributing and keeping this phenomenon going. So Tua to you, great brother. And Tua to everyone that came to the panel. Amunet, and your mate Amun for sure. The great brother Ani Bata, and Nefa Sekmet. To the great brother Dejed and Gabriella. To everybody that supports Nukpu, Robert Williams, Harass Did, Minty Hotep, Ampu, and all the great supporters, you know, everybody that does their part in keeping this going, because we have to support the netter, and Tua for supporting yourself too. And yeah, great Saba, this class was phenomenal. I definitely look forward to running it back. This was definitely groundbreaking. Again, I guess this is the longest one now, right? I think this one you beat the longest one by a few minutes. So Tua for your consistency, week after week, day after day, and Tua for what you do for us and guiding us. Hotep Hinu to your family, to your animals, to your household, to your purr. Yeah, great Saba. This was great. I got a big day tomorrow, so you know, this is right on time. Last week we ended a little later than this one, but it was still very, very nefer. So I'm extremely grateful for this. I'm extremely grateful for you. And again, I want to give another Hinu to the great brother Tehuti for asking these great questions that yield these even greater answers. Hinu to you, great Saba. May you advance your station among the venerables. May your Ka contend with your enemy. And may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closed the weary one. And Hotep Hinu to you, great Saba.
Hotep, Tua for your beautiful words of love, adoration, appreciation, and Henu. And Nini for everything you appreciate me for. And Tua for being concerned about me during the time of the snake bite. I was down to 10,000 platelets from 250,000, 30,000. And if I lost 10,000 more, which is easy to do, they definitely said I wouldn't have survived. So Tua for your concern. I definitely turned a situation into a positive. I know a lot of you were worried, and I came back and spoke about me cracking jokes in the hospital. So so Tua for the concern, Tua for the love. You are very, very dedicated. Were you out of town this weekend again?
No, not this weekend. Maybe next weekend. But definitely coming up in the next few weeks, we're definitely going to be traveling.
Okay, Tua to that. And also, when you're not out of town, are you able to come to the pod class on time? Like if you're home?
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes.
Okay, good. Well, Tua for your efforts and Tua for everything that you do to support the pod class. You're one of the ones that I don't see disappearing on me. You're one of the ones that I see staying with the truth for as long as this continues. So it is a little discouraging, even though from 1993 I've seen people falling off. But when certain people fall off, it is still a little discouraging to me, even though I should be immune to it. But
certain people you develop relationships with, you think high hopes. And I'm just glad that you are of the strong ones. So Tua for that.
Nini Great Saba, I really appreciate you. And that is a fact. That is absolutely the truth. So Tua for that, Great Saba. Nini
Yes, wonderful. Okay, and I know Saket is at the work or driving. She's not able to come on. Or is she on? I can't.
She there, but we could barely hear you.
Okay, give me like 2 minutes.
Okay, give her 2 minutes. Wonderful. And JHUTY is still somewhere. He may have fallen asleep. So we'll go ahead and give 2 minutes. And peace and love to everybody in the chat that supports. If you're in the chat typing, it's amazing to me when I see the people in the chat typing several things, but it actually takes less time to type a sentence and press in the Cash App. And so to those people in the chat that actually watch this class, and their comments reflect the appreciation of the class that was actually taught for 3 hours and 39 minutes of this class that was a question that had never been broke down in history before. So to those in the chat that actually appreciate and send in support for what it is that I am doing. To it for those that are on the panel that appreciate, those who are watching that actually want this to survive. It is a motivation to me to have the feeling of people wanting this and me to be here. I know there are those who would have no effect if the Tehuti class shut down tomorrow and never came back on. They would live their life regularly. Nothing would change. So to them, it's just entertainment. To those who don't see this as entertainment, much respect to you. And you all are the ones keeping this thriving here. So wonderful. And keep up the great energy, support, and being a part of the actual movement, meaning inquiring about what you can do to assist, what you can do to be a part of. Pathways is coming up. It's down to a TEF, what is it? A TEF scribe and Dejed. It used to be 5-man crew. It used to be a 5-man crew, or at least 4-man, 4 to 5 in the beginnings, organizing the pathways, and now it's a 3-man crew. So those who are part of the House of Atten, contact the TEF, contact Scribe, you can contact me and find out what you can do to be a part of the pillars that these brothers are doing. You want to be a part of a pillar? Primordial joined on. He's a part of the pillar. You can find out how to be a part of that pillar as well and be more active in the House of Atten. To everybody, keep up the great work. And that should be about 2 minutes. And Saket should be ready any second now.
What's up? Yes, I am. And basically for just the example solving yourself, you're going to love this, but it's not that yet. It's like a banking structure.
Oh. Hold on. 1 second, Saket. Tef, can you hear Saket? I can't hear her.
A little bit.
Is this better?
That's a little better. Is there something blocking your the reception or speaker where you are?
No, I'm speaking right into my phone mic.
Okay. Try again. Let's see if we can hear you this time.
Sure. I was just saying it's an amazing opportunity to be your student. It definitely comes with pressure because of the example that you set, but I'm grateful for it. It's like a bow constrictor. Class by class, teaching by teaching, day by day, just slowly squeezing out the ISFET because of the way that you live. Saba, you're not just an example to be just the only one, but to be one of many. So a lot of things that you brought forward this class were tying the knots on certain standards that I strive to hold myself to every day. So that's a really great gift in medicine that I'm taking from this class. But the other thing as well, and this is really medicine for everyone, is the beauty of Ma'at is that it's an eye. And even in the book, it's talking about having the foresight.
Oh, you faded off, Saket. After you said the beauty of Ma'at is an eye, something happened. You faded. Everything was clear. But as soon as you said the beauty of Ma'at was an eye, we couldn't hear you anymore. Right after that
Okay,
sentence.
that's all right. There's some resistance. My phone actually shut off from being overheated, though I don't have it near a heater. So it just comes with SFET sometimes. But
You
the
sound
beauty
great
of
now.
Yeah, so the beauty of Ma'at, as I echo this message twice, is that it's an eye. And what you brought forward to us is that we have to have provision. We have to foresee what it is we're going to do and plan in advance. Then the other senses come into effect. And that's a really potent thing. And with that, that means we have to go slow, right? The matrix is always speeding us up. And Ma'at is giving us this power to consciously plan every decision we do, every action we do. That's the most powerful thing, where the matrix wants us to speed up, be in a beta frequency, and then 2 days goes by and it's like, oh shoot, what was I doing again? Because we're unconscious. So that's a really potent thing to bring forward. And I can go on and say so many other things, but it is a challenge to be your student. I completely acknowledge that and accept that, and I'm grateful for that, because that means that I'm on the highest path of existence. So to you, Saba.
Beautiful, beautiful. Saket, you're on a roll tonight. You're on a roll tonight with the Medu frequency and the Netzer frequency. Great, great, great words of appreciation and analysis. And I receive all that you just said. And that should echo through for the crowd and the audience to listen closely. Listen closely to what Saket just said. Rewind her part and just listen to it again. And you'll hear the jewels in there that will alter your thinking. So to that, Saket, Nini, for everything you thank me for and appreciate me for.
Nini ka, Tua Saba.
All right. Okay, everybody, that is it. We're gonna go to I'll check the Gmails one more time, see if there's any more support given. And nada. I didn't refresh a page. Let me refresh a page and see if there's any more support given for what happened tonight. And let's see. The answer is my Gmail. The thing is locked. Hold on. Let me see if the bar is not moving. Let's see. Okay, and the answer is that was given. That which was given. The answer is that which was given is that which was given. Nothing else has been added. So to those who supported. We're going to go into the get a Tef to read the affirmation, and then we're going to go ahead and I'm going to go big screen and close it out. So here's the affirmation of Tef, and go ahead and close us out with your portion of the closeout. Let's see where the affirmation is, which is right here. Ready, Tef?
I'm ready, Great Saba.
Okay.
On the count of 3, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. Un and S. Nintet or Sat and Ma'at. Min Hapapat and Ma'at. Her and Huey. Her EQ.
Her EQ.
I live in Ma'at.
Ma'at.
I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wonderful. Excellent. Rita Tef, Tua for reading that. Tua for guiding us out with the beautiful tones and frequencies of the affirmation. Now I'm going to go big screen and just close us out. So, Amonette, get your great rest. You don't work tomorrow, do you? I hope not.
No, I don't.
Okay. You get your rest, sleep in, snore, snooze, and just get a great compensation for the energy that you exerted throughout the week. And
and recovery. Get you in the good recovery that you need. Uncle Jasineb, Shunamah to you, and have a great rest.
Well, so much. Uncle Jasineb, Shunamah to you.
Okay, Nefer Pesh. And Tefrem Kema'at, Tua to you. Keep up the great work. Keep up the strong work. You are definitely the pillar inside of the household. You are the pillar. You know, they have 4 pillars on the side of a temple. You're the unicycle. you're the one that's in the middle of the temple, and everything's just balancing on it. So keep that up and be strong and continue. And is it you tomorrow? Who is it tomorrow?
The Jet.
Okay, wonderful. Keep up the good work, Tef. Keep up the. I know you're the strong pillar, so just keep it up and fight all ISFET. That's all I have to say. Fight all ISFET.
Yeah. Sure, great song.
Okay, Nini. Okay, and Saket, you have a great night's rest when you can finally get to rest when you get off of work, and wonderful words that you said to everybody. Have a good rest when you can sleep. And JHUTY's out for the count somewhere. So I'm going to go big screen, everybody. Peace and love. And I'm going to go ahead and close us out. Peace and love, everyone.
Peace, Great Saba.
Peace. Hotep. Wonderful, everybody. I'm not even going to go get a Wadjet. She's resting. Beautiful. Beautiful demonstration of the amount of people that came to the panel when I had announced come to the panel. The panel was the most full that it's been in the last at least month or so. So that is a beautiful thing. For those who missed this class, rewind. And when you're watching this class in the week, don't be a part of the mystery. There's a mystery going on. Whereas there's 50 people that watch the podcast live on a Saturday, Sunday, because we're going to 1 in the morning. So there's 50 viewers. And then by Monday, there's 800. So we're trying to find out who are all these viewers that are available on Monday. By Tuesday, there's 800 viewers. So, and there's no support given by the 800 viewers. It's a strange thing happening, but those who are viewing this when the class is over, still give the support. The Cash Apps and the PayPals are there, and if you're just honest and you're watching it on a Wednesday, just send support and just say I saw this Wednesday, or just be an honest individual. Today's class was on Kemet discipline. Has any Kemet teacher taught the meta word or a meta word for discipline? What is a free spirit? Where does discipline exist in the anatomical aspects of the body? What is the true definition of Ma'at and Ma'at? And where is it referenced? Where is the definition of Ma'at used in a sentence to describe the discipline definition? What are the doors, the Saba'it, and why is the term pupil exist? All type of things were elaborated on in this class, and I'm glad you all appreciate it. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Peace to everybody that's in the chat, that supports and contributes. Hotep, everyone. I hope you all greatly appreciate it. Peace and love. And we shall see each other soon. Have a good rest.